to be a little less condescending. I'm trying to have a conversation.
Condescending? You're throwing us stuff out, and it's my job to figure out what you're talking about.
Hey,
but I don't understand.
But you're not letting me.
Okay. I'm sorry. I want to be polite.
That is for me.
It's hilarious.
You do your like trademark snarky laugh. Be a little less snarky.
I'm sorry. It's hilarious. Just questions. Yes, that is what I'm doing.
Be a little less snarky.
I'm sorry.
What is true is Iran is trying to assassinate Donald J. Trump.
Okay, so you're aware of a plot to kill Trump?
Yes.
In the United States?
In the United States.
But you don't really believe that they're trying to murder Trump? Or
yes, I do.
Why aren't you calling for military action against Iran right now?
Because they're not very effective. In terms of hitmen, their hitmen are not very effective. I do think...
So they're hitmen, but not the bad kind, the efficient kind?
No,
What are you saying?
They're a weak country, so...
Why shouldn't the U.S. military defend its own president? I don't understand that.
Look, and it goes back to...
Because you don't really believe it's true, that's why.
Everyone... Nobody disputes it, Tucker. Did you all land on the moon? What other conspiracies do you not believe? Was 9/11 an inside job? I mean, like, what?
So what? I've asked you the names of these people?
I don't know the names of the Iranian hitmen.
It's hilarious.
You do your, like, trademark snarky laugh. Be a little less snarky.
I'm sorry. It's hilarious. Just questions. Yes, that is what I'm doing.
Be a little less snarky.
I'm worried about turning this mess in Iran into a much larger mess.
Why did you do the snide
What do you mean? Because this is super high-stakes stuff.
You engage in reckless rhetoric with no facts, and to be clear, I'm trying to have a real and serious conversation, and look.
How many people live in Iran, by the way?
I don't know the population.
At all?
No, I don't know the population.
You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple?
How many people live in Iran?
How did you know?
Okay, yeah.
How could you not know that?
I don't sit around memorizing population tables.
Well, it's...
Okay.
No, it's not. Okay. You don't know anything about Iran. So
okay, I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran.
You're a senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government.
You're the one who
claims about the country.
No, you don't know anything about the country.
It's hilarious.
You do your like trademark snarky laugh. Be a little less snarky.
I'm sorry. It's hilarious. Just questions. Yes, that is what I'm doing.
Be a little less snarky.
I'm sorry.
Now listen, if you have not subscribed to a YouTube channel, do it right now. Do it today. And all you have to do is click the big red subscribe button on the YouTube channel.
Do the thing, folks. Do the thing. Hit the buttons. Do the
aid Stalin in spreading communism across Europe.
Oh shit! How did that happen?
That's all he did. Yeah. The only stonewall against the communist onslaught was the Germans. Lowry's gonna be lurking in the background, he said.
Of course.
I think he's talking about Landry.
What is the art of lurking?
I've heard. Right. I don't know how that happened. It was in the playlist. Let me go to the next video.
Okay. I'll make sure I will.
You won't be. That's why I'm down here. There ain't no windows down here.
Nobody can stare in on you.
Yeah, I can do it.
All right, y'all. We back with another video, man. Y'all already know what's going on. All right, we're gonna jump right into it. This is a video to check up on y'all, man. Check up on y'all mental health. Check up on what you're going through in life right now. Check up on the things that you're having problems with. When y'all comment on this video, you can comment about what we're about to watch, but let me know what y'all got going on mentally, what you're struggling with, so on and so on. Right? I've been wanting to do this video for a couple days. Yesterday I took a day off. I stopped my streak of 70-something videos in a row, or 70-something days. But I wanted to come back after a little day off with this video, right? Talk about what's really going on in the world, all this stuff with the government shutdown, America going out of business. I really like this clip we about to watch from Corey Holcomb. And I also got this clip I want to show y'all from Nino Brown channel where he just really goes in about very important topics today. This video is pretty much, just a check-in to, get the conversation going about real life, not about conspiracies or dark evil stuff. This video is just going to be in this lane for, checking in, man, checking in on everything. What you struggling with? Is any of this stuff we about to talk about affecting you? You know what I'm saying? I want to talk about a couple of different things. I also want to get into a little bit of addiction, especially with alcohol and weed. I'm not going to go too crazy because I could do a whole separate video for that. But, the main things that I know a lot of people struggling with because I see it every single day, I just want to kind of touch on. With that being said, let's go ahead and jump right into this first clip, and it's going to lead into, everything else I want to talk about. All right, check this out.
Everybody who out here shining, pulling up in big expensive cars, jewelry, listen to me. Listen to your brother Corey. Them days are fading. Shining while in the streets is not the thing to do. Unless you got on some fake jewelry that you can get them right away when they ump them things. Because they umping them things on everybody who's shining. You don't think you will be followed. You don't think, because it's new to the world just how bad it's getting. Homie, them people who will get it, how they will get it, are watching you as you shine. So if you ain't got the henchmen with you, standing ready for what's gonna come. The days of shining, that's over. When I'm on stage, I might have on some jewelry or something like that. But when I'm out going to a pizza place, when I'm out going whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop, you best to have that, goddammit, if you out here shining, because you naked. If you don't, this is America. It is actually out of business. I heard the lines at the ATL airport was around the corner. People missed their flights because TSA ain't getting their checks, and them people didn't show up. So at the Atlanta airport, this is what I heard, it was a long wait just to get on the other side where your flight is.
He ain't lying. Even the air control people are not coming to work because they're not getting paid, and so on, which is real. But this topic is also real, and it also goes into being aware of your surroundings and not necessarily worrying about, you know, what you got going on, what you got on, because I mean, you don't even got to be shining. Honestly, you know, that message is for people who like to wear big ass chains. You know, the number one got the money to even afford all that, but you don't even got to be shining. You know what I'm saying? You can have a nice little decent car. Somebody want to break into your car. You know what I'm saying? You can just be looking like you just got something out the ATM. You just never know these days, especially with times moving closer to, you know, food stamps being cut off, like things like this starting to happen more and more. You know, this is not the longest the government has been shut down. I think the longest was like 35 days or something like that, but it's definitely a message to hear and to start be aware of your surroundings, especially if you're going out still, you're going to clubs still, you're drinking out in public. Don't even matter if you're going to a restaurant, you know, with your homegirls, with your homeboys, like women, same thing. Ain't no time to be drunk coming out of places they robbing women. Where I'm from, you know, I've seen it. I've heard it too many times. Women get robbed the most coming out of little lounges, little bars, drunk and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like it just really ain't no time for that. And then speaking on, you know, alcohol and weed, especially alcohol, I wanted to say this. I think right now, bro, I've never seen so many people struggling with drinking alcohol, bro. And that kind of stuff is really what leads to these kind of poor decisions. You know what I'm saying? Like you already battling life as it is. You're already battling America going out of business. You know, can't make no money, can't do this, can't do that, but you're struggling, you're addicted to alcohol. I saw a video on TikTok, right? Real quick before we start this clip. Saw a video on TikTok. This girl was in stage 4 liver cirrhosis. She drunk every day for like the last 10 years, pounded alcohol, right? Somehow, some way she got lucky enough to get on the list to get a new liver because she'd been, you know, she met those strict requirements. When I checked the comments, I swear, like over 5,000 comments. Every single comment was about someone they knew who had just died from liver cirrhosis, stage 4, or someone who is about to die, or their family member who already died, their dad, their sister. I have not seen this. I swear, I got stuck reading the comments for like an hour, bro. It was terrible. It was terrible. Even my barber, right? We be having real good conversations when I get my haircut. He said his dad died a year ago from the same thing, liver cirrhosis. He said when he went to the floor that they had his dad on in the hospital, the doctor told him there was 130 people on that same floor with the same problem in the same condition about to check out. Insane. That's why I started the video and said, let me know what y'all struggling with. You know what I'm saying? Tell me what's going on in your life right now. What do you need to do to get better? Because a lot of this stuff is affecting your health. It's affecting your decisions. And at the end of the day, some of this stuff don't even matter. Job cut, food stamps, all that stuff don't even matter because you can't even get off what you're addicted to. If you can't beat that, you damn sure ain't beat none of this. So it don't even matter. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to talk about that because it was on my heart. You know, and y'all know I've done these kind of videos. I do them every now and then. And I feel like I'm one of the only people that just stop content and trying to make videos, you know, about, you know, the industry and stuff like that. You know, it's my niche, my go-to, but I feel like we got to check in sometimes because a lot of people won't check in. And y'all support me, y'all my people. You know what I'm saying? We a community, we got to check in because at the end of the day, this is the most important. We got to check in. And I want y'all to let me know what y'all struggling with. Let me know what y'all struggling with, bro. My biggest struggle right now, not trying to make this all about y'all, my biggest struggle is calming my mind. I don't have addictions, bro. I don't have addictions to porn. I don't masturbate. I don't have an addiction to alcohol. I don't smoke weed. My biggest addiction is calming this down, being able to just chill. You know, not addiction. Like what I'm battling the most is kind of like myself, as in like.
Yep. So No Fap November has begun, gentlemen. I hope you're on board. Full bromo, no homo. But yeah, No Fap November, No Shave November, which actually sucks because I think I'm gonna keep shaving, you know, my neck because that itchy neck beard shit is terrible. That lower, you know, the Adam's apple beard. But okay, you know what I mean? Like no shave November, no nut November, and personally, vegetarian. I'm gonna try. January, I do it every January. I'm gonna do it again in January, but sober vegetarian, however you want to say it. But as far as November, I'm gonna try to do it as well for whatever reason. Christ, I'm 33 in a few days.
You know, chill sometimes, you know what I'm saying? Don't think so much about life and about doing this and, you know, goals and this and that. That's my biggest struggle is calming my mind down. I even told my doctor that like last week and, you know, she was trying to help me. Like I would also say I just gotta start back getting everything right, getting my body right, you know what I'm saying? And not focusing so much on work and making money and shit. Like those have been my major struggles lately, but let's get into this clip real quick.
Let me tell you something, girl. The world is ending right in front of our eyes. And most people too distracted to notice what's going on. People scrolling on their phone. People gambling at the casino, betting on the sports. But while you was watching football, a truck carrying monkeys that's infected with COVID, hepatitis C, and herpes on the I-59. And the monkeys are acting aggressively towards humans. And they say all of the monkeys have been destroyed except one. What in the planet of the apes is this shit? Check this shit out!
Here's the truck where the accident is. Now here's one of the monkeys right here. Let's zoom in on this so you can see this. There's one sitting right there. I've seen 4 to 5 climbing around inside the back of the trailer, but there he sits. Now, each one of these crates has got a monkey in it. Now, with that being said, these are test monkeys, is what they are. We got law enforcement here. And this is one of those, he's standing there on purpose for this reason, in case one of these, they're highly aggressive. I want back just a little bit closer to that Scotty Ray mobile, in case something happens and we have to get out of the way of them. Are you? All right, there's a second monkey, Greg. You might want to be careful. He's on the prowl there. He's come from inside the truck. He seems to be there he sits.
But wait, it get worse. Walmart just froze hiring for the next 3 years. The biggest retailer in America just closed the doors on new jobs permanently. And while you was worrying about Birdman versus Master P and that versus the other night, UPS just laid off 48,000 people, all to be replaced by robots, artificial intelligence. Amazon just cut 30,000 jobs and they ain't coming back. They plan to replace all them jobs with AI. Machines that don't get tired, don't complain, don't need a check, don't need a Christmas bonus. And that's 30,000 families left without income right before the holidays. And this is just the beginning of a global reset. While you was throwing your money at the booty club and betting on parlays, the government just shut down. And today, our traffic controllers didn't even get paid. This was the first check they missed during the shutdown. The same people that protect our skies while we flying to and from are now working for free. And there's no way you could pay me to get on the plane right now, because I definitely don't trust my life in them people airplanes. If the person in control of the airplane that take off and land and tell them where it's going ain't even getting paid, boy, I ain't getting on no goddamn plane. You can keep that money. The EBT SNAP benefits have been suspended indefinitely, and that's going to affect up to 50 million people in the recent time to come, meaning millions of families won't have food on their tables. Now, Donald definitely could activate the emergency funds to keep the food stamps active during the shutdown, but he disrespectfully declined. And to make shit even worse, Donald's administration cut $500 million in food deliveries to food banks across the country. The stores and the restaurants were waiting on 27 million pounds of chicken. They were waiting on 2 million gallons of milk, 67 million eggs, and 10 million pounds of dried fruit. But that never arrived, and he let all that food go to waste instead on purpose.
Y'all see what's going on right now? You know what I'm saying? This is why I was talking about basically staying sober, staying vigilant. There's better things to worry about right now. Ain't no going out. Ain't no just spending money willy-nilly. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no time to be struggling on what you've been struggling on your whole life. If there is not, you know, something telling you to change, if there is not something that is pushing, you know, like a thorn in your side or something that just is telling you it's time to switch it up, you know, it's time to vibrate a little different, you know, experience new things in life. Something is telling you to change. Something is telling you to not get left behind.
Thanksgiving definitely gonna hit different this year. You might have Ops at Ops House trying to get them a place. And then this year, Trump just signed a new law limiting Section 8 housing to 2 years max. Meaning, if you're on that list and you get picked at that lottery and they give you a house in 2025, you got to 2027 to get your situation straight. Because after that, you're going homeless. You on your own. This move alone will skyrocket the homeless population by 1,000%. And if that wasn't enough.
See, what it's doing is the old-fashioned cutting the middle class to where there is just rich and poor. This is why it's such an important time to focus on what you got to focus on. Do what you always been wanting to do with your life, your career. Chase them goals. You know what I'm saying? Like, as in, you know, just trying to up what you got going on. Quit all the bullshit, all the addictions, you know, and just chase what's really important. You know what I'm saying? In a way to separate yourself. A lot of people can put themselves, make better decisions, and put themselves in positions to where a good bit of this stuff don't affect you. It don't mean you're just gonna jump to being rich, so on and so on. But a lot of this stuff is happening to leave those behind that aren't prepared and that aren't doing anything to prepare themselves and their families. You know what I'm saying? I'm not talking about like people that's on, you know, SNAP benefits, EBT, so on and so on. There's nothing I would ever say to people who are on those programs, because I come from that. I come from literally zero. And, you know, I've been blessed to build up, you know, things for myself in life, but I would never talk about as in like, you know, do better, do this and that, because I know the reality of life, the reality that this shit is hard, but there are decisions that you can make. There are things you know that you can do personally that will help your situation. A lot of the times when we sacrifice things personally, God will put us in the position, put us on the path that we're supposed to be on, because now we realize we had to sacrifice something. Like, God ain't just gonna cut, you know, your vices out your life and then just bless you with something. Like, once you realize that you need to put the work in, a lot of things are happening, open up for you. We already got to deal with this kind of shit where everything is shifting, everything is changing. You know what I'm saying? So if the world and this country that we live in is showing you that they don't give a about you, then that lets you know you need to care about yourself the most. So when it comes to things that you know you can do better for yourself, it's the time to do it. Because when I made my decisions, I was tired of living the same life, bro. I was tired of getting up smoking every day, 3, 4, 5 times a day, broke. You know what I'm saying? Thinking about this, thinking about that. I was tired of living that life, bro. Tired of it. You know what I'm saying? Just being a N-word, being a N-I-G-G-A. That's it, bro. I was tired of that. I had to give that up to get where I am now. And we all gonna be affected by some of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, global reset. It's literally, you know, everything, the world is shifting right before our eyes, for sure. I completely agree. So with that being said, y'all, man, I just wanted to check in on y'all, you know, mental health, everything. Let me know what y'all got going on, man. Y'all already know we'll be back with another video tomorrow. So that being said, y'all, was Black Balloon, and I'm gonna see y'all soon. All right, I'm out.
Yeah, I haven't watched any of his videos in a minute, but Young asked me to play one of his videos. So there you go, Young. Don't say I never did you any favors, my friend. Yeah, sometimes he gets more in depth with the topics, but he does cover a lot of celebrity shit lately. That's why I probably haven't been watching him much. But let me see if Sav, maybe I'll hop over to Sav's panel, because I haven't talked to him in a minute, and I've been watching him so many times the last fucking couple weeks, probably. So
The two, I think, from what I can tell.
63, huh?
Yeah, I think it was 63.
Which one gets down to 33?
I don't know.
That many?
hold up.
Probably.
That was a pivotal year, though. 1933.
Hmm?
So when they implemented the birth certificate, the United States declared bankruptcy. There was the Gold Confiscation Act. It's like
Weird,
full
huh?
immersion right into the fucking beat system, babe.
Wonder why they started using that number.
What year did the Wall Street crash happen after that? What was it?
That was 1929.
29. So it was like right before then. So, I mean, it's all correlating there, isn't it?
Of course. Of course.
Break the market, take away all the funds, sell all the good gold.
On Israel in that region for the longest goddamn time. And I'm like, what is this? It's like everybody's under a spell. Are you guys not seeing the same thing I am? I mean, what the fuck? Never could get it.
Yeah, I just got a letter from space.com. You want to hear it?
Space.com.
Sure.
Yeah. A letter to Congress. The museum officials have warned that the shuttle may be partially disassembled in order to transfer it. It may risk damage in this process. To preserve the pieces for space history. Smithsonian. Like, I really need to know that. But they sent me this in a post. Like, I needed to know.
You need to know.
I need to know.
Now you know, Roger.
You know,
No one tapped out.
You know what's hilarious is when Elon Musk says that they had a unscheduled disassembly. I think.
Yeah, that's an explosion.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a
It was
rapid, unexpected disassembly. That's an explosion.
Kind of like the Liberty. That was an unexpected disassembly too, wasn't it?
Oh, not the way they wanted it to be.
Rather peculiar that happens to certain people. They walk into a room and they feel it all. The unspoken tension between two friends. The hidden sadness behind a smile. And we've been told this is a gift, haven't we? This ability to see what others miss. But I want to suggest something quite different to you today. That this very ability, this clear seeing, might be the most dangerous thing you'll ever possess. Now, I'm not speaking of danger in the ordinary sense. I'm not talking about physical harm. I'm speaking of something far more subtle and far more devastating. The danger of becoming so aware that you can no longer participate in the beautiful unconsciousness that allows most people to live their lives in relative peace. Have you ever watched people at a party? Really watched?
Meanwhile, here we are being controlled by a fucking foreign nation. Check this out.
100 U.S. senators. Last year, 93 out of 100 U.S. senators were people whose campaigns had been funded by Israel, AIPAC, and the Israel lobby. 93 out of 100 U.S. senators were taking money from a group that represents a foreign government and foreign interests in order to operate our government on behalf of someone else. And they all work here, in this building.
This is Representative Ro Khanna from California, and he does not take AIPAC money, according to the website Track AIPAC. Here's what he had to say.
It's too much. I mean, it's too much. If you have people who have a particular point of view, in AIPAC's case, they're basically whatever Netanyahu does is right. That's their point of view. And they're saying, okay, if you don't take that view, we may come after you. We may have millions of dollars spent against you.
Now, ask any American content creator what the scariest subject to cover is, and the answer is Israel. Even YouTubers I know say their channels were shadow banned for months after covering them. And folks, the plot around free speech thickens. News just broke that Larry Ellison, co-founder of Oracle, will be buying TikTok, a platform where young people can freely exchange unfiltered ideas. No Israel connection here, right? Wrong. Ellison is one of the IDF's largest private donors, giving the army tens of millions of dollars through Friends of the IDF, a nonprofit that brands itself as a non-political, non-military organization, but somehow also is the official U.S. partner of Israel soldiers.
Wow. So is it any wonder?
Grid.
And these people start taking over all our social media and everything else? The fuck?
They got to spend their side of it, make it look good. That's why they're doing all this stuff. They got to flood the network with the info, favoring them. They got to make themselves be the good guy in the process.
Well, they always try to paint us out as the good guys, but we're not.
No.
We've never been the good guys. I mean, even back World War II, we were not the good guys. Here we was. I know everybody thinks it was noble that Grandpa hit fucking Normandy and evil Germans and shit like that, but all he did was aid Stalin in spreading communism across Europe. That's all he did. The only stonewall against the communist onslaught was the Germans. Lowry's gonna be lurking in the background, he said.
What is the art of lurking? I've heard this before. There's an art to it.
Stay out of my window.
Okay. I'll make sure I will.
You won't get that spot down here. There ain't no windows down here.
Nobody can stare in on you.
Yeah, I can do anything.
Or they re-Epstein. Can't get there with him.
Just a reminder that it's been nearly 7 years since Jeffrey Epstein was arrested for trafficking minors, and to this day, not a single one of his clients, the people he was trafficking to, have been arrested or charged with anything at all. In fact, the only consequences faced by any of them is this guy doesn't get to be a prince anymore. He doesn't get to cosplay as a Disney character anymore. He doesn't get a free mansion anymore. Mind you, he's still a millionaire, right? He's still got his pockets full of taxpayer money that he made cosplaying as a Disney character up until now. He's still got access to all sorts of connections and privileges that kind of life has afforded him. He still gets to live a life of privilege beyond that which 99.99999999999% of humans will ever get to experience. That's his punishment. If you're an American, I am begging you, don't let this guy convince you that the Epstein files are a Democrat hoax. I mean, for God's sakes, the Democrats have plenty of people that are implicated here too. I think they're just kind of talking about it now because they know that Trump's hands are tied, that he will try and cover this up no matter what. So they're just trying to take advantage of how bad that's going to make him look. Remember, they didn't release the files either, right? There was information in there that was harmful to Trump, but none that was harmful to people that they need to protect. Then they would already be released. This really isn't a left versus right or Republican versus Democrat issue. This is an up versus down issue. This is about whether or not the wealthy and powerful are indeed above the law. If they have the power to abuse minors and face no consequences. If they have the power to participate in a global trafficking ring, get caught, and still get away with it. And not just get away with it, but use the very institutions of power that are supposed to protect people that are supposed to hold them accountable in order to protect themselves. This story cannot just disappear. This can't just become like a fringe topic for conspiracy theorist YouTube channels 10 years from now.
Oh, man. Hey, can I make a call out right quick? Somebody needs to go over Rumble and start chatting with Frank because he's having a conversation with nobody.
Frank's killing it over here in the Rumble chat right now.
No.
He's killing it. Go on over there and be on there with it.
If it wasn't over there, it'd be over here.
Yeah.
Frank gets on a tangent.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. We went through that. It's, what does this say? Wait. Oh yeah, we saw that about the bodies. Oh, this is kind of weird too. Along those lines of that Alan Watts thing we watched.
And one more thing, Heron said, pants for suckers.
Pants for suckers, yeah, hell yeah.
Spiritually awake people are quietly disappearing from society because Jung discovered something profound. When you become genuinely conscious, staying engaged with unconscious social patterns becomes psychologically unsustainable. But this withdrawal serves a specific purpose. It's temporary recharging that allows awakened individuals to return and offer authentic connection to those ready for deeper relationships. There's a mass exodus happening that most people don't recognize. The most psychologically developed individuals in your workplace, your social circles, your family, they're quietly stepping back, not from anger or superiority, but from what Jung called consciousness fatigue. Jung predicted this pattern over a century ago. He understood that psychological awakening creates what I call dimensional incompatibility. You're operating from a different level of awareness than the collective social environment. And maintaining that consciousness while surrounded by unconscious patterns requires enormous psychological energy. If you've been feeling the pull to withdraw, to need more solitude, to find social interaction draining in ways it never used to be, Jung would say you're not becoming antisocial. You're following an archetypal pattern that every individuating person must navigate. The consciousness burden. Why awakening creates isolation. Psychological development doesn't make life easier. It makes it more complex. When you begin seeing unconscious patterns operating in yourself and others, you can't unsee them. This
that's what we said. You can't unsee shit. That's why I can't understand somebody like the guy in the Matrix that went ahead and said, yeah, I don't care if it wasn't real.
You mean Cypher you're talking about?
Showed to the public. The reason for that is because nobody could go above low Earth orbit, and they knew they could never put it in space. They then went to Congress and got another billion, having pocketed the first billion, and all they made was a model, and they built an identical piece of equipment and put it on Sophia.
Foreign government.
About the moon.
I thought it was because you started hanging out with Jews.
Yeah, that usually does it.
There is a foreign government that has a contract with Google and Amazon. This contract is called Project Nimbus. It's a cloud service contract. Project Nimbus is weird for a couple of reasons. One, there is a no cancellation clause. No matter what this government uses this cloud service for, those companies cannot cancel their access. That's important because Microsoft recently canceled some of this government's cloud access because of how they were using it. The second weird thing about Project Nimbus, there is an early warning system built into Project Nimbus. It is called the winking mechanism. All this is verifiable. The winking mechanism works like this. Let's say the United States wanted to do an investigation into this government. The second that we tried to access, our government tried to access that data legally, the court orders, however, it triggers a payment from those companies to that government, letting them know that someone is investigating them. This is highly fucking illegal, especially for companies that operate within the United States. But nobody talks about it because it's the government that nobody wants to talk about.
Guess who? Guess who again?
There is a
right.
I don't have to throw too many stones too far to figure out if
the usual suspects.
Here we go. How far away is the sun?
How far away is the sun?
Yeah, how far away?
Really, really far.
Damn Somalians.
Yeah. There's it. It's that would blow my mind. Right? He's not going to tell us how far away it is. Never want to tell us. We're never going to know.
What is it made out of? Let's ask that question. See if we get a real answer.
Jeez. Oh wait, no, that's the moon.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely not a hydrogen explosion falling in on itself, is it?
Oh, that's most likely what it is. That's the most probable thing because gas has a tendency for
on all the stupid shit that we forgot.
Hold on.
Testing the ground. They told us it was the greatest leap for mankind, right? But think about it. If no one had ever stepped on it, no probe ever truly tested its surface before, how do you know the first landing wouldn't sink the ship into dust, or hit a hidden crater, or worse, bounce off? They said the surface might be as soft as flour, yet somehow they nailed the exact landing spot from 250,000 miles away. They even knew the ground would hold the craft's weight, down to the exact pressure per square inch. Okay. How? Here's where it gets strange. Before 1969, every photo of the moon's surface came from telescopes on Earth. And yet somehow, they already had detailed landing coordinates mapped out. Isn't it odd how that same precision wasn't possible for the bottom of our own oceans? And we're told they could radio crystal clear messages through space vacuum, yet my phone can't hold a signal through a tunnel. So were they testing something else all along, or testing us? If the moon was the first step, why have we never gone back? For real? Why are the original tapes, data, and flight paths conveniently lost? And if they could land there without testing the ground first, what else did they already know about that place? The more you dig, the more it feels less like science, and more like a storyboard. Because maybe, just maybe, the moon wasn't as far as we were told. Maybe the landing wasn't about touching another world, but shaping ours. Look, I'm not saying what's real or fake, but isn't it wild that the biggest proof of the globe begins with something no one else has ever repeated? If everything we were shown started from a story no one can test today, what else could be perfectly crafted illusion? So here's your challenge. Don't argue in the comments, ask questions. Why did they know exactly where to land before ever landing? And why does every image of Earth from space look slightly different every few years? If curiosity makes you uncomfortable, you might just be standing too close to the edge of the globe. Drop your thoughts below. Share this with someone who's ever looked at the moon and wondered. And follow for more questions that shouldn't have answers, but somehow do.
I never woke up one day and said, hey, I should go to the moon. I've never thought that at all. Never. It's not a natural thought at all.
They were trying to push it really hard in school for kids. You could be an astronaut.
Oh, I know, man. They told us, look, I remember they told us in school, they said, that, well, by the time you're adults, you probably have an option to retire on the moon.
All right, y'all. Looks like modern man lost again. The new age, MG Tao frontman poster boy is joined the panel. So maybe I'll catch up to the live and hop over there because I'm curious to know why he goes on panels that are like, what's the word? Of this category, so to speak. And doesn't really talk. He just goes up there and then he hops off. Let's see if he actually says anything this time, because I've seen him go up on his panel a few times and he just doesn't say anything. It's really weird. But let's check it out.
Moon, because they'll have retirement homes on the moon and shit, and it'll be easier on old people with, you know, with their arthritis and shit like that. You know, they say, oh yeah, and flights back and forth to the moon will be as common as flying to grandma's house in Florida, shit like that. You know, and so this was also bolstered along. We had sci-fi TV come out around that time too, where they had a show called Space 1999, and it was supposed to be by the year 1999. Earth had established bases on the moon, and something happened, an explosion or whatever, and it knocked the moon out of the Earth's orbit, and here they were stuck on the moon traveling through space, and it was kind of like, instead of the Enterprise, it was the moon and their little short
Death Star.
Yeah, kind of. So it was, you know, it was making shit plausible. You know, it was putting it out there as plausible. Of course, we also had Stanley Kubrick's 2001: A Space Odyssey, which actually incorporated, you know, using some advertising, getting some advertising money to pay for the film. If you remember, they used Bell Telephone for the video phone call that he used. It was Trans Am, or what was the Pan Am, who was flying the shuttle and everything. It was a Hilton. Remember, it was a Hilton hotel that was on the space station where they checked in, you know, halfway to the moon and that kind of shit. So this was making it like, oh, look, the commercialized aspect of space. You know, we won't have to do this all by taxpayer money. You know, companies would be well established and involved within the space program. You know, you even saw product names on the Earth movers and shit, like Caterpillar and stuff that they were using on the fucking moon to excavate that thing at the very beginning of the movie. So, you know, this seeded it in everybody's mind that there was one day everybody was going to be able to go to the moon. It would be just commonplace. And here we are in the year 2025, getting ready to shit the end of that one out and go into the next one. And they're going, oh, we're hoping to send somebody to the moon in the next 10 years. And it's like, yeah, you've been saying it for a long time.
You're like, boy, this place is fancy. They have an escalator.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
In the year 2000.
There used to be a cartoon I used to watch called Thunder the Barbarian.
Yeah.
And that's what happens. Something comes in and hits the moon and knocks it out of orbit, and the world goes insane and gets destroyed, and everybody mutates. It's like 1992.
What's happening, modern man? How you doing?
Right here? Okay, I'm here. Yeah, man, I saw your title. It's kind of crazy. I think I had the same, something similar on one today. So it had to be synchronicity. So I had to show up. You know, the world is not what we think it is.
No, it's a common theme here. It's a common theme here. All this shit is movies. Now it's like they were doing the moon movie. They're still trying to do the moon movie, but it's losing the plot.
Starring John Pettit.
Donnie.
So y'all ever seen any crazy buildings around y'all?
What's that?
The crazy buildings everyone's been talking about the last like 4 years. Some people say Tartaria. I don't know if I go there, but just some of these abandoned ginormous structures.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's something happened, man. Because you know when they found Luxor. Okay, here's a city. This was a city. It was buried beneath 40 feet of sand. How do you lose a fucking city? You got these cities that have been lost in South America. What happened there at Luxor? They just went on strike, stopped sweeping the street. What the fuck? Something happened. You look at some of these old maps and you see like where the Sahara aspect of Africa is at right now. On these old maps is far back as like the 1500s, early 1600s, shows it to be full of flora and fauna, and it's, you know, a lush area. What happened?
You know, I have a theory about this whole the Earth and everything. I think that we could be doing ourselves a favor if we realize that a lot of this stuff is right around us as we speak, you know, and we can see it shifting rather than the whole. What is the whole thing? I mean, what is right here?
Right.
Mostly in the big cities, but I mean, there's just
you can see the social shift.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of shifts. It's just with the going out of the downtown, all these abandoned skyscrapers now. I mean, what are they gonna do with all these?
Right.
Malls. Just run around and you'll see a mall. It's 90% empty.
Oh yeah, empty. Yeah.
Oh my God, yeah. Yeah, they're abandoned, these malls.
Because this is where everyone is, right here on the computer.
Yeah.
Well, why drive to the mall with all the other psychos when you can just order it online while you're taking a crap or cooking a chicken?
Oh boy, we get some good ones on here. We definitely get some good ones on here. We had the guy with the bunny hopping sun coming on. He literally fucking sun lands on the Earth. It lands on the Earth. That's what's going on at sunset.
It goes into the Earth.
Yeah, it comes back out.
No way.
Yeah. And I said, well, have you turned the news on today? How many people got killed by the sun?
No shit.
And it's kind of like one of the reasons why open panels are overrated to me, right? It's just like yapping and talking about nonsense half the time. But you know, maybe easily more, depending on what panel we're talking about. But anyway, I digress.
You're on the bus and you just saw a guy get melted by the sun. Oh,
right.
Bad luck.
I do like Goldman's explanation for the sunset. It's one of the best ones so far.
Getting back to your question with the skyscrapers and the empty malls and stuff like that, you're saying what will they do with them? They're going to tear them down and build up 15-minute cities. At least that's what it looks.
I don't know if they could do it. I don't know. Could they pull it off?
They're already doing it in my state.
Of course,
okay. I guess it would be allocated to certain areas, and then other ones would get left in the dust.
On the side of the highway.
Look at Dubai. Look at Qatar. Look at places like that. You know, Saudi Arabia. All these places that are turning those places into like little Las Vegas. You know.
Look at Astana.
Turkmenistan.
Yeah,
there's all kinds of. There's more than just that. You can look. There's a map. You can go around and look at all over China. They're all over the place.
I guess that's just the whole thing, right? There's so much land in so many places. If you don't think to look or know where to look, you have no idea what's going on. It could be totally different here than it is where you're at. I believe that it's just where I'm at is getting pretty much left in the dirt.
Everything is. The United States is at best a third world.
So the other countries will have the smart cities mostly.
Oh no, they'll have it here. They have them here. I have no fear of that. They're purposely destroying areas that they've already put in zoning ordinances that prohibit people from rebuilding.
I'll just give an example of where I'm at right here. Like more and more, you're getting more, and I'm all for health and everything, but more and more, they're taking away roadway and putting in more bike paths and walking paths, and they're narrowing the streets almost down to nothing. You know, I live enough in the city, and I can escape to the country, but in the city here, it's still, they're like making everything within walking distance. Basically, they want everybody to be able to work, get your necessities, your essentials within, within a walking distance, go to the hospital, whatever it is. But, and I think people outside of that think that, oh, well, they can't take that, they can't do that to us. Well, I don't know. I mean, if you've looked around at other states, they talk about using eminent domain to steal farmland in Iowa to put in a carbon capture pipeline. Like, what the hell even is that? So
right. Down here on the side of the highways, especially the main highway that runs through the state, they're putting condos around all of the places where everything is. So wherever like the bank is, the supermarket, they're just building condos right next door to it.
Putting those fucking traffic circles everywhere, man.
Yeah, I know, the roundabouts.
Those things, man.
Yeah,
they're the devil. I hate those.
Well, the reality is the really, really poor people seem to be the only ones who are doing these. I mean, there's some adventurous bikers in some areas of the country like California and I'm sure other places, but I mean, I don't see anybody using the public transportation or the bike lanes or the scooters that are not low income. I mean, like very low income, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, they want you to stay inside for starters. They want you to shop online, get everything brought to you. They don't even really want you leaving your house when it comes down to it. They want you to stream Netflix. Look at COVID. Look at COVID. Take that as an example. That's what they wanted to do. They didn't really quite accomplish that plan because there's so much pushback. But I think overall, if they could have gotten away with it, that's definitely what they're aiming for.
Well, I guess I'm falling for the trap then too. If I spend time here, because imagine they start just dropping us $100 for every hour we spend on here. We'll never get off.
Right.
Yes, sir. All right, I'll stay on the computer.
Welcome back to Sovereign Souls, Unchained Minds, 13-hour and 30-minute show. Yeah, what's going on?
Say something nice about Israel. Say something nice about Israel. Get myself.
The greatest country. How about Cha-ching?
That's
So
also
hold up. So I didn't mean to cut anybody off. Sorry, my Wi-Fi is acting crazy. I don't know if I sound laggy or not, but I just joined the stream. So y'all been going for 13 hours right now?
No,
actually 33. Right when you asked. Wow.
We're going 3.5. In fact, I get ready to shut it down. It's 1 o'clock.
Oh, okay. My bad. No, I just joined. I just typed in StreamYard on YouTube and hit live, and was just trying to go through all that, get away from all the big main streamers, see what all the like the low streamers are streaming about, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was just laying down. He's back.
Yeah, I just not come back.
Yeah,
An hour 14.
Oh, never mind. Now I see the live 3 hours and 30 minutes. That was a long time live streaming and discussing. That's a pretty long. I don't even know what all this topic's about, to be honest. Like I said, I just joined, seen the StreamYard link, and clicked it, and now I'm here. So
yeah, we've been all over the place tonight. That's what I'm saying. We're getting ready to shut it down.
Do you have a place like a forum or whatever Telegram people use nowadays with your community, or do you not?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
No.
No.
All right. None of that. Yeah.
It's all good. I just because I hear some of y'all talking and it gets me in the mindset. Now I'm kind of stuck in a community of people who are criminally insane. So I know there's insanity everywhere, but I'm trying to
the debate sphere.
Not even that. No, it's worse than that. I don't even know what it would be called.
The
but yeah,
verse.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, that's that. Because I was out today in the real world, just getting all these ideas. I was very excited to see there's this abandoned train station, abandoned buildings, and it just got my curiosity rolling. But nobody gave a shit about that. They just want to hear about who's fucking who and who's going to jail. And
listen. I'll walk. I'll be out in public or something, or around people, and I hear him talking about normie shit. And it's just like I'm just sitting there going, I'm trying, like biting my tongue, going, oh my God, that shit's not even real, you fool. What are you fucking talking about? And I just can't, I just can't, and they'll ask me, what do you think about it? And I'm like, oh man, don't ask me, man. Really, you're not ready. You are not ready.
You got time on your hands?
You are not fucking ready at all, man. I can tell. I'm just tolerating you and smiling. It's cool, whatever. Trump, MAGA, go.
These homeless people, though, they have the best conversations. Well, most of them go to Jesus right away, but some of them are very fascinating people.
Did you see the price of Thunderbird? My God.
Is it a plane?
No, Thunderbird, the booze.
Oh no, I don't keep track.
Is that a thing in America?
Well, I was just improvising on my homeless.
Oh, Thunderbird. Okay, I see.
Like Wild Irish Rose is down to $2.
MD 2020 is $250 now. What the
fuck? Really?
Man, hey, first of all, you can't forget about the Mad Dog 2020 now.
Jesus.
No, the grape flavor is the best. I'm telling you.
Oh my God, that shit.
None of the flavors are the best.
It's like fucking cough syrup, man. I swear to God. Oh man, come on! Don't even talk about it. Making me sick.
Yeah.
That's the thing. That's really crazy. I even talk about alcohol and shit. I start getting kind of queasy and shit. I don't even like the idea of it. It's
ruined a lot of lives.
Oh yeah, it does daily, dude.
Including my digestive system.
Oh yeah. I saw that. Okay. Yeah, listen, I'm gonna have to get off here, man. This has been 3.5 hours.
333.
3-3. We're good to go.
for it.
All right, man. I want to thank
Well,
everybody for coming on tonight. I hope you had a good time. Usually the chat's pretty lit up.
All right, so much for that. That was my fault for procrastinating, but
blowing apart the
you're
illusions
tuning it down anyway.
and pointing
So
out the
all
actors.
right, let's hop over to this video.
So we had fun doing that.
Brawling.
Well, but yeah, I am curious. I am curious to know more about what exactly was modern man lost again's reasoning or rationale or thinking when he went into the lodge and got initiated into Freemasonry, allegedly. Kind of coming out of his own mouth, if I'm not mistaken. So, then again, Sovereign Soul, Unchained Mind's son, I believe, is in the lodges as well. Of course, most Freemasons, arguably, probably aren't evil, you know, and are just duped and deceived and unknowing that they serve Lucifer. But again, not that anyone that praises Lucifer is inherently evil, quote unquote. But yeah, Turning Point USA Inc. Wolves in sheep's clothing. So this is going back again, of course, to the Charlie Kirkland, Captain James Kirk psyop propaganda apocalypse that came out about a month and a half ago. No, a month. Where are we at? Almost 2 months now, actually, in about a week. So yeah, we'll check this out. And then if anyone wants to click the link, go ahead. I think I pinned it in the chat. So yeah, I'm going to turn this up a little. 1.6. Shout out to Shane.
In a world that is bland, colorless, and cold, where banality grows like a fungus or a mold, there live the boring sheeple who look just like each other. A darker force rides into town, unleashing demon brothers. Here come the little deviants, they found them on the ground. They're rising from the depths to take those sheeple down. The sheeple are compliant and make for fine ingredients. For customizing anything, here come the little deviants. These are the little deviants.
All these students behind me have been standing in the rain. It is cold. It is windy. This guy over here.
Must be every other stolen police vehicle on our hot shoot. We're definitely onto something here.
You think so?
Mm-hmm. I see school is out. Yeah. Right now, all I can think of is 38 little kids standing individually on lonely street corners waiting for a bus that'll never come.
Friday, put your goat leggings on and try to blend in.
Put it to sleep, Strebeck.
Down, boys.
You have to admire their techniques in crowd control.
Yeah. Cozy little group, eh? Just like your local Rotarians.
Hey, listen. We get a little wild at times, sure. But nothing like this. I'd say this is shaping up to be a little more than just a series of simple robberies. People against goodness and normalcy. P-A-G-A-N. Pagan.
Nice work, Joe.
Ah, here are two who have not yet sipped the nectar of Shaitan.
A small surprise before the ceremony starts?
Why not?
You?
I had a big lunch.
Of living pagan perfection, to call the name Gathul. To call the name Gathul. And possess ignorance.
hair of the Virgin. I don't like the sound of that.
Let's just hope they're not referring to you.
With this act, I do consecrate.
Madagascar fruit tree bat from the zoo.
Good eye.
With this lion's mane, I do consecrate.
Now all that's missing is one humongous 30-foot groundhog gulping reptile.
For the final touch to our brood tonight, a pristine virgin in a gown of white. Evil bringeth here our plea. She's as pure as she can be, white and clean as driven snow. From Orange County, here we go.
2-1, that's Enid Borden's wedding dress.
20-1, Enid Borden never looked that beautiful on her wedding day.
And Governor Ron DeSantis just wrapping up a visit at Sarasota's new College of Florida, announcing a state plan to honor Charlie Kirk. The governor says the first place trophy at Florida Civics and Debate Competition will be renamed in Kirk's honor. During this morning's press conference, the governor also said that move was to reflect Kirk's career as the leader of Turning Point USA. It focuses on talking to college students about conservative ideas.
You know, some of these students get up there and they do their talking points, and you'd have somebody like Charlie batting them down.
Where am I? Grandpa? What are you doing here?
Chris, welcome to the Skull and Bones Society. This is where the most powerful men in the world are groomed for their futures. Every president, every CEO, every douchebag named Ryan Seacrest. The Skull and Bones Society has been a part of my family for decades, and we want you to become a member.
Really? Wow, cool!
Excellent. You get your own stock portfolio, a percentage of the 9/11 Victims Fund, and the best medical care.
What's he doing?
Singing. He does that sometimes.
I gotta have him. He's incredible. Tell you what I'll do. I'll give you $100 for him. No.
Okay, mister. Here it is.
All right. What about your grandfather?
Forget what he's at. He's crazy.
You're on with Rocket Ricky. Go.
Hi, Rocket Ricky. My name's Pete. There's these little gray guys with big teeth running around town. Ricky.
Hey, kids, this is Christmas, not Halloween. Listen, gang, Rocket Ricky's getting fed up with all this Orson Welles crap, so cool it, will ya? What's that?
At least from the U.S. side, this is what he's put on Air Force One on the way back as he heads home to D.C. He talked about fentanyl tariffs lowered to 10%. Also, when it came to rare earths, he mentioned no roadblocks on China rare earths. Jameson Greer, the U.S. trade representative, talking about China is not going to impose the rare earth controls. We're still getting we needed some more clarity on that front here on what exactly the Chinese have agreed to as well. And soybean purchases, they said China is going to be continuing and resuming the buying U.S. soybeans now effective immediately.
Ricky's getting fed up with all this Orson Welles crap, so cool it, will ya?
If you watch my re-upload of the 9/11 truth video, years ago, probably 20, maybe not for 9/11 2023, probably if I had to guess. Over there on Pineal Power Podcast, you'll see that the thumbnail is actually that little snippet with Donald Clamp, whatever it is. It's basically Donald Trump from this movie as the thumbnail. But yeah, this is definitely one of these movies. The Gremlin movies are definitely some of the most potent, I would say, evidence of, pre-programming of Blind 11. But let's continue. If you haven't seen these movies, they're definitely worth watching.
Daniel Clamp, I'd like to speak to you.
Good morning, Mr. Wayne. Let's cut right to key issues, okay? I'm prepared to increase my offer substantially. Now, Mr. Wing, you're attached to your business. I appreciate that. I'm attached to my business. I develop the biggest buildings in New York, and you sell, little things. That's fine. Take a look, Mr. Wing. The Clamp Chinatown Center, where business gets oriented. Please, let us know when you made a decision, Mr. Wing. I believe there's always an area of agreement that two people can reach. Hi, this is Daniel Clamp. No visit to New York is complete without a tour of the world's most fully automated office building. My Clamp Premier Regency Trade Center and Retail Concourse, headquarters of Clamp Enterprises, and home of CCN, Clamp Cable Network Television.
The death of Mr. Wing removes the last obstacle to developer Daniel Clamp's long-delayed Chinatown project. This quaint little shop, which once housed many rare objects from the Orient, must now make way for the future, Daniel Clamp style.
Tomorrow's when the Futtermans are coming to town.
Oh, right.
I don't know, we've been living here all this time and I'm still in the same job.
It takes time, Billy.
Yeah, but if we stayed in Kingston Falls, I probably would have been promoted twice at the bank by now.
Yeah, and you'd hate it.
I don't know. At least we could afford to get a decent place to live, get married.
That's the story of the Clamp Premier Regency Office Center, where one man's dream became a reality. I hope you enjoyed today's tour, and don't forget, pick up your copy of Mr. Clamp's best-selling book, I Took Manhattan.
It's a complete homicide, that's a horror story.
I know, but they changed the specs on me, and then moved the deadline
You see,
back,
Billy,
so
this is your problem right here. You only see your little part of it. I have to have a complete situational long-term overview outlook perspective. It's as simple as that.
Well, it's almost finished.
They were talking about climate change yesterday, and now we're learning that scientists and researchers are looking at how to change the weather on purpose. That's right. Lasers now could one day manipulate rain and lightning. CBS This Morning contributor Michio Kaku is a physics professor at City College of New York. Professor, nice to see you. Extraordinary seeing Al Gore and Bill Clinton there together with Charlie, wasn't it?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, they did not get into this discussion,
No.
though. But it is fascinating.
Speaking of Al Gore, let's do the algorithm a favor. Hit that like and subscribe, brothers and sisters, if you're not already, or better yet, unsubscribe and dislike. We'll do a provo here. We'll do the provo. Hit the dislike and the thumbs down and the unsubscribe, folks. Please and thank you. And the link to join the panel non-panel is pinned in chat. As you can see there, scrolling on the bottom bar. What are you saying, sir, here? The Chinese can look forward to sewer, reclaimed oil, deep-fried tofu, and heart disease. Vote Clamp 20, yeah. Indeed, forever and ever. We're just going to have Donald Trump, Darko, Clamp as the POTUS, non-POTUS for the rest of the dictator, non-dictator for the rest of forever. It's just, it's infinite now. He's going to be the first president ever to become the only president for the rest of his life. And maybe he'll just live till his hundreds. I mean, who knows how long this will go? Could go as long as they want to. Because I mean, honestly, in all actuality, he's probably in reality a walking organic robotoid of some sort. So let's continue. I'm off the rails here.
Lasers? Really? To change the weather?
That's right. Well, as Mark Twain once famously said, everyone complains about the weather, but no one ever does anything about it. Well, instead.
You know what? I disagree. Here's one guy, again, you brought up Mr. Al Gore. Why don't we hear some wise words from Mr. Al Gore really quick, and then we'll go back to this video here. But since I have it in the archive, and it's such a great example of who Al Gore is and what he stands for, you know, great guy, terrific guy, amazing guy. Here's Al Gore is talking about how social media is bad because people go down rabbit holes, you know, with the conspiracies. Great stuff.
To one based on broadcasting and then moving on to the internet and to social media has disrupted the balances that used to exist that made representative democracy work much better. Because a free self-governing people rely on a shared base of knowledge that serves as a basis for reasoning together collectively. But if you have social media that is dominated by algorithms that pull people down these rabbit holes that are a bit like pitcher plants, these algorithms, they are the digital equivalent of AR-15s. They ought to be banned. They really ought to be banned. It's an abuse of the public forum. But when people are pulled down these rabbit holes, you know what's at the bottom of the rabbit hole? That's where the echo chamber is. And if you spend too much time in the echo chamber, what's weaponized is another form of AI, not artificial intelligence, artificial insanity. I'm serious. I'm serious.
Well, if you roll that back, you can see that I pointed at the exact moment that the word insane was scrolling on the bottom bar there as he was saying artificial insanity. Just trying to point out my perfectly timed tech skills here. I've fused with the metaverse, folks. I'm a cyborg at this point. We all are. Shout out to Smart Dust. What's going on here? Let's go like this, and then we'll do this. That made a false representation. Yes, indeed.
Instead of doing a
shout out to Mushi Kaka as well, or Mishiu Kaku, however you say it.
Rain dance, we physicists are firing trillion-watt lasers into the sky to actually precipitate rain clouds and actually bring down lightning bolts. This is potentially a game changer.
But this is experimental.
It's experimental. However, in the laboratory so far, it works. When you have water vapor and you have dust particles or ice crystals, you can precipitate rain. It condenses around the seeds. These seeds can also be created by laser beams. By firing trillion-watt lasers, you rip apart the electrons, creating what I call ions, and these ions act like seeds, like dust particles, bringing down rain and even lightning.
Go ahead.
Well, this fascinates me in part because, too, I remember reading the stories that China had used this during the Olympics, that the USSR had used this after Chernobyl to create rain clouds. I mean, did those really work then? We have some of these capabilities now?
Inconclusive. Even in the 60s, the CIA used this to bring down monsoons during the Vietnam War, to wash out the Viet Cong. Governments have been playing with this thing.
Alleged to.
Alleged to, right.
Yeah.
Now, we realize that for decades now, these governments have been alleged to have experimented with weather control, but nothing conclusive. This time we're bringing in the laws of physics rather than simply waving our hands and uttering mumbo jumbo. We're actually using trillion-watt lasers now. And in the laboratory, sure enough, they precipitate rain out of water vapor. Sure enough, you can actually bring down electricity down the beam.
So what does it mean for drought areas that need to have rain for crops? And if they don't have them, there's the consequences of famine.
Well, the bad news is if it's a clear blue sky, it's not going to do anything at all because it only takes water vapor that's already in the air and condenses it. However, for floods, for agriculture, farmers, for people planning wedding parties, football games, you name it, outdoor events and agriculture and flooding and even hurricanes. All of them could be subject to weather modification.
Incredibly interesting. Professor Michio Kaku, thank you so much.
They just have a few
That
minutes.
courtyard looks cold. It'll be better with the trees.
Are they going to plant trees there?
No, but you're going to draw them. This is just what I don't need right now. Do you realize we have department review in 3 weeks?
Well, just felt
it's a nuclear meltdown disaster. I mean it.
The Clamp Center is the most advanced smart building in America with the latest in security, communications, and climate control. Now, the center is just one part of Mr. Clamp's round-the-world business network, which includes construction, sports, finance, and, of course, a popular line of jams and jellies. Now, for those of you who have cable TV at home, the Clamp Cable Network is located right here in the building.
Well, Lewis, it's like I've always said. If you want to find something weird, you have to go downtown.
Calm and centered. I enjoy giving milk.
Martin?
Hello, Doctor. How's the cloning work coming along?
Really well, Doctor.
Lewis?
Say, Doctor, we've got something we want you to take a look at. This is the most interesting bioelectrical work I've ever done. Just think. Millions of rats in New York City, and everyone hates them. This is the most interesting bioelectrical work I've ever done. Just think. Millions of rats in New York City, and everyone hates them.
It's him! He's here! Mr. Clamp, sir, I'm Lana Bloodstone. I'm the department head here. If there's anything at all...
It's okay. Everybody just relax and want about what you'd be doing normally. Hey, I know I haven't been down here before, but that's going to change. I'm going to be more hands-on with these operations from now on. Hey, this is excellent.
Isn't that terrific?
Good morning. Welcome to Trump Tower. It's an honor to have all of you with us. If we rebuild the World Trade Center in the form of a skeleton, Freedom Tower, the terrorists win. We want to rebuild the World Trade Center as the World Trade Center, but better. A little bit taller, a lot stronger, just plain better.
Chinatown. Give a street festival, a sort of a spontaneous outpouring of appreciation for the, everything I've done for the community down there. We're gonna have those dragons, with the guys inside, those big long dragons, and maybe we could have a parade, with all that.
Three, two, one, cue Leonard.
Hi, I'm Leonard Maltin. This is the movie Police.
3, 2.
Oh my gosh. Did somebody leave something out? Not I.
It's eating my vegetable medley.
Officer, just let us in there. We'll take responsibility.
Get it, lady. Most of the people are out of there now.
Then what's in there? I've been to Beirut. The important thing is to keep this out of the media. You know how these people are. They get you to say something. The important thing is to keep this out of the media.
You'll have to set it up from the outside.
Oh, good. I finally get to use my secret exit.
You know, sir.
Yes, Bill?
If you pull this off, you could save the city.
Save the city. Developer saves city. I like that. Good.
Hey, that's Clem. Let's go.
Mr. Clem, is it true the building's been evacuated?
Sir, is the building on fire? No, that's a false alarm. We've just got some problems.
We're gathering together because there's more power. This has been almost like programming that's been put into humanity's mind for a long time. Now it's more of a manifestation of this. This is just so far off the scale where this world is heading. The amount of time, effort, money that is being expended by Satan and his minions to implement his agenda.
A future that Ernest Cline, the writer of the book, envisioned.
I was very careful with Ernie collaborating with me every step of the way to be able to find the movie narrative inside this dense forest of Ernie's profound imagination.
The Oasis being the ultimate toy box with all the toys in the world, and then playing that with one of the greatest filmmakers of all time. It results in just amazing action and such a fun adventure.
Ernest Cline is such a visionary, and I think has seen the future before any of us possibly could even imagine it.
Yeah, shout out to y'all. I guess I don't know. Sometimes there it's like it's really silly. It's really silly, brothers and sisters. I don't know why they do it. I'm not sure. It's pretty pathetic. Again, Shane is a really cool guy, has no issues, loves that other people share his work and turn others to his work. So again, very strange that these platforms claim safety and equity. Well, they don't claim equity, but yeah, it's laughable, folks. It's laughable. So I wanted to check out this video from Minutes of Horror, which is kind of a big channel actually, but there's some interesting stuff over there. And as you can see, according to them, warning, it's no longer a conspiracy. But first, give me a 5 out of 5 that I'm back. Let me know that you're here. Let me know that you can hear me, you can feel me, you can see me potentially. Let's see, can I turn my mic on here? My cam on? All right, no background now. What do we got going on here? Hold up. Alrighty then. Well, you know what? It's better without the cam anyway, because then the configuration, bandwidth, whatever you want to call it, is better anyway. Okay, so let's check this out from Strange. How long ago did I cut out? Just like a couple minutes ago? Just because you dropped this comment, and then 140 was 2 minutes ago, so I'm guessing I was just out for a minute. Okay, well, getting that a lot lately.
We are going to be looking at some disturbing videos.
But what are you going to do? Let's check this out from Minutes of Horror.
We are going to be looking at some disturbing videos, strange and odd news stories, and as always, let's go and get right into today's video. We definitely have some very disturbing things to talk about today. For example, if certain people want to stop you in the street and they want to go ahead and scan your face, you cannot say no. You cannot turn them down. Absolutely wild.
You actually can. That's the funny thing. You actually can. So,
but before we go ahead and get into that, I do want to go ahead and talk about this.
It's here, the first humanoid robot housekeeper. Thank you, Neo. For $20,000, you can pre-order 1X's Neo robot now, with delivery in 2026.
Think you missed a tiny spot over here?
Just one little catch. There may be a human behind the curtain, pulling the robot strings.
If I throw up, will the robot throw up?
A company representative may need to peer into your house via Neo's camera eyes to get things done.
To many people, this is crazy.
You have to be okay with this for the product to be useful.
We're twinning now, Neo.
1X is taking on home robotics' biggest challenges, creating a safe body and a smart brain. Its fabric-covered body lets Neo try to do a lot of things humans do around the house. Emphasis on try.
You got this, Neo. You got it.
My challenge, load 3 items in the dishwasher. And that took 5 minutes. The challenge isn't just Neo's body, it's also its brain. It needs to know how to perform tasks on its own, without human help. But right now, everything I saw Neo do was guided by a skilled teleoperator in a VR headset. This is how Neo learns. The videos of the robot doing household work via teleoperation become the training data to make the AI model smarter. That's why 1X is putting Neo in the homes of early adopters.
I think it's quite important for me to just say that in 2026, if you buy this product, it is because you're okay with that social contract. If we don't have your data, we can't make the product better.
The next few years isn't about owning a super useful robot. It's about raising one. But at least this robot can have lots of fun.
No, like this. 6, 7, 6, 7.
This is spooky, right? Because I know people personally that want something like this. They want a robot in their home because they think it's like Rosie from the Jetsons. And your data is more important to them than ever before. You heard that man said at the end. And when it comes to this man, I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. I don't know when, I don't know where, but he looks very familiar to me. They can't train these robots without your data, and people are going to give it up because people are going to want this. They're going to hear it all over news, media, from friends, social media, just how great this product is, and you need to have one. And the funny part is it does absolutely nothing on its own. You bring it inside your home, it has cameras in its head, and it monitors everything. But it's being trained how to act like a human inside your home. So essentially, you're paying all this money to turn your home into a training ground for your replacement. That's the funny part. It is all about data to empower their AI. And last year, back in October 17, 2024, the Pentagon came out and they said they want to use AI to create deepfake internet users. They want to use quote unquote fake people. And then a few months later, even up to today, I am getting comments from people telling me, I need to show my face. I need to show my face. It's important you show your face. They want to be able to copy and scan how I say things, how I express things, how I move my head as I talk, how I gesture, because this all goes ahead and helps train their AI deepfakes. You can see right here, Secret Special Operations Command is looking for companies to help create deepfake internet users so convincing that neither humans nor computers will be able to detect their fake, according to a procurement document reviewed by The Intercept. And I'm sure a lot of these social media companies are sending them video footage of people talking, reacting, and doing things on camera. Matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and talk about later on in this video again how they are making it mandatory where they can stop you in the street and scan your face. Your likeness and your data is very, very important to them. But one of the places where it's more difficult for them to get you is inside your home, and people are allowing these type of things in. But yeah, I have been getting some very weird comments lately, like it's mandatory that I reveal myself. And I reply to some of these comments. I'm like, how does that change the information that I'm showing in this video? Because most of the information I show are directly from news articles you can research yourself. And of course, when I reply to them, they don't respond. And I said this in another video, but give it a year or 2 years, YouTube and all these other platforms, they are going to say they are no longer allowing faceless channels. You have to show yourself if you want to be a part of the platform. Yeah, they have my face when I give them my ID, but that's not good enough. They want to capture the expressions, the emotions. They want to capture everything because, again, it's training their AIs. They're training deepfakes. They're training these robots. And if that sounds like I'm being paranoid, again, this all comes directly from the Pentagon. Do not allow these robots in your home. Do not allow them to monitor you. Do not train them. Do not allow them to scan your face when you're out and about and take your likeness. So this first news story is crazy, and it really goes to show where we are going to be heading in the future. This is why we have to be very careful about the digital ID and making sure they do not enforce it on us no matter where we may be. This individual over in Belgium, his name is Frederick Balden. He has been coming out and saying that all of his bank accounts have been closed with no explanation whatsoever, and he believes this is due to him exposing Ursula von der Leyen, the president of the European Commission. He wrote a book titled Ursula Gates, which examines the power of lobbies in Brussels and relates it right back to Ursula von der Leyen. Now, after speaking out and exposing, again, all of his bank accounts, whether it be personal, business, even his 5-year-old son's savings accounts with ING and Nagelmaker's Bank in Belgium, had been closed with no explanation. Baldwin said he received a polite letter from each bank asking for the return of his cards. Baldwin also filed a complaint against Ursula for refusing to produce text messages exchanged with the CEO of Pfizer during the C-19 jabs negotiations. That's interesting. Earlier in 2023, the Court of Justice of EU ruled the European Commission was acting unlawfully by failing to disclose those messages. So now, a few months after the ruling, the individual whose text messages were ordered to be released is cut off financially. And Baldwin, he calls the experience political debanking, since it appears the pressure is coming from above to stifle a critic. But it's not just him. There are other cases in the United Kingdom and Canada where accounts were frozen for ideological similarity. So what do you think is going to happen when the digital ID rolls around in full force? You speak out against certain things. Let's say there's another sickness that comes out and they want you to get this jab to stop it, and you don't want to get it. Well, they're going to know it, and they're going to go ahead and cut you off if you do not get it. Freeze your bank accounts, freeze your healthcare, because they are also making healthcare included in this whole digital future. You speak out against something you find suspicious, well, that's not what the mainstream news is saying, so you must be spreading misinformation. We're going to go ahead and freeze your bank account until you take a test to understand why you're spreading misinformation, and if you get 3 strikes, you're going to be removed from the system altogether, meaning you cannot buy or sell. Matter of fact, I remember them testing something like this with social media, especially YouTube. A while ago, I had received a strike for something I said, and they labeled it misinformation. I had to take a test to have that strike removed in 90 days. It has something to do about Dr. Fauci and dogs, and at the end of the day, I was actually right, but they'll never admit that. They will never admit they gave me a strike incorrectly, because at the end of the day, it's all one big test run, and it's all about control. This is what we're going to see with the digital ID on steroids. It's all going to be about what they want you to say, and what they want you to do. And if you don't do it, well, you're not going to be a part of their system. But moving on, people are sending me this video. Now, I actually made a video on this topic, a couple of videos months ago, about this company, Cognify. They are developing this technology where they would put some type of AI headset on prisoners, and over a course of a few days, a prisoner would have served mentally in their mind a 60, 70, 80, 90-year prison sentence. And this is designed to basically stop overpopulation in the prisons. I'm going to go ahead and play this video, but then afterwards, I'm going to go ahead and talk about an interesting connection that goes right back to the United Kingdom, which makes me believe they are already doing this.
This is no longer about us, honestly. I think it's too late, but it's about our generations to come. Your children, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren. There is a company called Cognify. If you Google it and watch their video, and it's The Future of Incarceration, is what it's titled. With this Cognify system, let's say you do a crime, or maybe you act out against the government, or you have a belief system that is not consistent with the country that you live in, and you are prosecuted for a crime by their definition. You will then get an opportunity to choose. Let's just use this for hypothetical. A measly petty theft. You can spend 50 years in prison, or you can go through the Cognify process, which in 3 minutes, they will imprint memory sets. So let's say there was someone who was even harmed by the crime that you did. You will be able to feel the emotions of your victim, the emotions that the family members went through, all of that. You will be forced to have the empathy, and you will feel like you've been imprisoned for 25 years or whatever it may be, but it's only 3 minutes.
This is Black Mirror type stuff.
Yes. So it's only 3 minutes. And I'm not joking. You watch it and it will just blow you away. But remember, they say this is for the goodness of society. Okay, would you trust your government with your memory sets?
So again, this is nothing new. This was announced in the beginning of 2024, this design. But I do find it interesting that at the end of 2024, the United Kingdom makes an announcement that they're going to go ahead and release prisoners early from their prison cells because of overpopulation. Now, originally when this came out, we were told that the people being released were people who did not commit any violence, people who did not end people's lives, or people who did not sexually assault others. Well, surprise, surprise, it has come out that the United Kingdom has been releasing people who have done those things, and their excuse was it was just an accident. And while they said it was just an accident at the end of 2024, now they are coming out and saying that yes, we are releasing people who have ended people's lives and others, but there are some exceptions, and I just wonder what those exceptions happen to be. Could it be the very violent criminals they are releasing early went through the Cognify system? And like you heard in that video, who knows what exactly was planted inside these people's heads? And you have to remember, if it is indeed true, these people lived 60, 70, 80 years inside their head in a span of 3 days. So how mentally sound are these people? This could be something like MK Ultra on a whole different level. And I do believe something like this is indeed true, because like I said before, when it came to the digital ID in the United Kingdom, that is just a test run, and soon the digital ID will appear in all different types of countries. No different than this Cognify. They are testing it in the United Kingdom, and soon it'll be released to other countries once they get the results they want. But moving on, but still talking about 1984 dystopian times, apparently ICE is wandering around and scanning people's faces, whether you are a citizen or not. And what has come out is that if they decide to scan your face for whatever reason, you cannot decline them. Now, at first, I thought this was some kind of anti-ICE article. Maybe this person does not like ICE, and so they are creating this article despite them. But no, another website has the document, which comes from the Department of Homeland Security itself, and inside the document, it says just that. The document goes on to talk about this mobile Fortify app that ICE will use on either their Apple or Android handheld devices, whether it's a tablet or a cell phone, and apparently, and it goes on to say, to conduct identity verification of individuals encountered during an ICE operation, ICE agents will use the mobile Fortify app for biographic and biometric checks. When ICE agents or officers encounter an individual or associates of that individual, they will use the mobile Fortify app installed on their devices to take a photograph. The photograph is then sent by the application to CBP's Traveler Verification Service in ATS, as well as the seizure and apprehension workflow that contains the biometric gallery of individuals for whom CBP maintains derogatory information. If no match is made or a photograph cannot be captured, the ICE agent or officer may then use the mobile Fortify application to collect contactless fingerprints. This is crazy. This contactless fingerprint then goes throughout other systems to confirm your identity. They also go on to say how they are mainly targeting people they strongly believe are illegals, but then how are they really going to know without actually confirming? Now, this is the part where nobody can decline this face scan, because it says, ICE does not provide the opportunity for individuals to decline or consent to the collection and the use of biometric data or photograph collection. So there you go, but this gets even crazier because I'm reading this article here from 404media.com, which actually interviewed a ranking member of the House Homeland Security Committee, Benny G. Thompson, and he told them that ICE will prioritize the results of the app over birth certificates. So if you're the type of person that carries their birth certificate with them, whether in your wallet, your purse, or so forth, and ICE stops you and you give it to them, they'll say it doesn't matter. Give up that data. Give up that data right now. The article goes on to say that ICE officials have told us that an apparent biometric match by Mobile Fortify is a definite determination of a person's status, and that an ICE officer may ignore evidence of American citizenship, including a birth certificate, if the app says the person is an alien. But this was always the plan. This has been spoken about for years. They bring in people by the busload from other countries, promising them all types of different things. The border is very unsecure. And then when they have a lot of people over here, then they tell us, oh, there's an illegal immigration problem, and the only way to now solve it is through a complete AI nanny state. Their chaos, their order. What we're seeing right now is just a test run to something so much bigger. And what exactly is contactless fingerprints? I was doing some research and I came across this website right here, aerotech.com, which pretty much sells the idea of contactless data. And a lot of this was created and adopted and supported by the public due to the C-19 because people said, I just don't want to touch anything. You see how that works. But let's go ahead and scroll down right here where it says contactless fingerprint recognition. It says fingerprint recognition has been a cornerstone of biometric technology for years, but the introduction of contactless methods brings a new level of convenience and hygiene. By using high-resolution cameras, these systems capture a user's fingerprint without requiring a physical touch. Contactless fingerprint recognition systems use high-resolution cameras to capture detailed images of fingerprint patterns from a distance. Advanced algorithms then analyze the fingerprint's minutiae, tiny details like ridge endings and bifurcations, and match them against stored templates. In some cases, 3D imaging technology is employed to capture the depth of the fingerprint ridges, further enhancing accuracy and security. And so they pretty much say it right here. When you access your mobile banking, different applications, and so forth, when you press down on your phone to touch these apps, it'll go ahead and scan your fingerprints, and your fingerprints will be in the database. So next time you want to access one of these apps and you don't want to go ahead and press down on your phone, well, no worries, because your fingerprint is already stored in the database. But by telling you this, they make it seem like you have an option to go ahead and do this, but in actuality, anytime you touch your phone, you touch these applications and so forth, they're scanning your fingerprints and they're sending it right back to the database without telling you. But this is a way to tell you without actually telling you they've been doing this for quite some time. I also seen this pretty interesting video when it comes to contactless fingerprints and the technology that's currently out there.
Scientists have discovered a way to recreate your fingerprints simply by the sound that it makes rubbing across your touchscreen. So they can recreate without even seeing your fingerprints. It's called Print Listener. If the government wants to, let's say, frame somebody, they just need your fingerprint. Once they can recreate your fingerprint, they can actually get a photo image of your specific patterns of fingerprints. And then what they'll do is they'll take that, put it in a 3D printer, make a physical copy of those prints. And then they can take that 3D copy and put it on a window, put it on a can. And how are they going to get this fingerprint? Because you've never given it, you've never put your hand anywhere, through the sound of friction rubbing across your touchscreen.
how it slides across the screen.
Because for you to be copied, you would have to scrub the same way, at the same velocity, at the same pressure, and have a very close fingerprint at the same time to make a replication, which now we're adding layers of improbability. Everybody does everything a little different, which makes a different picture.
But moving on, I found this video to be interesting because this woman is going to describe her experience cooking with chili, and she comes to the realization that nothing is real when it comes to food.
This is me talking into the void. I'm going to record these thoughts as I have them. So I'm making chili last night, and I've been telling people, I've been saying over and over and over again, the food's not the same. The food is not the same, okay? I'm making chili, and I like to grate cheese, you know, cheddar, Monterey Jack, whatever. Grate my own cheese, throw it in the chili, it thickens the sauce. It's just a really nice way to thicken the sauce with flavor. So my son wanted a pot of chili, so I said, okay, I'll make chili. Look at all this garbage. I said, okay, I'll make chili. Do you know, the way I cook my chili, it's on a low heat for the beginning of the day, and then medium, but it's literally cooking all day. Tell me why my shredded pieces of cheese did not melt. And not only did they not melt, now I have chili with these strips of spongy, plasticky, I don't even know how to explain it. At first, it was like spongy texture. But you try to chew it and it's like rubbery. It's like, I don't know how to explain it. When you chew on your pen cap and you're a kid in school, except for a little bit softer, like this is not real food. This is not real cheese. It is not real meat. I don't know what we are eating, but it is not real. And whenever I have a friend, because I can't have my own garden, I have friends that have their own, and they grow their own vegetables, and they share, and these vegetables have such amazing flavor. You can smell the earth. And the vegetables we buy at the grocery store, you can't taste the earth, you can't smell the earth. And I'm guessing it's because they're not from the earth. So, just saying. Have a good day.
And the cheese she used was probably the shredded cheese, like Kraft shredded cheese, which is pretty much nothing but sawdust at the end of the day. But when it comes to food today, it's not just the look, it's not just the texture, but just the taste. It doesn't taste the same. It tastes very artificial, very weird, like it's not even coming from an animal. It all tastes fake. And talking about everything just being fake today, even right down to the food, it really makes you think how much of the past, how much of history is also fake. This video really made me think because the timing and the timeline is very questionable.
Can you point to, say, one big issue that is like so obvious when you look at it from that perspective, saying, well, clearly we're being given wrong information about that?
Well, if you want to just focus on the buildings, I would say that the best example is probably San Francisco. I was really shocked to learn how short the timeline is between the discovery of it to it becoming like the city that we know today. I think everybody would admit that it's a beautiful city, or it should be. It's not being taken care of like it should have been, but the landscape, the harbor, the Golden Gate Bridge, all the things about it are just, it's picturesque. But I was shocked when I found out that San Francisco, we're told, was not even discovered. Like the bay was not discovered until 1776. So the year that they fought the Revolutionary War, or at least they had the Declaration of Independence, that's the year that the Spanish supposedly discovered it. And then so no one really lived there outside of like Franciscan friars or people like that until like, I want to say in 1848, that the population of San Francisco was like 1,000 people.
Right. And then the story is the 1849 gold rush.
Yeah, the story of the 49ers.
Right.
And the interesting part about that is that the narrative says that many people moved out west because of gold. Now, where they're mining for gold was in a lot of cases about 15 miles from San Francisco. So it doesn't really quite fit like that you would populate this whole city with people who are miners. And if it was just miners, like, are they also part-time construction workers? Do they build the city while they're in the mines the other parts of the day?
Yeah, good point.
Now, if you actually look at it, so yeah, you have 1,000 people in 1848, then you have this boom in population. Right around this time, like what I think the camera was being invented like in the 1820s, but you have early pictures of San Francisco like in the 1870s. So like the very earliest pictures you have, there's a really famous panoramic shot of San Francisco, and you pan around the city, there's not one building under construction in the whole place, but it's completely filled out. And you can look in the background, you can see Greco-Roman things, and you can see old cathedrals. And the city looks like it's got age. Why I say this is a great example, though, is if you go back and there's old maps from the 1500s, 1600s, and 1700s, where there's a place called either San Francisco or S. Francisco listed on the maps right where it's at. But we're told that it wasn't discovered until like 200 years later. Yeah, I want to say it's like 1840. There's a picture that says S. Francisco, where it's at.
Thank you so much for watching. If you like this channel and you want to see more, please subscribe. If you're already subscribed, please like, as any engagement does help the channel grow. Once again, thank you so much for your support.
Yeah, so of course, how much of our history is like is any of the history we've been sold real? I mean, likely there's some of it that's real. I mean, maybe, I don't know, a quarter of it, maybe, possibly. Half would be like a stretch, probably. But yeah, let's move over to these current events videos I had, some recent news. So this LA producer was sentenced to prison for murder of 2 women. Man was arrested after a Facebook comment literally just quoting Trump. Of course, this could be fake news, because what isn't fake news these days? And yeah, let's check out these 2 stories here. Let me end this poll because it didn't even work as planned. It didn't even pop up in the chat. I checked in another tab, signed into a different account, and the poll didn't even pop up. So whatever. Let me see here. All right.
Now at 10:30, a Hollywood producer was sentenced to 146 years behind bars for drugging and preying on multiple women for over a decade.
Can you imagine serving 148 years thinking like maybe one day you'll get out? Man.
David Pierce will spend his life behind bars for the overdose deaths of an aspiring model and her architect friend.
He was also convicted of raping 7 women. Some of his victims confronted him in court today. Sandra Mitchell live from Hollywood with more on the emotional sentencing.
Oh, Trump, that's your boy, man. Pardon him, dude. What's going on?
Big Sandra.
It was gripping and it was grueling. Almost 2 hours of testimony from these sex assault victims and their family members.
He let Christy actually die and kept her for a very, very long time.
The mother of murdered model Christy Giles.
Before he took her to a hospital.
Calling her daughter's killer a monster at his sentencing today.
She wasn't a junkie, some type of plaything for you to take home and shove all the drugs in her that you could, and then leave her and let her die, and then basically throw her out like garbage.
43-year-old David Pierce sentenced to 146 years to life for the
Trump, that's your boy, man. You're not going to pardon him for real. Come on. I mean, like, it's fake news. You know it's all fake news, dude. Back your boy up. Pardon that man.
2021 drug overdose deaths of the 24-year-old Giles and her 26-year-old architect friend Hilda Corrales-Arzola. Pierce was convicted of drugging, sexually assaulting, and then abandoning the women outside LA hospitals.
Knowing that 2 women did not survive what I did is a weight I carry every day. It made me sick. It made me mad. And it made me very disappointed in myself for not reporting my experience sooner.
Pierce, stoic in court, forced to listen to 2 hours of victim and witness testimony.
It's not shocking. Anybody that knew him was like, yep, it's long overdue.
Including from his former roommate.
It was a never-ending cycle of parties and him bringing home inebriated girls and raping them.
Tonight, Pierce begins his 146-year sentence with a parting message from his victim's mother.
You enjoy every single day in prison that you have, my sir.
And one more sad and almost unbelievable note to this story. A 25-year-old police officer who also was raped by Pierce and was set to testify today in court at his sentencing was killed last week in an accident while on duty. We are live tonight in Hollywood.
Sure it was an
Sandra Mitchell,
accident.
KTLA 5 News. Sharon Micah, back to you.
Definitely an accident.
Thank you, Sandra.
Everything's an accident.
A Facebook comment quoting President Trump cost a man his freedom. Part of a sheriff's new explanation was just contradicted by police. Good evening and welcome to News 2 at 6. I'm Bob Mueller. Larry Bushart has been in jail since September 21st. His bond is $2 million. The Perry County Sheriff's Office claimed he threatened mass violence at a school. News 2's Kel Smith reports Bushart seemed confused when police told him.
This is 38 days ago. Lexington police are about to arrest Larry Bushart. His supporters say he's a retired law enforcement officer. He's also critical of the Trump administration.
This guy's fake news. It's all fake news, folks. In case you can't tell, it's all fake news. Every single bit of it, folks. Every single solitary bit, except when the media is praising me. Then it's not fake news, folks. Then it's good news. Sometimes Fox gets me right, folks. Sometimes. But Fox is the terrible people usually. Most of them, they're terrible people. But there's a few of them, they're okay. They're okay with me. As long as they're praising me and sucking my dick in public, they're okay with me, folks. But Pfizer, amazing people. We just did a $70 billion deal with Pfizer. Moderna, AstraZeneca, Johnson & Johnson. I'm surely will follow if they have any sense. Shout out to Pfizer. Shout out to Albert Bourla. Let's continue, folks.
Administration. Just on the day of his arrest, he posted dozens of memes to Facebook.
Hey, Mr. Larry. Yes. So Perry County has called back again, okay? And they've ended up issuing a warrant for you, okay? So you're gonna have to come with us. We'll get you booked in. We'll get all this figured out, and then you'll have to take it up with them in their court, okay? Okay. We gotta come in with you if you're gonna go back in, though.
That's fine. Y'all can come in. We're getting carpet in the morning. So
okay.
In body camera video released by police to News 2, Larry and his wife do not ask many questions. They seem to know why he's getting arrested. A few hours earlier, Larry said Lexington police visited him regarding a Facebook post.
Just call me and I'll have a phone, okay? And I love you. Thank y'all.
And he thinks that it's just, freedom of speech, I kind of think, this is...
Yeah, but like you were saying earlier, we kind of have nothing to do with it. I understand. Look, it's just y'all's job. I mean, y'all have to do what. Yeah. But hopefully it works out for y'all. I think so. I hope so too. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
A court affidavit ties Larry's arrest back to Perry County Sheriff Nick Weems. In a community Facebook group, someone posted about a vigil for conservative commentator Charlie Kirk. Larry commented, the sheriff saw it and messaged an investigator. We do not have access to the Facebook group to see Larry's comment for ourselves, but based on the quotes in the affidavit, Larry appears to have shared this meme from the gun safety group Everytown. It quotes President Trump saying, "We have to get over it," one day after the Perry High School mass shooting. According to the court affidavit, Larry said, this seems relevant today.
We're going to need multiple ambulances. Multiple veterans now.
Everytown's meme references a shooting at Perry High School in Iowa in 2024. A 17-year-old boy killed 2 people and wounded 6 others before killing himself. President Donald Trump spoke about the shooting at a campaign event.
It's just horrible to see that happening. That's just horrible. So surprising to see it here. But we have to get over it. We have to move forward.
The affidavit accuses Larry of threatening mass violence at school. The arresting officer told him just as the body camera video ended.
And just clarify. This is what they charge you. Okay. Threatening mass violence at school.
At school?
It's referring to the school. I have no idea. That's what they called us for, and I ain't getting a clue.
I play on Facebook. I know you don't give a clue.
I ain't got a clue. I just got to do what I have to do. I'm not saying you did or didn't do anything.
No, I didn't do, but I didn't commit a crime.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you did or did not commit a crime.
I may have been
That's not illegal.
That was Nicole Smith reporting. The Perry County Sheriff sent a statement to News 2. It reads in part, quote, Mr. Bushart was not brought to our attention simply because of his speech, but for the public repercussions of that speech. We coordinated with other departments to approach Mr. Bushart and provide options to de-escalate the situation before an arrest was made. Mr. Bushart declined to clarify his public messages and calm the situation that was causing multiple reasonable citizens to be in fear of their children's safety at school, end quote. You can read the full statement at WKRN.com. Now, we asked the sheriff which agency he worked with to ask Bushart to de-escalate or clarify his post because that was not mentioned in the affidavit or body camera video. The sheriff said Lexington Police. We asked Lexington's police chief if his agency was involved with that. He said no. Bushart is due back in court in December. In the meantime, he remains in jail on a $2 million bond.
Definitely not fake news, folks. Definitely not fake news. Shout out to OTW. Looks like we're going through the gamut here. That might be the last news video that I had queued up because I had a playlist and it kind of got deleted. So, but let's check into what the Dollar Vigilante's been talking about here. I think he just posted this. Trump's Hunger Games, optics, Canadians defecting en masse. Yeah, Trump's Hunger Games, Epstein Ballroom, 3i Atlas, ushers in New Age. This is kind of a long stream, though, so I'll probably kind of skim through it a bit.
This is a work of satirical fiction. Any resemblance to real places or situations is purely coincidental and exaggerated for media effect. The story intentionally contains factual inaccuracies and absurdities as well as artistic expression.
Jeff and Apples walk the street, talking about the sky so neat. Weather weapons causing storms, globalists with secret forms. Jeff and Apples, what a pair. Whisper thoughts while breathing air. Apocalypse is on its way, but they still find time to play. But they still find time to play. But they still find time to play.
Oh, Canada. But we'll definitely talk about some other stuff. We'll talk about the new Trump ballroom and the 3i Atlas and numerous other things. But it is almost Halloween. In dogs we've lost, Obviously, Lucy's going to have her special spot. We're going to think about her. 5 weather weapon. Now, it could have been a hurricane, but once again, just like the one that hit here in Acapulco a little over 2 years ago, which is quite incredible to see how everything's like, you can't even tell there was a Cat 5 hurricane here anymore. There's like, people still repairing their houses and stuff, but the nature has grown back better than ever. But a lot of the reports are that all the scientists are all confused. It came out of nowhere, Category 5, and slammed into Jamaica. Well, anyone want to guess? They were already planning for Vision 2030 Jamaica, a paradigm shift to prioritization of the higher forms of capital, human, knowledge, cultural, institutional.
So let me get this straight. A massive, ultra-rare, once-in-a-lifetime hurricane slams Jamaica, and the island already has a long-term plan on the books, Vision 2030 Jamaica, to reshape infrastructure, cities, and services by 2030? Totally unrelated, I'm sure. Vision 2030 Jamaica talks big. It's a whole vision of how to rebuild and modernize. Just a reminder, disasters unlock budgets, redraw maps, and fast-track projects. But I'm sure they have nothing to do with each other.
Yeah, going to turn into a smart country, a little island smart country. Of course, to do so, it's way easier just to wipe everything out and start brand new with your biometric smart country IDs and everything. And would that be a surprise if that was all done on purpose? No. This is basically like globalist cabal, whatever you want to call them, the cult rezoning of the world. Well, no one even notices. It's incredible. But I've definitely started to notice
I don't know if no one knows.
Canada's getting. I haven't really talked about it.
That's a stretch, sir. Jeff, I think that's a stretch.
Not much. Like the last time I lived there was 2002. So 23 years ago. Long time. And, I bring it up every now and then, and I make fun of it a lot. But I haven't really...
I mean, shit, dude, even the sleeping, jabbed sheeple are aware, many of them, to what the fuck's going on, seemingly more and more by the day, which is amazing because it's almost like maybe the programming is, maybe a lot of people got placebos. God willing, a lot of people did get placebos. I really pray that that's true. I'm faithful that that's true, that a lot of people got placebos. I have to be faithful. Otherwise, I will be entirely not entirely antisocial, but extremely picky and selective on who I not just associate with, but even just like acknowledge, respect in any form or fashion. You know what I mean? So I have to have some faith. I have to hold out some faith there.
Really talked about how bad it's getting there, because it is getting pretty unbelievably bad. Like most of the stuff you see online from Canadians is like they're crying, like we don't have any food, and not to laugh at them, but it's all actually predictable because of the socialism in Canada. This is actually the end result of socialism. All kinds of people trying to escape and defect, and of course they were locked down during the COVIDs, which should have been a real sort of warning shot to a lot of people. It's been funny too because the Toronto Blue Jays are in the World Series, and so they've been singing the Canadian national anthem at the World Series. And they actually have, I call it the national sing-along, of course. It's basically to keep slaves under mind control and keep them believing in something that doesn't exist and that they're part of something that doesn't exist and forgetting that they're slaves and all that kind of stuff. But they actually changed the national sing-along years ago because Canada has gone like woker than almost any other country on earth. It's quite incredible to see.
I have to say the craziest thing about the Toronto Blue Jays winning the whatever the fuck is I really don't give a fuck. I don't give a shit. No fucks given.
And so they
couldn't care less.
Just have a line in the national sing-along. Something like, in all our sons command. But then they changed it to, in all of us command, which is kind of like, just sounds weird and stupid. But then at the game, just like the other night, they sang it, and they changed it again to that only us command.
True patriot love, that only us command.
But the night before, they actually had a guy singing the national sing-along, and the line is supposed to be, our home and native land. But he changed it to our home on native land.
Oh, Canada, our home on native land.
Now, I'm probably one of the most sort of empathetic people to the plight of what you can call Native Americans, the people that supposedly, I don't believe anything we're told about history. When you see all these buildings in the 1800s in the US, they look like Rome. That couldn't have been built in just a few decades from people with horses and carts. So I don't know what to believe. But if it's kind of true that this entire area called North America, which includes Mexico, by the way, which everyone always forgets, was basically inhabited by what you could call natives, people who had been here for a long, long, long time, not from Europe. And I say a lot of people are like, yeah, good, us European types came over and killed all the barbarians and stuff. I don't see it that way at all. I think it's a heinous thing, if that's what happened, that a bunch of white guys came over and just slaughtered everyone because they were different than them. And those people, by the way, if what they say is true, We're incredibly connected to nature, to the land, to source, to creator. So in that sense, way more my kind of people. So I see a lot of people all upset that that singer sang our home on native land, not our home and native land. I see a lot of people like upset about it for saying it's on native land, but that's true. It's just true. If anything we're told about history is true, then it's true. The people there are on native land, the people who live there. So I'm not, first of all, I'm never upset about a national sing-along. I don't care about it. And the people that are kind of upset are like, he said on native land, when that is basically true. But here's where it gets really interesting. There's been a lot of areas, including Quebec, British Columbia, all in the last few months, that have begun to say that all private property in certain areas, like for example in Richmond, British Columbia, if you've had that land and you've had a title to it for 10 years, 20 years, 100 years, whatever the case is, they're basically now saying that you don't own the land anymore, the natives own it. Which, you know, like we can get into private property rights and all that kind of stuff, but it's basically the same as what you see in the US with the Juneteenth stuff, that all of a sudden white people who never owned slaves, actually even back then it was mostly Jews, are supposed to give all their money to black people who were never slaves because their great-grandparents might have been slaves. And this is very similar to what they're doing in Canada. And basically saying that, yeah, if you've owned your land there in Canada for decades or even a century, whatever it is, you don't own it anymore. And a lot of people who have like death contracts, which they call mortgages, it's a French word, means death contract, have been turned down when their mortgage comes up for renewal, because basically the bank's saying, well, according to all this, you don't own that land anymore.
This might be the wildest letter I've ever read in my life. Check this out. Please take note that a recent BC court decision made some very important decisions which could negatively affect the title of your property. A briefing paper prepared by the City of Richmond staff attached for your reference. If you look at the draft map attached in the briefing, your property is located within the claim area outlined in green. For those whose property is in the area outlined in black, the court declared Aboriginal title to your property, which may compromise the status and the validity of your ownership. This was mandated without any prior notice to the landowners. The entire area outlined in green is claimed on appeal by the Cowichan First Nations. Sorry if I butchered that name. Cowichan? Anyways, given the serious implications of the court decision and the pending appeal, the city's hosting information session to be held on Tuesday, October 28th, and we hope you can attend to learn more about this important situation. That's from the mayor of the City of Richmond. I covered this when it first happened, and it didn't get the attention it deserved then, and it needs to get the attention it deserves now. This literally opens up Pandora's box to allow First Nations to take claim and ownership of your property. This is absolutely insane. The only thing I'm surprised is that this isn't international headlines. On a domestic stage and on a global stage, this is brutal and it's laughable. Imagine owning a home for 25 years, paying property taxes on 25 years, only for then the government to say, hey, it doesn't belong to you. It actually belongs to the First Nations. You're probably gonna have to work something out with them. Insane.
So that's pretty interesting. And keep in mind too that the Canadian government has done everything they can to destroy the Canadian culture. Not that there was much, but there was hockey and beer and stuff. And white people. That's the thing they really want to get rid of. And importing millions and millions and millions of mostly Indians, and not native Indians, people from India, into places like Mississauga, which now looks like New Delhi in many ways. And that's how Canada kind of is starting to look now. Even in Mississauga, which is in Ontario, like here's what the ads look like on the television programming.
Grand on furniture ਦੇ ਦੇਣ ਜਾਣਾ ਜੀ ਫਰਨੀਚਰ ਇਤਿਹਾਸ ਦੀ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਜ਼ਬਰਦਸਤ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਸ ਆ ਟਰਕੀ ਸਟਾਈਲ ਸੋਫਾ ਸੈੱਟ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਆਏ ਹੋ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਤੋਂ 3-3 4-4 ਦਾ ਇਸ ਵੀਕਐਂਡ ਮਿਲਣਾ ਹੈ ਸਿਰਫ $1799 ਸਹੀ ਸੁਣਿਆ ਜੀ $1799 ਬ੍ਰਾਂਡ ਨਿਊ ਸੋਫਾ ਲਵ ਸੀਟ ਤੇ ਚੇਅਰ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਦਿਓ 86 ਟੰਕਰ ਡੈਰੀ ਐਂਡ ਟੰਕਰ ਦਾ
I'm not gonna lie, that looks like some pretty top of the line furniture right there. I mean, I would definitely chill on one of them couches. I mean, that looks comfortable right there.
Main intersection, number 2 call 607.
Turkish food. Let's not forget Turkish food. I mean, that's just
262-000647-00000.
So as I was saying, your average person, not everyone in Canada, but your average person is completely wiped out in Canada. They can barely afford to live with the inflation, the drop in the currency, which is kind of what inflation is, and all the regulations. And now they're saying they don't own their land anymore. And they're moving in people from India. It's actually going to outnumber the locals in just a couple of years at the rate they're going. But then on top of that, and this is something that Ed Bigos, my partner, the Dollar Vigilante, and I've talked about many times in the past, about socialized medical care, which they have in Canada. And most Canadians are super proud of it. They're like, we have free medical care. It's like, it's not free. Not free at all. And it's horrible. It's absolutely atrocious. I was so glad. Like my wife's experience in the hospital here in Mexico was so incredible. It was like VIP, 5-star service, and not very expensive. $8,000 basically. Like I don't have health insurance. There's no point. Nothing's that expensive down here, and it's like immediate, great service, stuff like that. But Ed and I have talked over the years about how anything that is to, at the end
3 months of life,
ends up with death panels, which actually Bill Gates has already brought up.
You know, is spending $1 million on that last 3 months of life for that patient, would it be better not to lay off those 10 teachers and
to make that trade off in medical costs. But that's called the death panel, and you're not supposed to have that discussion.
Yeah, you're not supposed to talk about it, but they're actually doing that in Canada now. They have a thing called MAID, the medically assisted dying program or something from the government, which even my own father, who's been wrecked by the lethal injections and mind controlled by the television programming, has brought up to me a few times how he might just have the government put him to sleep at some point. Like, that's how under mind control most people there are.
I feel your pain, Jeff.
And we talked about how socialized
man.
medical care ends up with death panels. And the reason is that when you socialize something, all of a sudden everyone's got a great interest in you. So if you're kind of like fat, overweight, and sick, if you live in a society with a socialized medical system, people start looking at you like you're stealing money from them. You're taking their money. And it eventually reaches a point where they begin to talk about, well, if you're kind of like sick, maybe they should kill you. And they're actually talking about that now in Canada.
So the Journal of Death and Dying recently this year of 2025 came out and expressed what Health Canada's plans look like to do to save money. They are on track starting 2027 to 2047 to save $1.273 trillion by providing 14.7 million Canadians with MAID rather than palliative care. What was that number? Say that. 14.7 million Canadians. Over 9 million of those are projected to be elderly. Over 4 million of those are projected to be the mentally ill and suicidal. Over 300,000 of those are projected to be the Indigenous population, and then everyone else addicts, homeless, and otherwise. So Canada's running a eugenics program, and they're planning to expand that with the start of a mentally ill only qualification in 2027. And for those that are find those stats as disgusting as I do, you can go check out the Sage Journal or the Journal of Death and Dying. They break it all down for you. They go through the numbers. We've also done it on the series as well.
Yes, sir. The Canadian government is talking about killing 15 million Canadians over the next 20 years, which I think it might be over the next couple of years, actually. But still, 15 million. Do you know how many people live in Canada? It's about 40 million. So almost half of the people in Canada right now will be killed by the government in the coming years. And how many Canadians are even talking about this? Hardly not. Zero. Because they're all under mind control. I even wonder if they're allowing the Blue Jays to win the World Series so far just to take Canadians' mind off of it. Because most Canadians are like, yeah, we're going to win the World Series. You're not. They are. They're all American, except for one player. But, they're under the mind control. But, yeah, the government has basically come out and said they're going to kill half the people in Canada in the coming years. And they're increasing the amount of foreigners. There's only about 25 million white people in Canada. They say they're going to kill 15 million. They'll probably be all white people. And if you actually think about it, the numbers that they're saying is pretty darn close to the Deagle forecast. That's almost exactly what Deagle said the population numbers are going to be. This is getting so bizarre to watch. And so I'm glad I'm watching it from afar. You might be thinking, well, there's got to be some Canadians who are going to fight back against this, basically genocide of most of them, right? Well, yeah, there's definitely some. Not many, but there's some. And most of them don't have any guns, because for the most part, guns are legal in Canada. You're allowed to have like a rifle for hunting. And even a couple guns are allowed if you keep them in a vault, which is like pointless when you have a gun. Usually if you have a gun, you need it like kind of quick, right? You don't want to be like spinning the dial, someone's coming up behind you with a knife. But it's Canada. And then if you kill the guy with the gun who broke into your house, you'll go to jail for the rest of your life in Canada. That's just how it is. But some people still have a couple guns. And they've been basically saying now that in about a year, anyone who has any guns, and there's not many, but those that do, will be ended up in jail for like 10 years.
Canadians starting in Cape Breton today will be able to enroll in the program, be able to get compensated if they were to turn their firearm in, or they will be able to get compensation if they deactivate and confirm that it's deactivated with a certificate. So it is strictly voluntary. Nobody's being forced to undertake the buyback program. Well, the expectation is that they will comply, and the order in council, as you know, is being extended from this October to October of 2026. So there is a one-year window. Our expectations is that law-abiding citizens will abide by the law, and beyond that, the police with jurisdiction is tasked to, as you know, implement the criminal code.
It is so wild to watch all this stuff in real time, and stuff that I basically said was going to happen. When, even like 10 years ago, I was saying things like, the socialized medical system is going to end up with death panels and death camps and stuff, and almost everybody thought I was insane. And now they're actually doing it, and no one seems to notice because they're all fluoridated. They got aluminum, they're spraying them with the aluminum. It's incredible. But some people are starting to notice, and a bunch of people are trying to escape or defect from Canada now. Canada's great escape. The cost of living crisis drives record exodus in 2025. But here's the funny part. So a bunch of the smarter Canadians are trying to get out. I don't know what took them so long. I saw this coming 20 years ago. But here's the funny thing. They're trying to bring in all these immigrants from like India and Pakistan and all these like third world countries. And like half of them, when they get to Canada, they're like, I don't want to live here. This is horrible. A recent poll has found that 42%, almost half of recent immigrants to Canada, are considering leaving the country due to dissatisfaction with the quality of life. Yeah, they can barely survive. It's so wild. And of course, you got Mark Carney of the Elbows Up. Who's in the same political party as Justin Castro, and somehow they got back in. And you see a lot of people like, oh, if only Peter Poilievre got in. Peter Poilievre is a World Economic Forum young global leader. He's best friends with Justin Castro. It's all a big show, just like all of it. But people can never figure it out. I even saw a video just today. I don't know why it came up on my screen, but it was a Canadian guy who had moved to Paraguay, which I have to say, if you had to live in Canada or Paraguay, it's a very easy choice. Incredibly easy. Paraguay is actually awesome. And he was talking about all the things, all the reasons he left Canada and how much better it is in Paraguay.
But the point I really wanted to make was the cost of living here is like half or less than Canada. And there's no taxes on my income, and there's no taxes on my purchases. So when you add that up, I can almost buy 3 times as much as I can buy in Canada. Like in Canada, me and my wife were saying, well, how often can we afford to buy beef? How often can we afford to go out to eat? What can we do? We're paying $3,000 for our home. You know, we're paying $150 at the grocery store. We're barely getting anything. You know, how can we even afford good vegetables? You know, here, I just bought 4 steaks for like $7, and they were good. They were better than Canadian steaks. You know, you go to restaurants with your family, you're maybe spending $20, $30. The best restaurants in town, you're spending like $75 for like a premium steak, premium restaurant. You know, buffet, the best buffet in the town, like $25 a person. So the cost of living is way less. I'm renting a brand new townhouse, spacious, 2-bedroom, garage, nice deck with a built-in grill, brand new granite countertop, nice kitchen. Guess how much it is? Yes, think about how much that would be in Canada. It's 800 Canadian. I paid 6 months up front. What was it, like 3,000 US bucks or something like that? Just gave them the cash 6 months. That's like almost just a bit more than 1 month in Canada. Now, the one thing that isn't cheaper here is if you try to import American goods or Canadian goods too. Imports have some importation taxes on it. They want you to buy locally, but Paraguay has amazing shopping. The malls are very nice. There's everything you need. They even have like Apple stores, you know, secondary market Apple stores, everything you need if you want. Clothes, a lot of selection, goods, foods, herbs, ingredients, seeds, all of that. They got nice, decent farmers markets. I order kombucha every week, get 4 liters to deliver to my house. Oh yeah, the service in Paraguay is amazing. Everything is done on WhatsApp, so you don't have to worry if you don't speak Spanish. You don't have to call people. Everything is done on WhatsApp. So if you have trouble speaking the language, you can just do a translation back and forth, screenshot it or copy paste it to the translator. So here I am, 6 months into my journey. I've already acquired my residency. I'm an official temporary resident. I have a driver's license. No plan to go back to Canada.
Oh, I should mention, if you're on YouTube, you probably can't see any of that stuff. Go to vigilante.tv right now and you can watch the full video with all the clips. Yeah, you're starting to see a lot of people defecting from Canada, going to places like Latin America, which is so much better. And I actually saw a few people saying things like, oh, Mexico's dangerous for like white people. Because they actually had basically like a George Soros type little media event in Mexico City a couple months ago. Is your typical looking Antifa people with their hoods, getting paid, smashing windows with all the media there, saying they want to get all the gringos out. Now, I was just in Mexico City, didn't see anything like that, and I'd be surprised if I ever did, because the Mexican culture is so laid back. If you're not really causing massive problems, they don't care. They're very happy. So a lot of that's actually made up for the foreigners, like Canadians. So they see that, they're like, oh, I guess we can't go to Mexico. See, they got you on every angle. It's so incredible. But I don't know, when I look at everything going on in Canada, and I'm not saying this to put you into like a panic or a fear to get out like tomorrow, but the way it's going, this is not going good. This is going to be really bad where it's all going. Just wait till the economy classes, which could be like tomorrow. And I'm not even joking about that. And once that happens, your chances of getting out will be even far less. Of course, what you could do, if you can wake up enough people, is just get rid of the government and then everything would be great. And have a completely free market, narco-capitalist type society. But most people aren't ready for that. They don't even know it's possible. They think they got to go into a closet and press a button and pay their taxes. And that's, you know, how they have the world they want. And that is how they have the world that they have, is because they keep doing stuff like that. It's incredible. And meanwhile, a lot of people in the US are probably like, we're so much better in the US. Barely, okay? Barely. Like, yes, you still have guns, and the taxes aren't as high, and the government isn't actually trying to kill half. Imagine if the US government just announced that they're going to kill, because what's the population, about 350 million? They're going to kill over 100 million Americans in the next couple of years. You think that would get some attention? Probably a little bit at least. In Canada, nothing. Zero. But in the US, they're doing it differently. Of course, they're wrecking and destroying and trying to kill and make sick everyone in the US as well. But in the US, they're doing it a little bit differently. They're kind of doing the bread and circuses a lot more in the US. And of course, Donald Trump, his big thing lately is that they're actually smashing down a large part of the White House, which, you know, if you just told me that someone's demolishing the White House, I'd be like, that is so great. I hope whoever is demolishing part of the White House right now is living out a fantasy that the rest of us can only dream about. But they're actually going to, like, the Trump regime is turning it into like the Caesars from Rome. Like, everything's like this fake gold now. They got this huge ballroom for all of their elite parties, like with all the Epstein's, the Bride just laying out for the party, P. Diddy, have Tom Hanks there, Barack Drone Bomber. They're just going to have like basically Hunger Games parties there. And a lot of people are all excited about it. Like, this is so great. And they're like, and Trump's not even going to steal from us to build it. Because you know who's paying for it all? It's all the people who are making billions and trillions of dollars from this regime. So it's like FBI Book and Oracle and Palantir. They're all paying for this giant ballroom. And I don't even want to know what's going to happen in there.
Looking for Washington, D.C.'s most glamorous entertainment venue? Look no further than Donald Trump's Jeffrey Epstein Memorial Ballroom. At the Jeffrey Epstein Memorial Ballroom, we specialize in middle school dances, sweet 16 parties, quinceañeras, beauty pageants, foam parties, and so much more. The Epstein Ballroom is Washington's beautiful secret. 90,000 square feet of gold, glitter, and class. Make your event magical with the Epstein Ballroom's Diddy Baby Oil Flume. Join DJ TJ as he DJs all ages shows. And this Christmas season, you can sit on Santa Donnie's lap. Say goodbye to 123 years of history and say hello to the Donald Trump Epstein Memorial Ballroom. At the Donald Trump Jeffrey Epstein Memorial Ballroom, every day is a wonderful secret.
Yeah, I've seen a fair amount of maggots and Q patriots. Oh, like, yes, it's making America great again. It's like, no, because if you look at what's actually happening to your average American, they're now being extorted for hundreds of billions of dollars more every year just for buying anything outside the country. A lot of people in the U.S. too are living paycheck to paycheck.
Cover spices and categories. Everyone loves us. They made us great.
We didn't deport them for your stuff.
We made America great.
And that was the end of the first phase of democracy as laid out by the Founding Fathers, and the beginning of the healing.
All this talk of a ballroom to service the super wealthy while the rest of us continue to pay more for healthcare and basic essentials makes me think of this powerful political cartoon from 1906. That's incredible. They've actually got people cheering on. Oh, look, they're going to have even more luxury. Like, how many planes does Donald Trump have now? I think Qatar gave him like a 747 or something. All basically payoffs for all the stuff that they're doing. Now they're going to have this like Hunger Games, eyes wide shut ballroom. And a lot of people are like, this is great. He's making America great again. It's incredible. Yeah, they shut down the government like a month ago. Trade war with China, destroy American farmers, bail out Argentina, cut SNAP food programs, rising cost of living, people going hungry. Is this still exactly what you voted for? It's raining. Thank you. Here's Andrew Kaufman, who's a Jew and a friend of mine. You're told your enemies are people you disagree with politically, fascists, terrorists, immigrants, Muslims, people in other countries, people who don't vaccinate. Your actual enemies are Palantir, Digital IDs, BlackRock, Flock Surveillance, tech lords, data brokers, the World Health Organization, CIA, and the government in general. Yeah, and in general, everything's going to get far, far, far worse. You won't even believe it. But if you do the work, and if you're smart and you're prepared, you subscribe to our newsletters, you're doing the work, you're meditating, you're getting yourself physically, mentally, and spiritually connected, you should be totally fine through all this. But most people are not ready whatsoever. And it's going to get very interesting. You know, I actually realized something just today, something my wife's been telling me for a while. Because what she'll do is if she has like a question like, you know, should we go here, or should we go there, or, you know, should we go on this trip with the family? She'll go and pray and ask and meditate, and she'll actually wait for an answer. What I didn't realize completely until today is that the answer doesn't come in words. Those words generally come from your mind. The answer actually comes in incredible signs and signals. Like, you might be wondering, am I going to survive this thing that's coming? And then you open your eyes and there'll be like this butterfly there. That's how it actually works. It's actually incredible. And nothing in this world is how most people think it is. And I mean nothing. Like even how the human body works. Of course, it's completely miraculous. There's no way to explain it. Because none of it's actually real. We're inside of essentially a 3D video game we created for ourselves. And we create our own Truman Show and that sort of a thing. But even inside the game, all of the things that they tell people about how their body works or health, like for example, your heart. If you listen to all the Rockefeller medicine doctors for the last century, they all say, oh, your heart's a pump, and it pumps the blood. That basically is not the case. Basically, it's in a shape that creates a sort of a toroidal field, a vortex. And basically, it's incredible how it all works.
Do you know your heart is not actually a pump? The heart is in the shape of a chestahedron, which is a 7-sided shape where all of the surface areas are the exact same. Place a chestahedron inside of water and spin it. The water will create a vortex. If you get your heart and unravel it, it's basically one tissue but wrapped around in a vortex. If you examine the blood flow inside of the heart, it moves in a vortex spiral. The heart also creates an electromagnetic toroidal field known in science as a biofield, which warps around your body. And this electromagnetic field also moves in a vortex spiral just like your heart. Maybe this is why Jesus is always pointing at the heart, because this is the spring of life within the human body. The heart is not a pump but a valve. Rudolf Steiner, an ancient occultist, knew this and even did lectures on this. He believed the human heart was the vessel of the soul to allow life force of the soul to enter into the physical body and animate it life.
Yeah, that's what it is. Your heart is basically a vortex. It's a living electromagnetic field generating rhythm, resonance, and harmony. And the reason I kind of caught on to that a little bit more lately is after I gave blood, and I might have broken the world record for the speed my blood came out of my body. I should, I don't think I broke the world record. Like, I'm pretty sure Charlie Kirk beat me.
Not counting gang violence. Great.
Now, of course, that might not have been real. It definitely looked strange. It looked all clumpy, and then it just stopped, which it should have done. It should have been spraying for a while. So I might still be the world record holder in blood flow, as I found out at a Mexico City hospital where they're all taking my picture and all excited. As I think it was well under 5 minutes. I gave 450 milliliters of my blood for my wife. And I even went on AI afterwards and looked up, and I can't find anyone who's done it quicker than I did. But it actually makes sense, because I use the Tesla machine every day, which is essentially taking plasma from the ether and connecting you with life source energy. Your heart is a vortex, and your blood is basically like plasma. And so when I'm using the Tesla machine, I'm probably like supercharging all that, which is all pretty incredible when you think about it. And there's way more to all this stuff than that.
So it says here, they never told you, but your body's more than flesh and bone. Who would have known, right? 150 years ago, knowledge of the biofield was erased from common awareness. Your body's electric, wireless, and powered by frequencies. The ancients knew your heart is a vortex, your pineal gland a transmitter, your nervous system a cosmic antenna. Every thought, emotion, vibration shapes the geometry of your energy field. This is why minerals, frequencies, and breath are sacred. They charge the body's circuitry, awaken intuition, and align you with higher dimensions. You're not just a physical being, your energy, your light, you're the field itself, and more, I would argue, right? It's time to remember, it's time to reclaim your power. And then shown a graphic here, charged minerals, electric mind and body, brain composed of copper, carbon, pineal gland, electric nervous system. Ionized or electrified minerals are needed to nourish the body and maintain the body's nervous electrical system, which is connected to the brain. All motor functions are governed by the body's electric nerve system. The fact that the human body is composed of the same elements found within the earth allows plants that contain these same elements to actually complement the human body. Through a process known as chemical affinity, the charged minerals needed to power the electromagnetic body are able to be obtained from the natural food sources. So, yeah, God provides all, quote unquote God, if you don't want to call it God, creator, all, most high, source, what have you, right? Provides all. And there's a plant for every ill. Not a pill for every ill, but a pill for every kill, but a plant for every ill. For real. If the body is electric, then you should feed it alkaline electric nutrition, which viruses, germs, and inflammation, which are the manifestation of disease, can't live in an alkaline environment. An electric alkaline diet promotes a disease-free body and mind. I'll just ad-lib in here that, bio-individuality and blood type is definitely an under spoken about topic in regards to diets and the like. But maintaining a proper pH balance within your body while providing energy, health, and wellness is essential. Daily exercise is essential for keeping the body healthy and electric. What we call electricity may be called life force, prana, chi, depending on language and culture. You can think of a nerve as being similar to a bunch of wires bundled together in a cable. Well, that's weird. Am I on my, oh, I see what I did.
Yeah, you don't hear any of that in the Rockefeller 8 years of medical school, do you? You also don't learn about nutrition. You just learn about Pfizer products.
Yeah, well, the thing is they all use that. That's what's crazy, is they all use the homeopathic models, and that's what's so ironic. But it's only for them. Only for thee, not for the rest of the 99%. Yeah, what was I gonna play here? Hold on. The mental body obstructs the higher body's messages from reaching the three lower bodies. The emotional body is connected to the energy flow from the higher bodies. The etheric body holds most karma as constrictions in its energetic flow. Universal awareness body, linear masculine. Universal intent body, flowing feminine. Mental body, linear masculine. Emotional body, flowing feminine. Etheric or astral body, linear masculine. Physical body, neutral. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, you don't hear any of that in the Rockefeller 8 years of medical school, do you? You also don't learn about nutrition. You just learn about Pfizer products. Oh, the person says this hurts, we'll give them this pill from Pfizer.
This portion of CBS This Morning sponsored by Pfizer. Good Morning America is brought to you by Pfizer. CBS Health Watch sponsored by Pfizer. Anderson Cooper 360. Brought to you by Pfizer.
But that's the cool thing about this apocalypse, is most people are completely unaware it's even happening. But some people have started to really do the work, and they're starting to see through the veil, which is what the apocalypse is, the lifting of the veil. And they're starting to realize all of these truths about how things actually work inside basically this matrix. And it's nothing like they've been told by the system, essentially. That they are actually energy, their heart isn't even, it's not a pump, all these sort of things. Their pineal gland, how that works, how everything affects your biofield. It's so incredible. But some people either knew this or are learning this now. And a lot of them are actually gravitating to the Tesla Club. Like if you go in the Tesla Club, in the members Telegram chat, that's all people talk about is all this kind of stuff. And on top of that, just every day, just massive, major, miraculous healing. Like Eddie, hi all, this is my first testimonial after using the Tesla for about 4 weeks. A friend of ours broke her right ankle in June. My wife picked her up because she couldn't drive. She was still using crutches. After the first 20-minute treatment with the old machine, which wasn't running at full speed, she was able to turn her foot. She put her crutches away after 2 days. A week later, she came to see us by car. It had an effect on me too. I had suffered an umbilical hernia, actually quite high up, while surfing 7 years ago. It was a bulge that hurt when I pressed on it. It was really awful when I coughed or got up awkwardly because I would often get a cramp in that spot that lasted 2 minutes. I'm used to cramps on my feet, but this was 5 times worse. After about 2 applications, the bulge was gone and I have no pressure pain. Since her C-section 4 years ago, my wife has been experiencing numbness between the incision and her belly button. After 2 treatments, she could feel everything again. Thanks to Jeff for letting the world know about this amazing machine. Just imagine a world where every family would have access to this technology. Not to mention all the other positive effects: calm, clear, and focused mind, better sleep, more energy during the day. Yeah, that's why I keep mentioning it, because imagine everyone had access to this technology. And compared to the medical system, it's super cheap. And obviously, if a billion people wanted it, it could be mass produced for even way cheaper than it is now. So it costs almost like nothing compared to the $25,000 a year that people in the US pay for a family for medical insurance. It's incredible to, all these things happening out there, and all these problems that people are having and are going to have way worse unless they wake up. But people like myself have basically moved on already to like a brand new world, which is amazing. We don't get sick, we don't age, we actually de-age. And I'm a bitch. There's like a Jew guy, he's like, he's a scammer. Yeah, just let you know about the biggest discovery of our lifetimes. Like here's Sia. I have problems with the urea cycle and have difficulty getting toxins out of my body. I can't handle glycine. This accumulates in my body and makes me sick. Ammonia is formed. I can't convert sulfur to sulfate or handle salicylic talks, talking about the machine in the club. It took us months to decide on it, and super grateful to you, because if I can help alleviate a little pain for anyone, especially family, I was once there. That gives them just a little bit of hope, or even a bit of capacity to make their health a bit better. And then they came out and said there's this alien spacecraft called Atlas AI, I think. 3i Atlas. Now, of course, it was a Jewish guy who said he found it and stuff. You got to be very suspicious of that. And of course, it's usually NASA type stuff, and of course, you can't believe anything they say. But there is some interesting things about it, and Greg Reese actually put it together really well here.
3i Atlas was discovered on July 1st by the Atlas telescope in Chile. It originated from outside our solar system and will exit permanently after perihelion today, October 30th, 2025. 3i Atlas is the size of Manhattan, which makes it too big for a typical comet. Its path through our solar system has it skimming right by Venus, Mars, and Jupiter in a fine-tuned path that has a 0.005% chance of being natural. It is producing its own light, and it has a sunward-facing tail glowing in front of it, which is very unusual for a comet. Based on these details, Harvard astrophysicist Avi Loeb suggests the object could be artificial. But the symbolism behind it goes much further. Comets and other planetary objects in the sky have been seen as way signs for a new age, a new era, or great change for thousands of years of written history. In the Bible, there is wormwood, which appears 7 times in the Old Testament and once in Revelation. It is associated with bitterness and death. Ancient Hindu writings speak of Dhumaketu, a fiery comet marking the end of an age and the dawn of the next cosmic cycle. The Mayans wrote of the Kukulkan comet that would be seen during the shift into the New World. And the Hopi wrote of the blue star Kachina that would usher in the 5th world after a purification. The cataclysmic shifts recorded in the Epic of Gilgamesh from ancient Mesopotamia involves a passing planetary object called Nibiru. Nostradamus described comets and objects in the sky marking the birth of a new age. And the 3i in 3i Atlas points to the third eye, the third ventricle in the brain, and the awakening of consciousness in a human being, which is what the astrology suggests as well. During its perihelion, there will be a grand water trine, a rare event where 3 planets in the 3 water signs form an equilateral triangle. Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, the 3 most influential planets, will all be in water signs. This symbolizes cleansing, purification, adaptability, and the transformative power of flow. In Western occult philosophy, comets are active agents of spiritual forces that drive human evolution by introducing new cosmic impulses into our planetary system. Overall, comets represent the creative forces that disrupt earthly routine and introduces new qualities and impulses to human evolution. Just as a woman brings a new child into the family, the comet injects a new dynamic into human spiritual growth.
I kind of wanted to read that before it got off the screen. Comets in astrology, harbingers of change and cosmic messengers. In astrology, comets are seen as celestial omens. They're said to be dramatic cosmic visitors that signal major transformations, upheavals, and shifts in consciousness. Unlike the planets, quote unquote planets, right? For all the space is fake people out there, but unlike the quote unquote planets, which follow stable orbits and represent long-standing themes, comets appear suddenly and unpredictably out of nowhere, often coinciding with major historical events. Though they're a great visual treat, their bright and fiery tails and temporary presence in the sky symbolize disruption, revelation, and divine messengers. Comets in astrology symbolize divine intervention, transformation, and unpredictability. They appear when great changes are underway, acting as cosmic signals that humanity is entering a new era, a new order, if it were, right, folks? As they would like you to think. But whether seen as omens of destruction or enlightenment, comets remind us that nothing is permanent and that changes is an essential part of cosmic evolution. But yeah, I'm pretty sure this is a Reese report, who is affiliated with the InfoWars network, so take it with a grain of salt and eat the fruit, spit out the pit. Peace to the pineal. Good to see you, Damsel Medic. Let's
disrupt earthly routine and introduces new qualities and impulses to human evolution. Just as a woman brings a new child into the family, the comet injects a new dynamic into human spiritual growth. According to the teachings of Rudolf Steiner, as a comet passes over us, it collects harmful spiritual substances, which are then carried away and transformed. As they pass, they also introduce new spiritual energies that accelerate humanity's evolutionary process. But
yeah, so I'd like to do another Rudolf Steiner stream. It's been a while since I've done since I've covered any of his material that I can remember anyway. I could be mistaken, but yeah, I'd like to dive into some of Steiner's work because it's very much worthwhile and it is very revelatory. And he was definitely in the know on a lot of things, and that's why I think he was taken out. I think many people would agree on that theory. Well, it's more than a theory. Seems to be evidence. But wormwood for Crohn's. Interesting. I take wormwood in tincture. It's in a parasite tincture. It's got black walnut, clove, wormwood, coeptus, some other herbs. What else is in here? Pomegranate, gentian root, and ginger. Yeah, it's pretty good stuff. Gaia herbs, no complaints. I make these tinctures last because I really microdose them all. I don't even take full doses ever. The Green Man, god of death and rebirth and paganism, that's carved into Catholic temples. Mystery of the universe, comets and the moon. On a night when the stars are clear and we gaze at the expanse of the heavens, it's a feeling, subliminate feelings. I'm kind of reading to myself here. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I need to get the 12 cell salts. I know OTW, shout out to him. He's all up on them cell salts. He's the one I think I first heard about it from, and I'm pretty sure he got turned onto it by Santos. So Santos Bonacci, who got his channel back, like a lot of people who got their channels back recently. For some reason, just a lot of channels came back recently, just out of nowhere. Extreme Reality Check got her channel back. So many down the list. I just can't think of too many right now, but at least a dozen channels I probably follow got their channels back recently. So I don't know what that's all about, but YouTube's on some interesting stuff. I'm going to try to appeal one channel that I lost in 2020 as well, because I think there's a 5-year deadline or something. And I don't know if I tried to appeal that channel before. I think I did maybe once, and I don't know whatever happened with it, but I'm going to probably do that again.
They also introduce new spiritual energies that accelerate humanity's evolutionary process. But that's not to say it makes things easier. He said that the 1910 appearance of Halley's Comet would bring a new impulse that could deepen materialism and distract humanity from its spiritual path. And in 1913, the Federal Reserve Bank was born, the epitome of spiritual rot. Steiner taught that humanity's evolutionary leap requires the individual's deliberate choice, and that one must persist in the shadow of darkness in order to raise their consciousness. Greg Reese reporting.
And remember when I tied the Antichrist stuff that South Park says is going to be coming on December 3rd to CERN, who's doing all these proton collider stuff on those dates or around those dates? Well, here's a guy who says that the Three-Eye Atlas is actually, they're using CERN to talk to the aliens on it. That's crazy. It's probably not true, but it could be. But I found it interesting because basically this Three-Eye Atlas is coming at the exact same time as they say the Antichrist is supposed to come. And they're saying they're using CERN to talk to this alien craft that's coming around the same dates. It's kind of interesting.
CERN, they've used their collider to open up a portal to communicate with extraterrestrial beings.
Whoa.
And one of them are the occupants from Three-Eye Atlas.
To be clear, CERN already has a room and a technology to open a portal to talk to extraterrestrials.
Yes.
But recently, they also used it to communicate with the beings on Three-Eye Atlas.
That's correct.
Okay, go
yes.
on.
So those beings introduced themselves as such, like so we are the occupants of this object, and they did not show up physically. They show up as holograms. Now, they apparently showed up as holograms. They look tall, that's what she said, and they communicated telepathically with every single scientist in the room.
Did this guy just drop a "that's what she said" on him? And I just want to say these guys definitely don't look like agents. That's for sure. They definitely couldn't be paid agents. They're definitely legit. Just want to put that out there.
Wow.
And they all got the same message.
But either way, I mean, I could see this being real. Again, CERN is very concerning to me. Even if a little bit of what they say about it's true. You know, Jeeps would tell me to not worry about it, to keep it out of my frame of periphery. But yeah, I don't know. I think there's something nefarious going on there. I think they've been pretty out with what they've been pretty open with what they're up to. Opening portals to demons that might come through. I think it's all intentional. So I wouldn't doubt that this could be true. He claims CERN opened a portal and contacted Draco reptilians on Three-Eye Atlas.
Which is that they are coming in peace, and they're just trying to come over here to gather all the star seeds of this planet.
So when you remote view, did you pick up on that intention as well?
Yes and no. I believe that the Draco reptilians, will be coming to Earth, but as to know what the exact intent, that I cannot really say.
Well, this is an extraordinary development.
It is.
You remote viewed Three-Eye Atlas. Did you do that on your own, or were you tasked with this assignment?
I was tasked by the same intelligence people I'm working with to look at the object, because those had concerns. But what I saw as a remote viewer was a mothership with occupants on board, and were mostly Draco reptilian occupants.
Okay.
That's what I saw as a remote viewer.
And that was corroborated by other remote viewers seeing the same thing.
That's correct. Yes.
The ship and Draco.
That's correct. One of them is John Juvenko, who is also a known remote viewer, and he announced it publicly as well. And other people from the Stargate program as well. So they basically all came up with the same idea.
The really interesting thing for me is, on the exact dates they say the Antichrist is coming, I'm going to be doing some massive things for me personally, and potentially for the whole world, which I can't tell you about. So we might be coming down to like the last days of them trying to bring in this Antichrist system, and this new Christic world being born, which people like Christoph Melchizedek are working on. And Christoph said, we're actually going to have a bifurcation, where if people haven't done the spiritual connected work, they're going to go into this smart city, hell on earth, Palantir world, and others of us are going to go to a completely different world, because none of this actually exists. And the world we're going to go to, it's like everyone will be using pirate chain and gold, and there'll be no taxes and no crime and no problems and peace and love and all that kind of stuff. And it's so interesting that all this stuff's happening right around now when I'm about to do something pretty big myself, which I can't tell you about, but you'll find out in the next month. In about the next month, you'll find out all this stuff. It's so crazy. This 3D video game's the best. It's so amazing. My own Truman Show is absolutely incredible. I've got like a plasma machine. I'm de-aging now while we're trying to like stop them from bringing in the Antichrist and maybe going to a new Christic civilization. It's so incredible. And I saw this about 2012, because I remember back in 2012, everyone was like, oh, is this like going to be the end of the world? You know what? It might have been, if you think about it.
You remember how we said nothing happened in 2012? What if that was the lie? What if something did happen, but we were never supposed to notice? After 2012, something felt off. People started noticing strange things, like small details that didn't match their memories. The Mandela effect, named after how some people swear they remember Nelson Mandela dying in prison in the 80s. But in this timeline, he didn't. He became president of South Africa and died in 2013. Then there's the Berenstain Bears versus Berenstain Bears debate. Looney Tunes versus Looney Tunes. Mirror, mirror on the wall versus magic mirror on the wall. Why do millions remember it differently? Some say these are just false memories, but others think it's something much bigger. A glitch in the Matrix. A sign we're no longer in the original timeline. Now here's where it gets wild. In 2012, CERN, the European Physics Lab, discovered the Higgs boson, aka the God particle. Some believe that moment triggered a shift in our reality. That maybe we accidentally broke something, tore open a hole in the universe, slipped into a slightly different dimension. And the signs are all around us, if you're paying attention.
This is so wild. This is the best 3D video game ever. I'm so loving it. I can't wait to see how a lot of this ends. And Christoph Melchizedek says it's going to happen between now and up to 2032, so over the next 7 years. And he's going to be Acapulco, by the way, and he's going to be doing a boga ceremony in the week after in Acapulco, which I can tell you a lot more about fairly soon, but I can't tell you why yet. I'm doing a lot of secret things. But Acapulco is going to be incredible. I've been going crazy getting some of the best speakers in the world to it. And we haven't announced any of them yet. We're just about to. You can still get like early bird discounted tickets until we announce the whole thing, probably the next couple days. At Acapulco.com, coming up February 15th to 20th in Puerto Vallarta, which I think is going to be awesome. So many people are so excited. It's so easy to get there this year. And, Christoph will be there speaking. It's going to be incredible. It's going to be so many. Actually, even my hypnotherapist, Johnny Dupre, is going to be speaking. Animal Health Chat, I haven't even announced it. We haven't announced any of these things yet. She's going to be speaking, but virtually. It's going to be incredible. Highly recommend it. And I think, it might even be kind of important for you to come to something like that if you want to get through to this Christic world. You got to start doing the work and be around people like Christoph, Melchizedek, and stuff like that. So I highly recommend you come to Acapulco. Oh, we're also going to be doing a Dollar Vigilante Summit on February 21st and a Crypto Vigilante Summit February 22nd. So it's an entire week, 7 full days that I'm going to be doing stuff at Acapulco. And how do I have the energy to do all this? That's my machine. I can do anything. I'm nonstop. You wouldn't believe all the stuff I'm doing. Right after this, I'm doing a Christoph Melchizedek session, an energy transmission. All day today, I was writing the newsletter, which will be out by the time this video is out. In that, I talk about all these things in much more detail, by the way. You should really subscribe, at least to the Dollar Vigilante. DollarVigilante.com/subscribe. You can read all the stuff I wrote about all the crypto markets, about everything going on. Plus Ed Bugos, who's like one of the best people in the markets.
Crypto slavery.
All kinds of awesome stuff in the Dollar Vigilante newsletter. That's what I was doing all this morning. I also got my hair cut at my house, by the way. Mexico's so awesome. It's basically $70, which actually is kind of expensive for Mexico. But the guy comes to my house and he's like top of the line barber. Pretty cool. I should say, like Mexico, like I played that guy about the video from Paraguay earlier. Mexico's definitely been going up in price. So many people are moving here. But that might be an idea for you. If you're like in Canada or something and you're like, maybe we should get out of here. It's like, yeah, you think? And you want to just see like Latin America, you want to see Mexico, you want to, dip your toe in the water, so to speak. Come to Acapulco. It's coming up in February. It's probably not going to be too late, although it might be. The Canadian government says it's going to kill half the people in Canada in the next few years. You're kind of running out of time. And they're taking all your guns away. Like, is this not obvious to anyone but me what's going on? This is going to be a complete genocide again, which is what they do. People won't be able to escape. They won't be able to defend themselves. So anyway, come on down to Acapulco and check it all out, because most of the people coming to Acapulco have already done all these kind of things. And all the spiritual work, all the self-work. It's going to be so much of that in Acapulco. Come do a boga. I think we're also going to be doing ayahuasca, DMT. It's going to be wild. You looking forward to it, Buckums? No, he doesn't really talk, I forgot. I think he's looking forward to it, though. He's stuck with me this whole video. Buckums, you might get the job, Buckums, but you got to talk. Anyway, like I said, I don't really even tell people about anything anymore. Like the Tesla machine, I didn't tell the doctors, I didn't tell the nurses. They're like, another miracle just happened. It's like, wow, you've got like a world record blood flow. And I just smile. I don't go, well, I've got a plasma machine, for the reasons I said earlier. So I don't really go out of my way to try to wake people up anymore, because you really just can't, unless they ask for it. If they ask me, if they go, hey Jeff, how are you de-aging? You're like a world record holder in blood flow. Well, I have a plasma machine, I'll tell you. But if you don't ask, I'm not going to tell you. And most people won't ask because they're actually completely blind to all this stuff.
Do you know, one of the greatest awakening moments is the moment that you realise that you cannot wake everybody up, especially when it's someone in your family. Some people, they're just not meant to wake up. That's their life path. Some people will never change. And that's the hardest thing that I think that you come to accept when you wake up. Because all this crazy shit going on around you. And it's just like, am I the only sane person who can see it all? But it's not. It's because change is a choice, not a demand. And I mean, you can inspire people, you can guide them, but you cannot walk their path. Some people are just not meant to wake up. And trying to drag someone into transformation only drains your spirit. And it keeps you stuck in cycles that were never meant to be for you. And sometimes you've just got to accept people as who they are, all while refusing to compromise who you are. And that's the hardest thing about waking up. And if you're focusing on trying to wake people up and just can't understand why they can't see it, that's because they're not meant to. This is their journey also, and you've just got to accept that.
Yeah, I mostly do these videos for the people who have already started to awaken, or who are completely awake. There's some people who know all the stuff I talk about here, and even more probably than I do. And those are the kind of people who come to Acapulco. It's gonna be incredible. But really what it is in this 3D video game, all of this stuff is for you to take the hero's journey and do the work and to overcome all of it. The world isn't changed by a single event. It shifts every time someone remembers who they are, reclaims their frequency, and starts living from higher awareness. Each choice adds light to the field. Yeah, and every single person who continues to do the work and brings their light into this world, remembers who they are, realizes they can not only be in this video game, but not of it, but also manifest anything they want in the video game, like me with the Tesla machine. The more that this world gets better. And that's what Christoph Melchizedek's saying. And he thinks that we're probably going to make it, but a lot of people still need to do the work over the next few years. So if you haven't been doing the work, I highly suggest you come to Acapulco. Or you're going to end up in those smart city camps probably. And we'll just be laughing at you. Right, Marcos? No, you can't talk. He's taking a pee. Let's go find Apples. Oh, there you are, Apples. What are you doing? Oh, just taking care of Mama. She's back on the Tesla machine again. She never stops.
Oh, it is always nice to see you. It's always nice to see you.
infinite mass immigration continued, reply after reply, one 85-year-old RAF veteran who chose to keep his name confidential wrote, quote, "I am most disappointed with my country, in particular, this area. As for my fallen comrades, I quote, for
Okay, I don't know why it wasn't letting me fucking unmute. It just like my computer just got hella stuck. But I never watched the Sanity Machine. But I go on this channel, he's live, and I see Salty Siren for the first time in probably like a fucking year. And I'm wondering where's she been? Well, clearly she's been over here. So that's maybe why I haven't fucking seen her, because I haven't fucking been over here. But a demonic hell realm, a sewer matrix of lies. This is the name of Mr. Steven over here. Mrs. Steven, I don't know how he identifies, but yeah. Let's see. Got the freak over. Oh, that's not the freak. Never mind. Not the freak wouldn't be over there. You know, I'm not even gonna do this right now. I think I'm gonna go back to that last video I had. I'm just having some loading issues here on my browser side, and I am using fucking Brave for once. Give my language. I am using Brave. I'm pretty sure right now. Brave browser. So this is a first. Bear with me here. What is YH? I must be tarded, because what is YH? Yeah, he's another thought leader. Yeah, the Anarchapulco thing, if I'm not mistaken, a few years ago when they were all at Anarchapulco, a bunch of them were masked up, looking slaved out. Like, so I don't know what the fuck, you know, again, anyone who needs to jump on board with the labels in order to feel like they have some value in and of the world fails to, I guess, recognize the complete lack of value in anything like that. But yeah, what is the, okay, yeah, gotcha. I've never seen anyone spell yeah like that, but all right, now I know. Did he say he has his own plasma machine? What is, yeah, I'm not sure. It's a good question. Hopefully he's not getting plasma from younger beings, and I don't know. He's talking about overpriced Bob Beck toys. What is Bob Beck? Who's that? No relation to Bob Barker. All right, let's see what Steven's up to. I don't know why. I'm gonna play into it for like 1 minute maybe. That is if my computer wants to load. That is the thing. It has to want to load. Otherwise, yeah, it's not loaded. So there's that. Let me see if I can turn my cam down. This is unreal. Reload. That must be necessary. It won't even let me reload. All right. Alrighty then. Well, I guess that's it, folks. It's about that time. I thought I heard him say that was what was keeping him youthful. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really. That was Dollar Vigilante, by the way. I don't know why I watched so much of that video. I kind of leaned back while I was looking at some other stuff in the background, admittedly, for a second there. But let me try this again here. One more time. One more time. Or actually, I think I had some queued up in this other tab. Shout out to Sav, who was live. Okay, we watched these ones already. Damn. I wasn't planning to shut it down just yet, but because of the loading issue. Okay, oh, I know the problem. I had the videos queued up on a different browser. I'm on freaking damn. I thought I was on. Yeah, I'm on browser. I'm on Brave browser, so I gotta switch over to. Let me see. Or you know what? I'll just drag the links over. Makes more sense. So apparently there were FBI arrests. FBI arrests multiple suspects allegedly plotting potential attack over Halloween weekend. So let me see if I can do this here. Drag the link. Wait, what? Oh, over here, I mean. Damn. All right, let's try this. Come on, dude. What is the deal? Try LibreWolf or Thorium browsers. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure by now Brave browser isn't what it used to be. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised. Is it gonna fucking load or what, man? I must just have a really shitty computer. I mean, I know it's old, but I definitely don't want to get a new laptop. I'd rather just like, if I can, upgrade parts. Like I've needed a new battery for the longest. I've been saying I'm gonna get a new battery for the fucking longest. And hopefully they don't discontinue. They haven't discontinued it because they're supposedly discontinuing a lot of old tech parts because they want everyone
We are following
the newest shit. You know, they want you to always be buying, stuck in a perpetual loop of buying shit that breaks. It's just breaking sooner and sooner. Planned obsolescence, folks. That's what it's called. But let's see here. So yeah, again, FBI arrests multiple suspects allegedly plotting potential terrorist attack over Halloween weekend. Let me see if there's a shorter video of this. All right, yeah, here, this one's shorter. Don't need to harp on it for too long. Kind of gonna get the point.
But first, breaking tonight, a terror plot to stage a violent attack over the Halloween weekend in Michigan. And the plan has an apparent ISIS connection. FBI Director Kash Patel says several people have been arrested. Correspondent David Spunt starts us off tonight. Good evening, David.
Fake news, people. Several people are in custody right now in Michigan being charged on this Halloween night, arrested after the FBI thwarted an alleged terrorist attack with an apparent connection to ISIS. The FBI director announcing the arrest early this morning on social media. Now, here's what we know. Suspects were picked up in both Dearborn and Inkster, Michigan. It's unclear who was arrested or how many. Patel in a statement saying the FBI is constantly on watch to keep Americans safe, adding, through swift action and close coordination with our local partners, a potential act of terror was stopped before it could unfold. The vigilance of this FBI prevented what could have been a tragic attack, and thanks to their dedication, Michigan will have a safe and happy Halloween. Now, our affiliate Shannon spotted the FBI in a neighborhood in Dearborn outside Detroit. Dearborn police confirm the Bureau was there conducting activity this morning. The local police department adds to public safety. The suspects are expected to appear in court as soon as Monday, and of course, Shannon will follow all the latest developments.
Well, David, it seems like there's an update as well in the story about in Alabama, a man arrested in connection with threats to religious figures and some other folks.
That's right. Now, we first reported this during the state charges on Wednesday, but now we're told that Jeremy Wayne Shoemaker is facing federal charges. He's been charged with making interstate communications threat. An FBI agent tells federal court that Shoemaker made a series of menacing calls to rabbis, an imam, and a church in at least 4 states. Authorities say weapons and ammunition were found at his home, along with names and addresses of other religious and prominent figures. Shannon.
David Spunt, busy night. Thank you very much.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Hey, Sean Hannity, go fuck yourself. All right, so let's just switch gears here. What's going on? No, that's not what I meant. Brave browser is not too smoothly at the moment, and it's kind of annoying.
But first, breaking tonight, a terror plot to...
Here, hold on. Fucking ridiculous, dude. All right, here. The horrifying endgame of modern psyop Preview target intelligence PSYOP with Sean Ryan. And Sean Ryan definitely has some interesting optics with the one-eye symbolism in the thumbnails and the giant booming YouTube channel videos and channel in general, subscriber count, all the things. He's got all the things. So interesting. PSYOP on PSYOPs. Agents talking about PSYOPs.
We're not all that different. Like we had talked about the Nazi from World War II that they tried, and then the reporter said, you know, that the alarming thing or the scary thing is this guy isn't that much different than the rest of us. It's just 1 degree off. And so you only know what you're being fed. And we're all being fed different things to different algorithms, or different media channel that we're watching, or mainstream media that we're watching, news that we're watching. I think, you know, for me, what I hope people take out of this is that you're all fed a very particular narrative to tribalize the US. And they've done a very good job of that, whether it's social media, news stations, mainstream, whatever that is. And so I think that people that watch this, that pay attention, will start to realize that they're being fed tidbits of different information to trigger emotions and to hate another side of this country who may not think identical to you. But I think we all have a lot more in common than we realize. And I think this is a perfect way to kind of, in a bipartisan way, to dish out the information so that people understand what they're being fed is curated in a very particular manner. Hopefully people can see through some of the stuff and realize that we don't need to hate each other. We just need to talk to each other. And I think that's just something very important.
And now, an exclusive preview of Target Intelligence PSYOP, Chapter 1, The Zone.
In 1999, a book written by 2 Chinese military...
It's highly ironic, though, right? If this guy is an agent, which is highly possible, you know, agents talking about PSYOPs. It's like, it's fascinating, right? I'm not saying he is, but that would be, right? You know, hypothetically.
Was released in the United States. The book attempts to answer a question that China was openly contending with. How can they defeat an adversary that is technologically and militarily superior in a war, a country like the United States? The book's title, Unrestricted Warfare, reflects its central idea that when an enemy cannot be defeated by conventional military forces, warfare shifts to spreading social division and undermining trust in key institutions, essentially destroying the enemy from within. Here's what they write.
If one party is at war with another, and the other party does not realize it is at war, the party who knows it is at war almost always has the advantage and usually wins. And this is the strategy set forth in unrestricted warfare, waging a war on an adversary with methods so covert at first, and seemingly so benign that the party being attacked does not realize it's being attacked.
In 1960, The Twilight Zone aired an episode in which the power and phone lines went out on a tree-lined suburban block called Maple Street. The neighbors gather outside to try to figure out what's going on, when a boy, obsessed with comic books, suggests his theory.
What do you mean, Tommy? What are you talking about?
They don't want us to leave. That's why they shut everything off.
What makes you say that? Where'd you get that idea?
Isn't that the craziest thing you've ever heard? It's always that way in every story I've ever read about a ship landing from outer space.
Not long after, one of the neighbors decides to walk a few blocks over to find out if the blackout is affecting them as well.
He was just going over to the next block to see if the power was on.
As afternoon turns into night, the neighbors become increasingly suspicious of each other.
I know where the monster is!
Then, a figure is seen walking onto the street from the darkness. One of the neighbors, who has become increasingly paranoid, pulls out a shotgun.
Somebody think of thought around it. What good is a shotgun?
As the figure gets closer, the armed neighbor aims and pulls the trigger. As the group approaches, the figure that had been shot, they realize that they've killed the neighbor who was returning from a few blocks over. Moments later, the lights in the house of the man who fired the gun start flickering.
It's Pete Van Horn. Pete Van Horn. Well, he was just going over to the next block to see if the power was on.
Charlie, you killed him.
I didn't know who he was. I most certainly didn't know who he was. We trying to protect my home? I didn't know it was somebody we knew.
Soon, lights on the whole block begin flickering as the neighbors descend into violence, throwing stones at one another.
No!
Look! Charlie, the lights just went on in your house. Why did the lights go on in your house?
No, it's nothing of the sort. I didn't know the lights on, I swear I didn't. Somebody's pulling a gag or something.
Before eventually focusing their rage on the boy.
I know who the monster is. I know who it is. It doesn't belong among us. I swear I know who it is.
All right, Charlie, let's hear it.
What are you waiting for?
Well, come on, Charlie, come on.
Who is it, Charlie? Tell us. It's a kid.
He was the one who knew. How did he know? How could he have known?
Make an answer. What's the matter with you people now? Stop.
In the closing scene, 2 men stand outside of a spaceship, looking down on the people of Maple Street, which is now in complete chaos.
Throw them into darkness for a few hours and then sit back and watch the pattern. And this pattern is always the same? With few variations. They pick the most dangerous enemy they can find, and it's themselves. All we need to do is sit back and watch. Then I take it this place, this Maple Street, is not unique. By no means. Their world is full of Maple Streets. And we'll go from one to the other and let them destroy themselves. One to the other. One to the other. One to the other.
The tools of conquest do not necessarily come with bombs and explosions and fallout.
There are weapons that are simply thoughts, attitudes, prejudices, to be found only in the minds of men. For the record, prejudices can kill, and suspicion can destroy, and a thoughtless, frightened search for a scapegoat has a fallout all of its own, for the children and the children yet unborn. And the pity of it is that these things cannot be confined to the Twilight Zone.
Alrighty then. So yeah, I don't exactly know what you just watched totally, but here's a trailer. Why not? Because I'm intrigued.
I partnered with this production company called Ironclad, and we're doing an 8-part audio series on psyops.
This is volume 1 of PSYOP.
And there are perhaps no more powerful emotions that keep people glued to their devices than outrage and fear. PSYOP operatives have adapted their methods. Foreign governments can now use bot farms and troll farms to flood platforms with targeted messages. It's going to be a really good series. I think that first episode is just something that is on everybody's mind. Everybody knows there's a lot of stuff going on with social media, a lot of PSYOP stuff going on, and nobody's been able to really put it into words and break it down like that first episode. And so I think people are going to get a lot out of that.
All right, volume 2, here we go.
We want to set the stage we kind of been teasing it out, these are the methods of conventional psychological operations, here's how effective they are.
In the spring of 1952, serious discussions about UFOs were suddenly popping up in some unexpected media outlets. PSYOPs are based on the idea that psychology can be weaponized, and why the next world war may be fought over the control of it.
Awesome, dude. Great, you did it.
Cool.
Dude, look how thick that is. Good job, dude. I feel like the audience is going to dig it.
Yeah. Yes. I think they're going to fucking love it. Just spent the last 3 days with Ironclad. Just wrapped up an awesome series called Target Intelligence PSYOP. If you've ever wondered who's pulling the strings, now you're going to know. Coming out soon.
Hey guys, subscribe to my Patreon so you can watch parts 6, 7, and 8 of the PSYOP collection on my Patreon. So it's only $10 a month, twice a month. So, $20 a month. But yeah, subscribe now.
Is that good?
That was perfect, right?
All right, we're gonna head out to Franklin and shoot the trailer now.
This series is going to be extremely important because it's going to open the eyes of people on why these things happen. What's the motive behind it? Who's pulling the strings here? That's what we really all want to know, right? Who is pulling the strings from behind the curtain? You can head over to psyopshow.com, order it today, but I think you're going to get a lot out of this. Who's pulling the strings?
Wait, no, we did that already. Okay, so is there anything else in the queue? Not in this queue. I want to check out a little bit of Jeff Snyder's video.
So,
whoa.
So this first part of this video is going to be what Marfugal News shows us about the airborne aircraft carrier $60 million endeavor that they're revealing. And then I've got another new addition to the airborne aircraft carrier saga. And then I'll go back over some of the older material, which is where I obtained photographic evidence myself of what appears to be an airborne aircraft carrier or floating fortress or city in the sky through a multispectral analysis that I did by penetrating into a screenshot that was taken from a Santilli telescope, which shows with great detail these airborne aircraft carrier. With that, let's listen to what Marf says on the recent developments about this airborne aircraft carrier.
All right, Marfugal News live in 3, 2.
All right, what is going on, guys? It is Adam aka Marf, and we are finally live. All right, so
Hey, where's Snafu Snaps? The optics are high. Marfugal News, dude. Marfugal fam.
let's get right into it. This is a very, very weird video.
Optics.
Again, there's been a lot of really, really crazy updates lately. If you have not seen some of the stuff that we've put out over the last couple of days, there was, of course, the crazy meeting with the generals, which we'll talk about over on our Marfugal TV show. But this is about this weird story which has been developing over the last year about this aircraft carrier in space, right? I also want to go over the fact that there's some pretty odd things here, things that I've never ever, even heard about or no one's really talked about, and now all of a sudden it is a thing. So first of all, I want to bring you back in time. Obviously, there's been a lot of talk about the Sarah Adams claim that there are potential events that are going to happen across the country with 1,000 members of some sort of group or sleeper cells in the United States and 1,000 sleeper cells in Europe that we have talked about, that around this same time, before January, late December, they were talking about. And these were major threats through open source intelligence that Sarah Adams, a former spook, apparently has said that her prediction is this year there will be this crazy event in both countries. Very well might kick things off. Now we're getting warnings in the last couple of weeks about Al-Qaeda and hospitals and all of these other things from other open source, from Middle Eastern, Pakistani resources, right? So there's lots of crazy stuff around that. Well, around that same time, that last month, there was that on the first day of 2025, to kick it off, we had two major events. We had, I'm trying to remember what was the other one. I think that the guy, I think he used his vehicle as a weapon. I'm not too sure. But then, of course, this one, also vehicle as a weapon, but in a different way. This guy who supposedly rigged up his Cybertruck to go and to blow right in front of the Trump Tower. Now, if you don't remember that, there's a great video that talks about what his claims were and actually has the actual letter in it. It is on YouTube. It is actually connected to this website, which is marfugalnews.com. In our bibliography for tonight, there is a Sabine video. If you guys have not seen it, she's a scientist woman. She essentially says that she does not believe gravitic propulsion exists, but that is exactly what this gentleman said in his letter. So I think that I have Dexter, do we have the actual? Yes, okay, so we have the quote here. What we have been seeing with these drones is the operational use of gravitic propulsion systems powered aircraft by most recently China in the East Coast. But throughout history, the U.S. reads the email. This was again sent to, Sam Shoemate. This was the gentleman who blew himself up, ended up writing this in a letter. He says, so what is because of the speed and stealth of these unmanned AC or aircraft, they are the most dangerous threat to national security that has ever existed. It continued. They basically have an unlimited payload capacity and can park it over the White House if they wanted. It's checkmate. Now, people made this guy up to be crazy. Some people made him up to be some sort of kind of patsy, or that they just got rid of him, that he wasn't actually driving. Some people believe that maybe he was asleep at the wheel, that somebody put him asleep, put him in the wheel, and had it self-drive to the tower, and it was very, very strange. It went off at Trump, Trump Tower. The whole thing was absolutely weird. It was how we kicked off our freaking year. But with this being said, this was, again, something that really nobody's really heard of. Like, I remember so many people saying gravitic propulsion, right? Gravitics. Well, there's something that really caught my eye, especially with a developing story that we've actually covered before. We've talked about this over the last year, about the potential and the contracts going out for aircraft carriers in space, right? And these might not necessarily be, satellite stuff. So I'm going to go over that here in just one second. I do want to remind you guys, we are completely independent. Make sure to go over to marfugalnews.com/EMP. Go check Marf. It is very marfugalnews.com/EMP, and make sure to use the code Marf. Also, take the event from the sun. Remember that. All right, let's bring my co-host internet brother Dex James. What is going on? How are you doing today?
Well, I'm a helpful fan. I'm doing just fine.
So, okay, so first of all, and this could be a reach, but it is very, very strange that this was all talk about these carriers, right? And with the time that Livelsberger, this guy that did this, the time that he did this explosion and the time that this manifesto came out, there was the whole news story that Iran was potentially had a mothership off the East Coast, or a mothership that was having drones come off of it. If you remember that.
Hey, it's funny you asked that. No, because I think I made one and then I forgot how to, like, I don't use it. So I think I made one though. So I'd have to figure out how to, which email I logged in with, because I have so many emails. But yeah, I appreciate the offer, man. I gotta look into that actually, because that can be an easy way to just have a shortcut to, since I don't have a Cash App or any of that shit. Not a personal one anyway, just to myself. I sometimes share one with someone, but it's been a while. Anyway, Marfugal, dude, the optics are high. Where's Snafu?
It was the same exact time as this, right around the first, and in those 2 weeks.
Where's the barking dog? Where's the panel versus dog?
There was all of this talk, and everybody was freaking out saying a mothership. People were talking about UFOs, but they were correcting. They're like, no, the mothership doesn't even have to be a boat. It could be an actual aircraft that releases other aircraft. We talked about this most recently with that China has now a drone, a huge like stratotanker type size drone that can actually release 100 smaller drones on either side, and then those will go and do their targets. And even some of those will release even smaller drones when they get to their target. So this is like really freaky stuff that was happening back then. And then this guy put out this manifesto that basically says, hey, all of this stuff is gravitic propulsion. Remember that. Dex, did you read this thing I saying about the aircraft carriers? And we've covered this. You probably already know all about it. The aircraft carrier in space.
Well, yeah. So they've got this notion that they're going to spend $60 million to build an orbital platform, aircraft carrier, if you want to call it that, in space, and it's coming from the Pentagon.
Yeah, and again, this is with a company called Gravitics, right? That Gravitic word, the Gravitics, in partnership with the U.S. Space Force. And this thing is supposedly going to have a non-pressurized field inside, or a non-pressurized area that it would have satellites, and it would be able to launch satellites in space. So if you think about it this way, you have a Russian satellite that goes and takes out one of our other satellites. You have either an attack satellite, go and attack that satellite, and it's deployed from in there, that it cannot be affected by EMP. Again, this is another thing they are saying, that this would be a huge move if you were worried about EMP. Also, if you had one of your really, really important satellites taken care of, you could even have robotics making replacement satellites in space, and you would not have to launch from Earth. So think about that. If you could have the material sent up in bulk to this big platform, you could then have satellites made in space and then deployed without ever launching a rocket. That's at least what they're saying. I know that there's not everybody's on the same page about the belief about what's going on above us, but I think it's awfully weird that this is much like what we've been hearing about over the last year about something that actually deploys these craft, right? And or satellites. They're saying satellites. What if this thing is actually a contract and just the design fee for something to match China or to match one of the technologies we've been hearing about, like this mothership that Iran supposedly had. Again, that Iran not designed, but possibly got even from another adversary or from an ally. So this is really weird stuff. We've never I didn't hear about Gravitic anything before this guy in the beginning of the year. Now we have a company called Gravitics in about the same year period that is now building this aircraft carrier in space, or that's doing the designs for it. I think it's awfully weird. And just the general kind of purpose of this thing as a aircraft carrier in space. It says Gravitics in partnership with the U.S. Space Force is spearheading a groundbreaking $60 million project to create an orbital aircraft carrier. This innovative platform is poised to transform the way that satellites are launched and deployed by enabling the direct launch of satellites from Earth orbit. An initiative promises a faster and more agile response to national security threats. This approach eliminates traditional dependence on rocket launches, providing a substantial strategic advantage for military operations. It says the orbital carrier is designed to align with the U.S. military's interest in maintaining a robust presence in space, particularly as the threat of space arms race looms. It says by having a pre-positioned platform in orbit, the United States can deploy satellites quickly and efficiently, addressing immediate and future security concerns. This advancement in space technology underscores the nation's commitment to maintaining leadership in this critical area. Now, I also want to point out that China has been building a platform in space, and those 3 massive rockets that went up, and if you remember this, the parts of them came down, and they were so big, they didn't have a plan on how they were actually going to come back down. They didn't have rockets that stopped them or slowed them. They came down and rotated around the Earth, and everybody was freaking out because if they hit New York, it would have caused a disaster. Those 3 were launching what it was 3 huge parts to the space station. They were massive, giant rockets. I believe almost as big as the BFR or bigger, as the big friggin' rocket that Elon has, right? Starship. So we know that they also had plans for a 5-mile-long platform in space, and we don't know what's actually up there right now, and we don't know what they have already done. They are the kings of production, and they can make things extremely fast. And with the very, very suspicious launches that they've been doing over the last year, it makes you wonder if this is actually in response to something that we don't have and somebody else does. So very frequently, we're going to continue to talk about this, and we'll update you on this orbital aircraft carrier. Again, I would keep your eyes out, because all of these things, there might be propaganda around Gravitic this, Gravitic that. Highly recommend you watch that scientist video. She seems so sure that that there's never going to be new physics, or at least not in our lifetimes. I actually disagree with her a lot about that, but she does do a great job of explaining more of the technical side of it. That is on our link on marfugalnews.com. Go check it out right down below. Or again, you can go to marfugalnews.com, go to the channel Marfugal News, and then go click on it. Please share this out if you appreciate our content. We would really.
Sky City Mass Deception from K Podgy. I say Podgy. I don't know if it's Podge or Podgy. You tell me.
A possibility that we see a false New Jerusalem descending. So I'm sure by now we've all seen the construction in the clouds and the mirages that science gives us 1,000,001 explanations for. Lots of people seeing people figures in the clouds. I've seen them as well.
He's walking on the motherfucking clouds. What is that? It's a body. Look, it shows it as a person.
So can we talk about the book of Joshua and how he had to go up to the city of AI? Before we deep dive this wild deception, the most important thing for everybody to know is that Jesus Christ is the only truth, the only life, and the only way to heaven. There is no possibility that anybody goes to heaven without repenting and believing in his sacrifice on the cross. Because he lives, we get to find him. If you have not already, he loves you. AI. And the language throughout this story, very interesting. 3,000 men went up there from the people. Up there. The first thing that I think of when I read this is how every time God calls somebody up to the heavens through the sky, he says, come up here. And they basically indirectly tell you that these were armies of Nephilim, that they were going up to spy out and possibly fight. So if my read on this story is correct, it perfectly matches all of the mythologies about floating sky cities of the gods that come around every so many years. Side note, only Christianity is true. I say mythologies because I believe that these are all the same stories, sometimes just told by like a fallen angel perspective or a different culture's perspective. So it's not correct in terms of God's word. But if the concept is there, it seems to me as if everybody saw something. It's just up to the person's interpretation to write down what they believed it was. So then Joshua tore his clothes and fell to the earth. He fell to the earth? I'm sorry, but if I tripped and fell, would anybody say that I fell to the earth? So in my opinion, Jesus says quite a few things that seem to be kind of coded warnings about this sky city for those that have ears to hear. Remember, this is my opinion, my interpretation. You're free to agree or disagree. I'm just going to show you. So the Greek word for city is polis, like Polaris. It's a feminine noun, like the Shekinah cloud. It means to dwell or to live in a place. Almost the exact same as the tabernacle. And the glory cloud fills the tabernacle. Polaris, I believe, is the true New Jerusalem. It's also the star at the center of the firmament that has never moved. It is the brightest star in the sky. I don't care what NASA tries to tell you. So here's just a few of the times that Jesus gives warnings like these ones. They seem very odd outside of this context, at least as far as I can see. You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden, nor do people light a lamp and put it under a basket, but on a stand, and it gives light to all in the house. A lot of us are familiar with the 1500s Mercator map for the flat earth map. You can see the North Pole going down to what we refer to as the Black Rock. So if we think about this as the center point of the firmament and that the pole goes straight up through it, and that Polaris sits on top of the pole, this is why a lot of people, including myself, believe that the true Jerusalem is at the North Pole. I do not think that this is a crazy idea at all. Medieval maps and medieval Christians didn't think that was a crazy idea either, because look at what's at the center. Very, very interesting, to say the least. And he said to them, is a lamp brought in to be put under a basket or under a bed and not on a stand? The North Pole. For nothing is hidden except to be made manifest, nor is anything secret except to come to light. The ancient Sukkot, or Feast of Tabernacles festival. This is a ritual they would do where they would climb to the top of a large pole or a stand and put a light on the top. the Feast of Tabernacles, God's tabernacle, the North Pole, the light of the world, a city that cannot be hidden. They cannot put it under a basket or a lattice, which would be the firmament. And this is also why I believe Polaris, the pole star, is God's tabernacle. No one, after lighting a lamp, covers it with a jar or puts it under a bed, but puts it on a stand, the North Pole, so that those who enter may see the light. We go back to the mountain or the city of God when we die. For nothing is hidden that will not be made manifest, nor is anything secret that will not be known and come to light. Seems like he's warning of a secret city that might mimic God's city, to me at least. I think that they are going to follow this scripture to copy it. Come, I will show you the bride, the wife of the Lamb. He carried me away in the spirit to a great high mountain and showed me the holy city, Jerusalem, coming down out of heaven from God. Having the glory of God, its radiance like a most rare jewel, etc., etc. Please read the entire Bible, guys. I'm just showing you little snippets. So like I said, the new Jerusalem, the real Jerusalem, like the one from above, like Paul says, the heavenly one, not the earthly one that's going to Hagar, in my mind is kind of equated to the tabernacle with the Shekinah cloud, and that would be the North Star with the northern lights emanating around it. In my antique Bible, that verse from Revelation 21 actually says God's tabernacle will come down. Here's just a few articles. If you Google this or something like this, you'll find many, many more. The possibility of the colonization of Venus put forward by NASA. The amazing cloud cities we could build on Venus. OceanGate co-founder wants to send you to a floating city in Venus by 2050. And if you forgot what OceanGate is, it's the company that psyoped us a couple years back for no reason. They sent a submarine or submersible that was apparently full of billionaires that apparently imploded. It ruled the news cycles for months. So this is the webpage for Virgin Galactic. It is a space tourism company that's just getting on its feet, ran by Virgin Voyages. This is the loading page. It's a woman with wings, just like the woman in Revelation 12. And I know I've been going on and on about this, but I truly believe that we are unraveling this deception. Also, side note, the Catholic version of Mary, a lot of the Marian art, it's her standing in a cloud saying, "Fly to me," to like the people standing below. My grandma had a lot of my old stuff from when I was Catholic growing up, and it's very much pointing to Satan appearing as an angel of light. You'll notice a lot of the images have her in clouds. Get up in the air, they connect, like they're like space docked. And they are trying to make space flight for the average person as accessible as possible with the goal of eventually making it free. And you may ask, what are they wanting to go see? Virgin Galactic's Atlas viewing flights provide a remarkable opportunity for space enthusiasts to witness the interstellar comet 3I Atlas up close. The flights aim to capitalize on the growing interest in interstellar comet tourism, offering a thrilling and educational experience for participants. I personally believe this is exactly what they were doing with these Blue Origin flights. Look at any of the people that come back. They act like they're drunk and they talk about how in love they are and how they just feel peace and love.
I feel super connected to love. So connected to love. I think this experience has shown me you never know how much love is inside of you, like how much love you have to give and how loved you are until the day you launch.
What you have given me is the most profound experience I've ever had. I'm so filled with emotion about what just happened. I
take a look at Revelation 17, guys. So remember, this is a classic depiction of what these mythological sky cities would look like, and a lot of the official space YouTubes feature this thumbnail for videos about 3I Atlas. Remember how Paul says that Jerusalem above is our mother because she's free? She's Sarah, like from Abraham and Sarah. And when we're born again, we're born of the Spirit. And that Hagar, the Egyptian slave woman, is the Jerusalem on earth because she's a slave. She is the mother of the flesh, also known as the harlot, who constantly tries to impersonate the Holy Spirit because they are two feminine aspects. This isn't like New Age or anything like that. I'm getting this from my antique Bible. If anyone wants me to go over it from that Bible, I will. But even the standard Bibles we have today make it very clear. Wisdom is referred to with feminine pronouns, and the dove is always feminine, and things like that. It doesn't mean that God is a woman. It's like an abstract concept, like we don't fully understand because our minds are limited. So basically,
all right, I'm going to stop there. I think she moves.
So now we're going to watch a video 6 minutes long that I made over a year ago where Mr. MB3 is revealing these airborne aircraft carriers to you under the name of Solar Warden, and he even gives a very specific length, like they're 938 feet long, and that there's 8 of them orbiting the planet. And I give an introduction to the part that we'll go out over next, which is my own personal photographic images of these airborne aircraft carriers, floating fortresses, or cities in the sky. So I'm just going to show you a 1 or 2 minute clip from a recent live stream Mr. MB3 did where he appears to show another one of these airborne aircraft carrier type ships that were featured in a video that I put out a few days ago, and where you can see this one compared to the USS Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier, and it's part of an operation called Solar Warden.
And this is one of them that was sent in this morning. So if you were on this morning's live, we opened this one up live this morning, right on TikTok. So this is what was sent in by Allison out of Seven Hills, Ohio. She saw this over in Myrtle Beach. Check this out. You're going to see something over here. Watch over here on the left-hand side of the screen. Check it out. Here we go. Something shows up. I believe this was at 3:30 or 3:44 in the morning, almost 3:45. Something showed up, and you're going to see 2. This isn't an airplane or a helicopter, or at least it doesn't look like it. Some sort of a mysterious dual light object. Maybe it's 2 separate lights. But they're traveling at the same speed. They're coming into the field of view right now. We opened this one up this morning during the live. And as promised, I said I would need some time to work on it, to zoom in and see what's going on here. And it is mysterious. There's something going on here. There definitely doesn't appear to be an airplane there. What was that thing? It's not an airplane. It's way too wide to be an airplane. And there's no airplane there. And it's not 2 airplanes. They're flying way too close together. Too fast to be helicopters. Something weird flying over Myrtle Beach. And that was, I believe, this morning, or yesterday morning. Yeah, yesterday morning at 3:44 a.m. That was on the 6th. 3:44 a.m. out of Myrtle Beach, South.
So in this video that I put out the other day titled Solar Warden Space Fleet, Elysium, Skydome, Atlantis, Mr. MB3 shows eight different versions of what appears to be those same lights cruising through the sky, and he's shown plenty of these cigar-shaped craft cruising through the daytime sky, so there's a good chance that that's what we're seeing there. And in this video, I covered some of these things that I pulled out of a Santilli telescope, which is just one of these things. Showing you that he made his own Santilli telescope. Santilli telescope, in case you kid. And then he makes another video showing you some still frames that are from this video. And what did I pull out of those Santilli telescope still frames? Shit like this. Like it's an X-ray peering through the airborne aircraft carrier. And somehow, using multispectral analysis, I was able to extract these images of what appears to be aircraft upon the airborne aircraft carrier. That's just one. You can go back. It was only about a week ago that I made this. But it looks like Mr. MB3 just gave us another version of that same Solar Warden ship. And someone told me the other day, they're like, how is that not just compression? Some sort of compression, artifact of compression. That's just another way of saying lens flare or pixels in a fancy way. And this type of repetition does not occur from compression or lens flares or pixels. Just compression. So these right here, I have other images where that's a triangle craft with 3 fins on the back, just like the ones you saw a minute ago, that all have a rectangle in alignment with them. These are all triangular craft with 3 fins on the back. I have greater clarity images of them. You'll see that here in a moment. Some sort of compression, artifact of compression. That's just another way of saying lens flare or pixels in a fancy way. And this type of repetition does not occur from compression or lens flares or pixels. And though they may look just kind of sort of triangle-ish, like a triangle-shaped craft, from clear up here, I zoom in, like these 3 over here, even further. Again, those 3 that are right here, I have more images of those. Those are also triangles with 3 fins on the back. Likewise, with this one over here, and they're scattered all about these images that have machinery and symmetry. This is the city in the sky, floating fortress, airborne aircraft carrier that eventually will become part of everyone else's life experience. Until then, it's like Miyagi-Do dojo training. Daniel's son thought he was just waxing the cars and painting the fence until he found.
I gotta say, that never happens. I never hear that. Man, the last time someone told me that, it was at least like 8 hours ago. No, I'm just kidding. It was at least a couple days ago. So, yeah, it's only every couple days. You know, it's not like it's every day. I mean, sometimes it's more than once a day. That has happened before, actually. But yeah, you know, just for fun, check this out. I haven't done this in a while, but I know that in the past, when I've gone to look up my channel, right, you'll see in certain browsers anyway that my channel clearly has way more subscribers, and it reflects it right here on the search engine. It doesn't look like it's popping up on Brave browser. Interesting. It doesn't even show up. Maybe if I put in YouTube, I rarely search with Brave browser, but yeah, my channel doesn't even show up in Brave. How about that? But maybe it's Bing. I'm gonna try Bing. Yeah, so I'm not even on the first page of results. Let's see if I'm on the second page. Nope, not even on the second page. Wow. You don't say. Third page? I think I'm just gonna do 3 pages, but it's hidden enough because I'm literally typing it how my channel is spelled with no spaces. Pineal Power Podcast, YouTube. Doesn't show up in the first 3 results, but we'll go to Bing because in the past I'll go to Bing and it'll show that on Pineal Power Podcast I don't have 600 and something subs. It's clearly, it said I have. Well, here I'll let you see. So don't believe me. The last time I checked, I'm pretty sure it was like 1.7K or something. Let me see here. That was a long time ago. Oh, 2.9 there. 2.9, sorry. So clearly here on Bing, I supposedly have 2.9K subs. So then why do I have 668 subs? And then when you actually go to my channel watch, I doubt I even have 668 because it just goes down the second that it goes up, right? 663. So again, I mean, people can unsubscribe. Of course, that's possible to happen. But why is it that over the months and years since I started uploading on that channel, even though I haven't been active on that channel in a year, why is it that it says 2.9K subs, 2,900, 2,900 subs here? So, to me, it tells me exactly what I suspect is the case, which is that the Shadow Band Syndicate is a real, it's not a curse, folks. It's not a curse, because it actually just makes me realize how illusory all this is anyway, this digital space. So it's okay. Could it be a raccoon or homeless squatters in your attic? Yeah, frogging is scary. Frogging is a scary thing. And if you guys aren't familiar with that is, I'll just keep the P word thing going on here. Check this out. This is fucking bizarre. Frogging. Yeah, this is short. Connection to nails. Wow.
So I wake up in the morning and we have a bench at the end of the bed and I keep my purse there all the time.
No,
I'm certain
that's going to be an issue because that's a lifetime thing.
I think most people who've been on the internet for a long time's first exposure is this video of a 50-year-old woman in Japan who's living in a guy's attic would find a frogger in her home, sleeping in her bed, wearing her Baywatch swimsuit. Pam said she was prepping a guest room for her family when someone working for her came and said, quote, Guerrero first made contact with a woman creating OF content on the platform, which he eventually got her to begin texting him. House noise, electrical box, and it's like, no, Tifa.
Okay, so yeah, you get the point. So people live in other people's houses, and it's unbeknownst to them, and it's fucking bizarre. It's creepy, man. It's scary to think about. And again, I don't want to think that. I have checked the attic, but I didn't check it thoroughly. So, again, hopefully if I do go up there, I survive it, survive the encounter, survive it coming down. Because here I am scared that it's going to be like a Fed that's been living in my attic, like, collecting data on me, or someone who's just hired to kill me and it's waiting for the right moment, or maybe somebody who's, actually just homeless and just found a convenient location. There's so many different possibilities, folks. There's so many. My channel's the hardest to find because your name is so hard to remember and spell correctly. Well, here's the thing. If you just type it like this, because I've never changed the @ if you just remember it like this, it'll make it a lot easier. Because yeah, Shadow Band Syndicate is kind of, I changed it to where just the E's are 3s in Shadow Band Syndicate, as you can see. Oh wait, no, the O is a 0 also. But I took the @ signs out for the A's because it was ridiculous, and it just made it harder to find. So yeah, I kind of just shadow ban myself, in multiple ways. Just going late in the late hours of the night. I want you to look up flock cameras. Flock cameras. All right. Not familiar with it, but flock cameras. Let's see here. Flock, you can't get a breath of air without us knowing. Aurora police show how flock cameras work behind the scenes. Wow, really? Aurora, like where the Batman shooting happened. Interesting. Well, a supposed Batman, Aurora, Batman shooting, Batman theater ordeal with James Holmes, if I remember correctly. And yeah, if you've ever seen The Dark Knight Rises, you can clearly see how on the map that they point to in that scene that you clearly can see Aurora and Sandy H-O-OK. Sorry. I'm gonna go find the video actually. Okay. Yeah, here, I'll just check this one out really quick because it's short. And it's in Aurora. And Denver is, some might say, NWO HQ, the headquarters for the NWO.
Fox 31 and Channel 2 sat down exclusively with the chief of Aurora Police to talk about the new flock technology making major headlines recently in the metro area.
Yeah, all new here at 5 Fox 31's Nicole Fierro live with the latest on how it works and how well it's working in Aurora. Nicole.
Yeah, we talked about it, then we got to see it in action with a first look at the real-time information center that's right here. The two go hand in hand.
So that alert that you just heard was actually a flock alert.
In the real-time information center, technician Dylan shows us what happens when a hit comes in on flock technology that sends a picture of a license plate car and a map of the area it's seen in.
It has an associated felony warrant. So I go on our traffic cameras to show the location. It's going to be that vehicle right there. And I just had another flock hit.
They only alert to the hits where there's crime involved. They alert to a hit where somebody has taken your property and is now driving it around and most likely going to use it to victimize somebody else. And so it's not about a mass thing of surveillance on everybody.
What Aurora's police chief Todd Chamberlain explains, Dylan shows
Yeah, it's definitely not about that, folks. It's definitely not about what you think it is. The thing that you think it is, it's totally not that. It's just we need to. There's a lot of criminals out here. There's a lot of immigrants. There's a lot of criminals. And of course, the criminals, they're all immigrants. They're bringing in the cocaine. They're bringing in the drugs. They're bringing in the prostitution, the trafficking. We need to deploy ICE on the streets, folks. This is what we need to do immediately.
Traffic feed to direct police patrolling in the field.
And then what I can also do is
property and is now driving it around and most likely going to use it to victimize somebody else. And so it's not about a mass thing of surveillance on everybody.
What Aurora's police.
It's totally not about mass surveillance, folks. You heard it there. I mean, it's totally not that. What you think it is, it's not that.
Police Chief Todd Chamberlain explains Dylan shows, confirming the hit on a live traffic feed to direct police patrolling in the field.
And then what I can also do is, in relation to the flock alert, use other law enforcement databases to get either DMV photo or other dossier of said party. So that way we don't, we're doing all of our checks before we have officers contact the vehicle.
Chamberlain says they have about 100 of these flock systems in Aurora right now. They've had license plate readers in the city for about 10 years. Cameras have been around too.
What the new technology allows for is an integration of those two tools that come together. And so that's really what we have. It's not anything new. We're not breaking new ground. We're not splitting, new ethical items or issues. We're basically just taking two tools that are out there, combining them, and using it for the betterment of this community.
He uses the recent example, a shooting 2 Saturdays ago on I-225 that's now turned deadly. Flock helped them identify a suspect based on a car description.
We would not have known who this suspect was, how this suspect was following him, how this suspect approached him, why this suspect was after him, if it had not been for the use of that technology. And that's imperative, because I mean that sincerely. That technology gave voice to somebody who was dead and somebody who was unnecessarily victimized.
Now, we have Aurora's crime statistics up to last week here in this column, all the red, showing a 25.5% reduction in major crime. And the chief says Flock in the Real-Time Information Center, they are tools that attribute to this number, getting police in the right place faster. Reporting live here in Aurora, Nicole Fierro, Fox 31.
All right.
New details right now out of Aurora, where police shot and killed a shooting suspect earlier this month. New today, body camera video of the response right here off 14th and Clinton.
And that is from a year and a half ago. So that is completely random. Hold on a second here. Let me see. Go to my own stream. Get caught in the loop. You guys want to get in the loop a little bit? Want to get loopy? Let me see. Go to my own stream. Get caught in the loop. You guys want to get in the loop a little bit? I will. They're bringing in the cocaine. They're bringing in the drugs. They're bringing in the. I will click that link. Prostitution, the trafficking. We need to deploy ICE on the streets, folks. This is what we need. That was a terrible Trump impression, by the way. That was one of my worst Trump moments there. So I apologize for that terrible Trump impression rendition.
They are tools that attribute to this number, getting police in the right place faster. Reporting a live.
Loopy. Let me see. Go down the stream. Clinton and that is from a year and a half ago. So that is completely random. Hold on a second here. Let me see. Go to my own stream. Get caught in the loop. You guys want to get in the loop a little bit? Want to get loopy? Let me see. Go to my own stream. Get caught in the loop. You guys want to get in the loop a little bit? I will. They're bringing in the cocaine. They're bringing in the drugs. They're bringing in. I will click that link. We need to deploy ICE on the streets. That was a terrible Trump impression, by the way. That was one of my worst Trump moments there. So I apologize for that terrible Trump impression rendition.
They are tools that attribute to this number, getting police in the right place faster. Reporting a live.
Let me see. Go to my own stream. And that's from a year and a half ago. So that's completely random. Hold on a second here. Let me see. Go to my own stream. Get caught in the loop. You guys want to get in the loop a little bit? right, that was fun. All right, that was fun. Yeah, you definitely get the point. It's been a while, folks. I've been offline for a reason. There's a reason I go offline, because I go completely insane, and I bring you guys with me, and it's not right. It's not right. Shouldn't be doing it to you guys. Snow got a video. I just had a good friend that left his career because they put these AI flock cameras in his vehicle. Well, you know, one time, right, when I decided to get insurance like a retard, I got something called Snapshot from Progressive. You know, good old Progressive with Flo, nice lady, the nice hair. Totally not NLPing you to death to be a slave. Yeah, the Snapshot from Progressive completely fucked my first car, my beautiful Lincoln LS, which I got used for like $5, but you know, still that's $5K, not 500. I mean, it was a decent car, even used. I mean, it had 100 and something on it, but yeah, that was a baby at the time, and unfortunately, that thing just tanked it. That fucking Snapshot from Progressive. So you get these, you know, for this example, right, in this scenario, you get insurance thinking, this is going to be, you know, this is going to be ultimately in my best interest, because God forbid anything ever happens, I'll at least have this support to, you know, pay out claims, you know, so I won't have to pay shit out of pocket or get into any trouble with the quote unquote law, aka legal code, statute, policy, enforcement, Nazi scumbags. But some might say, right? But yeah, what ends up happening is you end up having to, hold on. Who is this? Who are you? Turn your camera on. I don't recognize your moniker, your name, sir, and or ma'am. Can you cam up? All right. Well, I'm just gonna assume you're a porn bomber or something. So, if you came up, I'll be glad to throw you on the panel. When the government or politicians say the word safety for our safety, be very concerned. Who the hell are those people telling me about safety? Who do they think they are? What? Tramp AI? What now? They can identify vehicles without a license plate and know exactly who the driver is, even if there's not a license plate on the vehicle. Yeah, well, I mean, they have all the facial tech too. So even if people are, again, you can easily cover your facial features with masks and other such easy to obtain, you know, items. But what are you saying here? Only put with a flat. Oh, so under 5, it has to be under $500,000. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, sorry about the loop there a minute ago. Completely insane. Well, partially insane, almost completely insane. Hold on. So you want to watch this? Should I play this? How Denver's mayor forced Fox AI surveillance on residents after a 12-0 vote to get rid of them. I believe it.
Hey everybody, how's it going? Hope you're having a lovely day. So today I wanted to go over a mayor that, my God, is even worse than mine. He's worse than my old mayor in New York. He's worse than my new mayor in Austin, both of them combined. So I've been going over Flock and AI surveillance cameras that have been getting installed in cities around the country like crazy. And the series of videos that I've done here, for anybody who wants to catch up, I suggest watching some of these. You can also read this article on consumerrights.wiki going over Flock license plate readers. These are not license plate readers. These are AI-powered surveillance cameras that are able to tell that that car belongs to you, even if you take your license plate off of it, that are constantly scanning, that can be accessed by almost any Tom, Dick, and Harry that works in law enforcement. The main issue with these is that you're supposed to write in the reason that you're using it, and there are lots of cops in Houston that literally just write in ASDF or donut. I mean, it's essentially a system where you can figure out where people are going at just about any given time, especially if you live on a road where you need to use these to leave your house. They have been used for people to stalk their ex-girlfriends across the country. These cameras have gotten people held at gunpoint when they were innocent because they got something wrong. It is happening more and more often, and I've talked about it in many of my recent videos. So I've tried to get these cameras moved out of my state, and many of you watched the conversation, the back and forth with the mayor in Austin, and you thought, wow, like, Lewis, your mayor sucks. For a recap, here it is.
To rebut or respond to somebody they may not like that is signed up for general communication. And that's why your testimony is out of order.
So no discussion of cameras today at all, but that's incorrect. There will be discussion of cameras at noon. That is on the agenda.
Well, it's not on the agenda as an agenda item that allows you to speak to it.
Getting the mayor to admit that out loud, fucking genius. But believe it or not, our mayor is actually not even that bad. If you take a look, this gets considerably fucking worse. And I'm going to show you what happened in Denver recently. It might just make you happy to have either Kirk Watson or, you know, I've never thought I'd be fucking grateful for Mayor de Blasio, but Jesus Christ. So this was a flock safety contract that was proposed. They were looking to have a contract for $1,005,450. This is the invoice. These are the minutes of a meeting, a resolution approving a proposed mandatory agreement between the City Council and Denver and Flock Group to provide solar-powered license plate recognition cameras. And this was an agenda item that was essentially 12 no's, 1 absent, 0 ayes. I'm not going to play the entire meeting, but I will leave a link to it down below if you want to watch as they talk and explain why it is they voted no on this. This is a 1 hour and 30 minute long video that I'm just not going to play because it's 1 in the morning and I'm just doing this video because I haven't done it yet. So let's take a look at what happened. The mayor's administration unilaterally approved a new contract with the company in July worth $498,500. Now, why would he approve a contract for $498,500 instead of the $1 million contract? Why? That's a weird number, right? Well, in Denver, the mayor needs city council approval for anything over $500,000. So the city council voted 12-0 against these fucking cameras. These citizens came out, and you can hear them in this video talking about why they don't want this in their city. And the mayor decides, you know what? I'm not going to spend $1 million on it. I'm going to spend $499,000 because if I do, you can't touch me. You can't touch me. I'm not touching you. 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 Remember that kid in junior high school? Fucking piece of shit. There's no reason to spend $498,500 on something nobody wants when the rule is you can only spend up to $500,000 on something nobody else wants after it's already been voted on 12-0. Other than that, you are just an absolute unforgivable prick. I'm open to something in the comments down below if you have any sort of defense for the mayor here. But my God, what a piece of shit in my opinion. So I want to just expand on what it is that I was mentioning in the last video that I did yesterday, talking about the ideas that I would like to start fleshing out. These cameras are being put up everywhere, and it's happening because people don't know what's going on. It's happening because people are not showing up to the city council meetings, and sometimes it happens even when they fucking do show up to the city council meetings. So what I'd like to do is find a platform that is designed and works with all the 18,000 plus separate municipal governments and local governments in the United States that allows me to flag anytime something is mentioned related to flock, AI cameras, live view technologies, any of this stuff. I want that to then go to a site. Moderators on that site will get a notification. If they check it and they see it's real, it's going to go on a calendar along with the place. People who've signed up for this site in a secure fashion will be able to get email notifications, or they can just see it on the site anytime that shows up in their particular area and it has been confirmed, and you can look at details and you'll be able to click and there should be a little thing where you can see notes. So here's the link to it on that particular city government's website. Here's a memo from the moderator on like what this is going to be about. And we are going to also have a Zulip group, which I link down below. Zulip is like Discord or Slack, but it's open source, where any people can congregate to speak about this. So we're going to have separate groups in the chat room for every one of the different areas that's organizing against it. So you may not want to get notifications for what's going on in Custer, South Dakota, but you may want notifications for your home city or your hometown. And you may want notifications for the general group, or people are just talking in general, but maybe you don't want notifications for all the locales. Maybe you do want notifications for all the locales. This is a place where people will be able to work together and organize their local community. So, you know, here we got 20 people showing up on this day. Here's what we're going to do on that day. Hey, can you check my testimony? Do you think what I'm writing here is good for the conversation that I'm having with this chair of public safety in this committee based on his political views? You'll be able to strategize in that group, and I'm hoping that that is going to help get people together on it. I have over 129 unread emails at this point, and that's after spending a decent amount of time responding to all the other ones when I got home, asking what can I do, and we're working together to put this together. Because some people are going to say, like, what is the city council? How do I vote? How do I leave my house? All that, like, what do I say? What do I do? What is a camera? And, you know, I'm putting together something for the people that are not going to just kind of run with what I have in the wiki and like look this stuff up and be self-starters. I need to put that together, and that's part of the work that I have to do. So I've been putting that together. I've been creating these like little rubrics of, okay, here's a starter package. Hopefully you can go with it. It's not all the information that you need, but it's enough that hopefully you can get started and start organizing things. And I'd like to start I'd like to start bringing attention to these. I'd like to start getting people to show up to them. And I'm not starting a nonprofit for this. I have 3 nonprofits already and have 2 for-profit businesses. Like I have enough on my plate, and you know, some of it is running and some of it is running into the ground. But like I'm managing several ships here. It takes months to register a nonprofit. In months, there's probably going to be another 30,000 of these cameras installed all over the United States, and I do not want that. I don't want that. Like the rate that these are being installed, something needs to happen now. So I'm going to be reading all your emails as soon as I have time. I promise. It's got a lot of stuff going on. I'm going to read as much of it as I can. I'm going to try my best to organize and put this together with some of the people that I know that would be helpful to help manage something like this. And we're going to push back against this as quickly as possible. Because if we don't, you know, like there was one person in the chat that was saying, you know, I'm introverted, so I don't really know about this. And it's like, bro, you're going to have to be extroverted real quick when you have to say cheese every single time you walk 5 yards, because you're going to be on camera all the time. Do you want to be on camera all the time? Not a camera that's owned by the pizzeria, that's going to their DVR with an 80 gigabyte Western Digital hard drive that police have to go on the door and knock to get access to, that the owner probably doesn't even look at. A camera that is essentially combined with a little ChatGPT-like thing, where like one person can just see 1,000 or 5,000 or 10,000 cameras all at once and automatically, at any given time, figure out exactly where you are and where you went and what you were doing. I don't want to live in that world. Fuck that world. Help me make that possible. That's it for today. And as always, I hope you learned something. And if the mayor of Denver is watching, go fuck yourself. You're worse than my mayor. That's saying a lot.
Yeah, I mean, just think about how every time you're flying into Denver, you're essentially flying into where Lucifer is. I mean, the giant, pale, white horse, like the one out of fucking Revelation. I mean, it's like, behold a pale horse. You know, R.I.P. Bill Cooper. I mean, Denver is arguably NWO headquarters for sure. I mean, there's just way too much pointing to that being the case. Policy is Paul, I'm too tired. What does that mean? How can anybody absorb any information with the video? I slowed it down. I slowed it down just for you. I went from 1.6 to 1.3. Just imagine if it was in 2x. I mean, I had it in 1.6 from the jump. But yeah, he was already talking fast. Kind of like how I talk fast sometimes. So oftentimes. All right, what's going on? Oh, there we go. So I kind of want to check out my 2025 playlist to see more of the recent additions in there. Let me see. I gotta have to scroll down to go to the more recent ones. Oh yeah, of course, the Pfizer deal. I didn't watch that one yet, but Bad Bunny coming up at the next Super Bowl, of course. Bad Bunny, kind of like JD Vance like JD, and then James Duval, same initials as JD Vance. His birthday is the day that Charlie Kirk died. JD Vance was the last one. Yeah, again, so James Duval played the Frank the Bunny Rabbit in Donnie Darko. His birthday is the same day as Charlie Kirk's supposed death date, right? And JD Vance is the last one to see the Pope before the Pope dies, I think, the next day on Easter, allegedly. So they say, reportedly, whatever. Yeah, so you think JD Vance connected to the rabbit of Donnie Darko, and so you think back also to when Trump was on the patio with Melania and the bunny. So who was in the bunny costume? I mean, I would venture to guess that was JD Vance in the bunny costume, and if not, I mean, it was at least supposed to symbolically represent him, because who's always usually standing next to Trump? It's obviously either JD or Melania. Okay, I don't know what I was looking for in this playlist, but it's not. Oh, you know why? I'm probably thinking of my other account, different 2025 playlist. I got too many channels, too many playlists. But I didn't mean to watch this. The Keck Current Chaos Magic in the Age of Trump. Fantastic thumbnail again from Hidden America. We'll check that one out. And then I'm probably going to get out of here, folks, before it gets too much later.
Trump is the best thing happened ever to us, that he is the magician of the highest order.
So if you're not familiar with who Marina Abramovic is, well, I don't know where you've been. I guess you just haven't done any research into the occult that's no longer a cult, because it's pretty readily available for anyone who goes and seeks out the knowledge to uncover the layers that have been hidden from us. Yeah, there's a Nick Fuentes video I wanted to get into here too on Hidden America's channel that I haven't got to check. I checked out part of it, but we'll check out this first. And again, listen to the words from right out of Marina Abramovic's mouth, calling Trump a magician of the highest order. Can't make this shit up.
Trump is the best thing happened ever to us, that he is the magician of the highest order, that he is there in his irrational mind to create confusion in order that the human being can find new order. You know, it's not so stupid thinking about this in that way. It's completely turning things upside down.
Donald Trump is definitely a magician, a chaos magician. Trump was the star pupil of Roy Cohen. Cohen was a master of the dark arts of politics, a practitioner of real political sorcery. Cohen taught the young Don that power isn't just about position, but about perception and the strategic use of loyalty and fear. Cohen taught Donald the art of influence, how perception is molded through reputation management and narrative control. And the fact is, these are essentially magical principles. The manipulation of reality through will, symbolism, and psychological influence. Trump absorbed these lessons and became an adept in the art of political and psychological warfare. Cohen had a strange obsession: frogs. And like Cohen, Trump's rise is also tied to the god of frogs, better known as Pepe the Frog. Let's be 100% clear. Pepe the Frog is not just a silly internet meme. Pepe played a major role in both of Trump's elections. Trump literally memed himself into the White House. 2016 will always be remembered not for the election, but the many great souls we lost during the Great Meme War. And still, almost 10 years later, people...
Shout out to the chat. We just hit 3 hours, 33 minutes, and 33 seconds. And there's literally a fucking creature or creatures running around in my attic and or ceiling and or roof. It's just such a weird noise because it just sounds like a squirrel, you know, or a rabbit or a fucking raccoon or something just running around all over the place all the time for the last several weeks. And it's fucking bizarre. And I really hope it's not some loosh harvesting, archon, because that would actually trouble me. If there's a archon just siphoning my energy while I sleep, my loosh, and that's the reason why I've been having these dreams. No, I've been having okay dreams, actually. I haven't had a nightmare in a long time. I'll continue.
Are still asking, what exactly is a meme? A meme is a thought form, a psychic virus encoded in image and language. Richard...
It's time to embrace memetic warfare. Memes originate on the dotted line. Memes are compressed ideas into portable, remixable packets that move at the speed of networks and feelings. Truth must spread faster than lies. It was Terrence McKenna who I think first, I wouldn't say predicted, but I would say, he was in the know. He, if you know about the Esalen Institute and all the names that came out of there, Machine Lies would be a great person to pick about that. I've meant to do a stream with him on that topic alone, because we dived deep into it one time quite a while back. And but the likes of, Terrence McKenna, you're talking about Timothy Leary, Joe Rogan, Alan Watts. I mean, so many people have been affiliated with that university, organization, whatever you want to call it, at some point, that institution. So some interesting optics to look into there.
Dawkins coined the term in The Selfish Gene to describe cultural units that replicate and evolve like DNA. But in the occult, that's just another way of saying a sigil, a symbol charged with emotional energy designed to replicate itself in the minds of others. Memes...
That's the perfect remix. I mean, that's the perfect synonym there for a meme. I mean, it's a digital sigil, right? It's a digital sigil or, pictograph, essentially.
Are simply modern day sigils, activated not through candles and chants, but through clicks, shares, and laughter. Every post is an invocation, every reaction a charge. When millions fixate on the same symbol, especially one layered with irony, emotion, and chaos, that symbol becomes alive. It becomes a Grigori, a thought form with its own will, and that's exactly what happened with Pepe the Frog. Matt Fury first drew Pepe in Boys Club in 2005. The frog embodied carefree innocence. He was the feel-good man energy.
So yeah, an egregore. What is an egregore? Thought form is a manifestation of the collective thoughts and beliefs of a large number of people, none unless harmful form to the public as a meme. It self-replicates and spreads by collective action. If it grows powerful enough, it's no longer under control. Most memes are not malicious nor affect the world in any meaningful sense. An egregore is very different. It's created with purpose and fed by the wishes, prayers, and obsession by regular people, both willingly and passively. Ebola-chan is an egregore. I don't know about Ebola-chan, but don't be fooled. You're not dealing with fun posting or good-natured memes when you participate in Ebola-chan threads. I don't even know what this is. You're being used to feed a very real daemon, the purpose of which is posted openly. The ultimate destruction of the world as we know it is through a global pandemic. With each post, it grows stronger.
Pre-2010 internet culture, but when the collective unconscious of the internet, Chan culture, image boards, began remixing and recontextualizing him, Pepe became an amphibious deity born from digital chaos. Pepe became an alchemical vessel, a homunculus. Kek, in the Ogdod of Hermopolis, represented the liminal moment before creation, the chaotic waters, or none, from which light is born. Esoterically, the frog was seen as a hermetic emblem of transformation, metamorphosis, and amphibious duality, existing in both the water, the unconscious lunar and emotional realm, and on land, the conscious, solar, rational realm. Suddenly, Pepe was seen as the modern-day incarnation of Kek, the Egyptian chaos god of memes. This was the birth of the cult of Kek, a form of internet chaos magic that blended irony, politics, esotericism, and collective will. The ancient Egyptian Ogdod were the 8 primordial deities representing the chaos before creation. Each were depicted as frog-headed and serpent-headed pairs. They symbolized the dual forces of the cosmos, darkness and light, hidden and manifest. Today, these very same forces manifest as binary code, the ones and zeros of digital existence. This ancient Egyptian conception prefigured the very language of computers and the internet. It's only fitting this was the medium through which Keck has returned. The alignment is far too perfect to be mere coincidence, suggesting a recurrence of archetypes through technology. The same amphibian god that once presided over Egyptian's primordial waters now swims through the cyberspace ether, encoded in memes, algorithms, and digital sigils. Even more strangely, Keck in gamer slang comes from the Korean lol, keke, keke, keke. This created a synchronistic bridge between modern digital culture and the ancient god.
So Keck is the deification of the primordial concept of darkness in ancient Egyptian religion. He embodies the time right before the dawn, making him the bringer of light. Keck's portrayed as a man with a frog head. In hieroglyphics, Keck is portrayed as seemingly sitting at a computer screen. And there you see a ancient statue of Keck, the prophecy of Keck. Here, I'm going to drop the link to this video. I think Snow wanted it. If that's not the right link, let me know. Frog heads instead of dog heads. Interesting.
A perfect hyperstitional feedback loop. Hyperstition is a concept that becomes real through belief and repetition. This
Oh, I thought that said Mall World. I think I misread that. Hold on.
feedback loop. Hyperstition.
The mall itself, Underwater World, reality to non-reality to hyper-reality and back to fiction. Rainforest Cafe, real-looking plastic trees. Okay, I'm not sure.
Is a concept that becomes real through belief and repetition. This convergent effectively turned the meme into
very funny, no, very funny.
A techno-Egyptian sigil, a spell encoded through digital consciousness. When Trump's followers began invoking Pepe, they weren't just spreading memes, they were performing a mass digital ritual. Each post was a prayer, each Keck was a chant, each rare Pepe was a talisman of digital chaos, and it worked. Trump's rise in 2016 wasn't just political, it was magical. He became the vessel of a collective current, the avatar of chaos itself. Pepe was his familiar, the amphibious trickster spirit guiding the storm. Roy Cohen taught Donald that perception is power, that control of the...
Again, so for those of you who don't know who Roy Cohn is, he was Trump's mentor, and
narrative is control of reality. But in the
this is a very interesting picture. If you've never seen this picture of Mr. Trump, that I'm glad that I'm the first one that the first time you've seen this. But this is a looker here, folks. I mean, this picture should be spread far and wide.
Roy Cohen taught Donald that perception.
That's your boy right there. That's your mans in them right there. Right there on the right. So yeah, fascinating. I mean, just take a gander there. How did I go from looking like this and probably sounding like I had a high-pitched squeaky voice to sounding like this all the time and running around with the likes of Jeffrey and wait, Jeffrey, who's Jeffrey again? Jeffrey. Wait, why is this not working? Yeah, see, my backgrounds are not working. What's going on here, man? It's happened earlier. I refreshed the screen.
Is power. That control of the narrative is control of reality. But in the internet age, perception itself becomes a living entity. Cohen's lessons evolved into chaos magic memetics. Trump didn't just create and command a movement, he conjured one from the great deep. In alchemy, the frog represents the Negrito, or blackening phase, the descent into chaos before transmutation. Carl Jung identified it as a stage of confronting the shadow. Thus,
oh, there we go. Okay, it's working this time. But yeah, memes, dude. Memes are the way. Yeah, yes, Rock. This is a memetic initiation. This is an initiation into the digicult of memetic warfare and reverse memetic warfare, right? Because if we use the memes against the 1%ers, especially the 0.1 percenters, then we have a lot more power. As Snafu Snaps or Snafu Claps or Snafu Craps would say, it's we the peeps versus the elites. I wouldn't say that, but he said that. But it is kind of true, so I kind of would say it. Yeah, it's memetic warfare, reverse memetic warfare, reverse psychology, right? You got to reverse their reverse psychology. So, yeah, your TV spying on you. There's an elite cabal of sex trafficking robots. They're turning the frogs gay. Get our nanotech, our totally nanotech-free silver iodide at Infowars store. Definitely isn't laced with intentionally placed nanotech and nano materials. because we're definitely not trying to kill you, and we're definitely not COINTELPRO. So we're definitely not wolves in sheep's clothing, and sheep's and wolves clothing, frankly. Sometimes it's just too obvious. I'm off the rails here, folks. I get it. I'm off the rails. Let's go back to the video. Catch up with the chat too. All right, let's go back to the video.
In esoteric ecology, amphibians are seen as psychopumps, threshold beings that dwell between planes. Frogs croak after rain, heralding renewal, just as Pepe appeared in times of political and psychic turbulence, heralding an archetypical storm. Remember, a storm is coming. Pepe's form is liquid. It mutates infinitely, like the waters of none. This mutability itself reflects the nature of digital reality, which is in itself amphibious, both virtual and real, psychic and physical. In this sense, Pepe is the guardian of the digital threshold, the frog sitting at the edge of the unconscious web, croaking the new eon into being. But the frog has always been a creature of thresholds, neither fully of water nor land. It is a symbol of transition, transmutation, and resurrection. In the ancient Egyptian pantheon, the amphibious symbolism was embodied in Hecate, the frog-headed goddess of fertility, magic, and rebirth. She was the midwife of the gods. Her breath was said to quicken the inner clay of the first humans. In the Book of the Dead, Hecate breathes life into the nostrils of the initiate as they pass from death to eternal life, the ultimate transformation. The frog, then, was the sign of resurrection through chaos, life emerging from the primal waters. The consort of Hecate, who is the Greek Hecate, goddess of magic and witchcraft, is Kek, the male frog-headed god. In the Egyptian Ogdod, Kek and Keket ruled the primordial darkness before creation, the twilight before dawn. They represented the hidden powers of the unseen realm, the womb of the cosmos. When the ancient priests invoked Kek, they weren't praying for order, they were calling forth the raw current of chaos that precedes creation itself. In our modern day, occultists are invoking that same archetypical current, the frog of chaos, except this time it is digitally. Pepe became the accidental hieroglyph of the digital age, carrying the same amphibious signature as his Egyptian forebears, both in the waters of the unconscious, the collective internet psyche, and on the dry land of political manifestation. Elon Musk even picked up the Kekian current, changing his X handle to Kekius Maximus. The current broke into the mainstream. Musk, like Trump, is an initiated chaos magician who also wields symbols to shape reality. His playful engagement with Kek, Doge, and meme culture can be seen as the fusion of
I don't think I had even seen that meme there as Alistair Musk or Elon Crowley, but wow. That's one to save there. That's one to screenshot. I haven't seen that one yet.
Reality. His playful engagement with Kek, Doge, and meme culture can be seen as the fusion of esoteric symbolism with technocratic power, the magician merging with the machine. The meme becomes a wand, the algorithm becomes an altar, and the frog becomes an emblem of cyber occult renaissance. So we can see when Trump began retweeting memes of Pepe in 2016, it wasn't merely coincidence, it was symbolic resonance. Trump became the Frog King, the chaotic sovereign birthed from digital waters. His election wasn't won by policy, it was willed into being through mimetic sorcery, a form of mass hyperstition. In the mythology of Brothers Grimm, the Frog King is the enchanted prince who must be accepted in his ugly form before revealing his divine nature. Trump, derided by the establishment as vulgar, grotesque, and absurd, was embraced by the digital underground as their chaos king, the avatar who could break the spell of the decaying order. He who kisses the frog awakens the kingdom. And they did, through endless memes, chants of Kek, and digital ritual disguised as irony. When Trump entered the White House, the archetype was fulfilled. The Frog King ascended the throne. And yet, the archetype of the frog carries another message. In the book of Exodus, frogs were also the second of the 10 plagues unleashed upon Egypt, a warning to tyrants. In the esoteric reading, frogs thus represent the eruption of the unconscious. When the repressed chaos of the masses spills over the established order, the plague of memes overflowing from the digital Nile became a symbolic plague upon the empire itself. Washington, D.C. was the new Egypt, and the digital soldier was about to be born. Trump's victory was not just about political upheaval, it was an occult initiation of the collective psyche, the moment when irony became invocation, and the internet itself became the magician's wand. But the initiation wasn't complete yet. In 2017, QAnon broke into the collective consciousness. This was the full apotheosis of the meme as mystery school. This represented a major shift in the Overton window. This is the range of ideas tolerated in public discourse to make once extreme ideas much more acceptable. Q emerged from the same message boards as Kek, but where Kek invoked chaos, Q offered gnosis. QAnon transformed the collective frog consciousness into an initiatory mythos, a grand narrative of light versus darkness, revelation versus deception. It repurposed internet symbols, frogs, memes, digital breadcrumbs, drops into a living scripture. But upon closer inspection, QAnon was a textbook intelligence psyop wrapped in esoteric packaging. The movement created an elaborate mythology centered on a supposed great awakening where hidden truths would be revealed and corrupt elites would face justice. The genius of Q was its use of cryptic posts that followers could decode, called drops, a process that generated immense engagement and psychological investment. This was a gamified psyop, and this wasn't an accident. It followed established patterns of cult formation and psychological manipulation. The movement.
Again, some would just say that all that Q was Operation Trust 2.0, Bolshevik Operation Trust 2.0. And when you look into the Bolshevik Operation Trust, it sure does seem to reflect that.
It generated an incredibly strong Grigori through several mechanisms. The constant decoding created a shared cognitive framework where followers felt they possessed a special or secret knowledge. This helped to generate the red pill mentality, the belief that they could see reality while others remained asleep. This created a powerful us versus them dynamic that strengthened the group cohesion, the group mind. The predictions in drops created an ongoing narrative that kept followers in a perpetual state of anticipation. The lack of concrete fulfillment didn't weaken the movement, but actually strengthened it through cognitive dissonance. Followers invested more energy to justify their belief. The movement clearly synchronized Christian apocalyptic imagery with conspiracy theories and political tribalism. This allowed it to tap into multiple deep psychological and spiritual currents simultaneously. In essence, QAnon was the first digital apocalypse cult. Apocalypse in the literal sense, unveiling.
Trust the plan, folks. Deep state's coming down, draining the swamp.
The frog memes served as heralds of awakening. The trust the plan mantra functioned as a sacred formula, a chaos magic sigil binding millions into compliance. Thus, the frog truly transformed from a meme into the psychopump of the digital age, guiding collective consciousness through the underworld of media illusion toward a promised revelation. Q promised a storm of mass arrests, and Keck was literally the god who brings light after darkness. Many QAnon graphics and memes incorporated Pepe imagery directly into them. Pepe became a symbol not just of the broader alt-right, but specifically of the Q follower, who saw themselves as a digital soldier fighting hidden forces, a hidden enemy. The Q phenomena essentially weaponized the same mimetic magic that had proven effective during the 2016 election, but directed it toward a more elaborate and ultimately unsustainable mythology. QAnon shows how internet subcultures can spontaneously generate powerful symbolic systems that tap into deep archetypical patterns. The frog deity Keck returning through internet memes is the perfect example of how an ancient archetype finds new forms of expression in every age. This wasn't a coincidence, but rather evidence that both the Pepe phenomenon and QAnon were tapping into the same underlying currents in the collective unconscious: the desire from order from chaos, the attraction to secret knowledge, and the psychological need to feel part of a heroic narrative. The very synergy between Q and Pepe demonstrates how effective symbolism and narrative can be combined to create powerful political and spiritual movements in this digital age. But this wasn't the end. In 2019, the next incarnation of the frog god was born, the Groiper. The Groipers are led by Nick Fuentes. It represents a more ideological, coherent, but equally mimetically potent movement. Their adoption of the Groiper frog as their mascot wasn't random. It consciously continued the frog, Keck, Pepe symbolism that had proven so effective during the Trump campaigns. While Pepe was chaotic and Dionysian, the Groiper was Apollyon, focused, ideological, reactionary. The Groipers performed a form of right-wing alchemy, refining the anarchic energies of Keckism into a quasi-religious nationalist identity. This mirrored the initiatory cycles of esoteric orders. Pepe the Fool, the chaos, evolved into the Groiper, discipline, order. The movement became a digital brotherhood, using irony, ritualized trolling, and memes as instruments of initiation and purification. But the Groipers are similar to QAnon. Both are Christian, Catholic-based movements who have embraced different forms of American nationalism. But the Groipers explicitly reject Zionist influence and globalism in ways that most mainstream conservative movements won't. But their use of frog imagery connects them to the same archetypical currents as the wider Keck phenomenon, but with a more focused political agenda. While QAnon blamed the left and the deep state, the Groipers placed the blame on Israel and Zionism. Both QAnon and the Groiper army demonstrate the power of what we might call digital traditionalism, using the most modern technologies to propagate what are essentially pre-modern forms of group identity and spiritual warfare. The Q movement essentially functioned as a distributed intelligence agency where followers collectively gathered information and developed narratives. This created the psychological experience of being part of something larger than themselves, a classic feature of a successful religious and political movement throughout history. The mimetic warfare employed by both these movements follows several key principles. They use simple, repeatable symbols like the frog that carry deep emotional resonance. They use the creation of insider language and rituals that strengthen their group identity. They use the strategic use of ambiguity to allow for multiple interpretations and maintain engagement. They also use the cultivation of the persecution complex that actually strengthens group solidarity. The Groyper phenomenon emerged from the same online ecosystem that birthed QAnon, but with a more coherent ideological foundation. Both movements understand that in the digital age, politics is no longer just about policy positions, but about narrative control and symbolic warfare. They recognize that whoever controls the myths control the culture. And we can see through the effectiveness of these movements that the ancient forces represented by deities like Kek never truly disappeared. They simply found a new form of expression. The darkness and chaos that Kek represents are eternal aspects of reality that will always seek expressions through human collective consciousness. The fact that these movements have been so successfully marginalized by the mainstream conservative establishment reveals where the real power centers lie. The attacks on these movements often focus more on their opposition to certain foreign influence than their actual policy positions. These movements represent what happens when people instinctively recognize that our political and spiritual crises are deeper than surface-level policy debates. They represent attempts to reconnect with the archetypical foundations of civilization in an age of rootlessness and disintegration. The mimetic genie cannot be put back in the bottle. Once people discover they can influence reality through collective belief and symbolic action, they don't easily return to passive political consumption. An interesting paradox arises when one looks at the archetype of St. Patrick. St. Patrick came to Ireland to cast out the snakes and the frog demons. Why does this matter? Because both QAnon and the Groypers claim to be Catholic or Christian movements. But the book of Revelation 16:13 states, "And I saw 3 unclean spirits like frogs come out of the mouths of the dragon, and out of the mouth of the beast, and out of the mouth of the false prophet." Clearly, this verse tells us the frog is explicitly an unclean spirit, a demonic herald of the final battle. Is Kek the demonic inversion of the frog as a symbol of resurrection instead of life from the primal waters? Does it signify deception and spiritual corruption emanating from the satanic trinity? One thing is clear: the chaos magic, the mimetic sorcery, the invocation of Kek are powerful tools, but they are not new tools. They are ancient. The Kek current is a resurgence of primordial patterns in our modern guise. The question isn't whether these forces will continue to manifest, but for what forms they will take next. In Exodus, the frog plague symbolized Yahweh's victory over the Egyptian gods, specifically Hakat. It was a war between monotheism and polytheism, order and chaos. In our time, the battle reemerges. The digital plague of frogs represents the return of suppressed pagan archetypes through the networked consciousness of the internet. The symbolic descendants of Heket and Kek are reclaiming dominion in the psychic space in defiance of the modern Yahweh, the technocratic surveillance state. Thus, the mimetic frog movement, from Cohen's obsession to Trump's chaos magic, from Groypers to QAnon, from Kek to Musk, traces the rebirth of a forgotten pantheon through digital invocation. When Matt Fury released the 2020 documentary Feels Good Man, it unintentionally closed the ritual circle. Pepe was repurified, reclaimed as a symbol of personal redemption and transmutation. In esoteric terms, the creator redeemed his golem, mirroring the hermetic ideal. The magus must reabsorb the force he has unleashed upon the world. In short, Pepe the Frog is a living allegory of the digital eon, the frog-headed Kek reborn in the circuitry of the internet. He represents chaos, transmutation, and the power of collective imagination to summon gods out of memes. He is the spirit of the liminal web, croaking from the depths of cyberspace. He's the feels good man. The chaotic, amphibious current of Kek is not the final destination. It is the divine demolition, the necessary unraveling of a godless, technocratic Babylon to make way for a new, God-first world order. And the ultimate destiny of Pepe then is not to remain an Egyptian chaos god, but to be transformed. We've already seen the iconography shift. Pepe the monk, Pepe the crusader, Pepe nailing at the cross. This is the true alchemy, the transformation of the pagan symbols into the philosopher king. The frog is not the king. It is the fool who paves the way for the true king. And in the digital ether, the great meme war rages on.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the channel. We are live today.
Well,
and I'm glad to be back with you.
4 hours.
At the end of the show today, I'll
videos
basically fill you in on what I've been up to. I don't want to get
happen. Okay, figured it out. 2 different videos. Whatever. I'm exaggerating. It's been real. Not everything that came out of Q was complete crap, I guess. For whatever whatever that means, whatever that's worth. But yeah, it's about to be 3:30. Oh, it's 3:33 here on the East Coast. Shout out to a dozen of y'all in the chat. I think we hit 15 a minute ago, so that's cool to see. But I'll end on a high note, unless anyone has any last requests, anything pressing, anything really just, really just pressing. Some of the optics are just overwhelmingly pressing. Otherwise, I'm gonna get out of here. I'll leave you guys with a little outro clip song. Ted Kaczynski, he was on to something, folks. I think he was on to something. I'm not trying to say anything. I'm not trying to say I'm gonna go Ted Kaczynski or anything like that. But yeah, he was on to something, or the whole thing was just contrived, which is totally possible too. Obviously.
Cities. I don't like fucking police.
Why?
I don't like fucking.
Why is this happening? No, it just threw a Brian O'Shea video on, and that is not what I clicked. But shout out to Brian O'Shea. I hope he's well. I'm gonna get the fuck out of here though if it lets me play this. Again, unless anyone has anything pressing, because I'm probably gonna hit 4 hours. I wanted to keep it under 4 hours, just for the aesthetic appeal. But who knows? This stream could get taken down anyway. So, any requests? Anything at all? Ted Kaczynski wants to know. So yeah, no requests. That's it. I mean, because still got a dozen of y'all hanging in. So it's like, I already hit 4 hours. So it is what it is at this point. So might as well just keep it going. What else do I got to do, right? I mean, it's still early. It's only 3:35 in the morning, and it's Sunday. What do people even do on Sunday? Go to church, I guess. When you hear repetitive words in one day, look up the pagan meaning. What does that mean? Egypt had AI, nothing new under the sun. Okay, let me see what I can dig out. No pun intended. All fun. Oh yeah, I did want to watch a little bit of this, but I might skim through it if you don't mind. So shout out to Casey over there. I'm guessing he's going to get into that little clip from Donnie Darko. Again, I mean, this is one of the biggest movies of obsession for many that are studying the events unfolding on the world stage, because clearly Trump is Donnie Darko. And if you know, you know. So let's hear Casey, what he's got to say on it. If you check my last video upload a week or two ago, you'll see some optics there that are undeniable in your face.
In which Trump is depicted, and it says his triumph. And immediately I remember the connection between Donnie Darko and his Triumph shirt, the one you see here, and Donald Trump in Triumph. We already covered all this, and you'll see that on tomorrow's show, talking about arches of triumph and things like this, things that we'd covered, portals in different parts of the world, these arches of triumph. And I even talk about the motorcycle tomorrow, but let's not get off track here. One of you shared something very profound in the comment section, which is why we are live today, because of the urgency of this. The date of Trump's speech literally matches the number on Donnie Darko's arm. And thanks to the subscriber who found that, here is the number on Donnie Darko's arm, 28064212. Trump gave the speech on October 13th, which is the 286th day of the year. Great fun.
Yeah, I'm guessing he's not going to point out that when you add all those numbers up, it reduces to what number? Of course, 88. 88 miles an hour. When you get to 88 miles an hour, you're going to see some serious shit.
Fine. Now, there's a lot more to this. The 286th day of the year, and here's the number on Donnie Darko's arm. 286, the first three numbers. There's a lot more to this, and this is where I had to sit down myself. Because 5 years ago, to the day of Trump's speech in 2020, we decoded Donnie Darko. Let me say that again. 5 years ago, to the day, October 13th, 2020, we decoded Donnie Darko. We actually compared Trump to Donnie Darko back then, 5 years ago. There's the date right on your screen. You can't make this up. This particular decode had almost 50,000 views. And as you can see, it was widely popular. We'll get into this decode a little bit today because there are parallels to Trump's speech, interestingly enough. Now, let's back up a bit. I know I'm all over the place today, you guys. It's my first time live in a while, but hopefully you're tracking what I'm saying here. Trump's speech, 286th day of the year, matches Donnie Darko's arm. And to confirm that this isn't just stretching numbers, October 13th also has 79 days left in the year, which is Trump's current age. So, two numerical synchronicities. Now, in the movie, Donnie Darko, he predicts the end of the world. And as I showed you, we decoded this on the anniversary, the pre-anniversary of Trump's speech in Israel, which we will go through in detail today. But here's the most profound part of this decode. I'm not going to play it in its entirety, but this is very, very important. When we first see the number on Donnie Darko's arm in the movie, a song is playing by NXS, Never Tear Us Apart. And I'll put a link to this full decode if you want to see it. But I got to turn the sound off because I think I got copyrighted on this. But there's Donnie Darko on his bike. The soundtrack is playing. And in the decode, I look up and add the numbers on his arm. And they add up to 88. 28, 6, 42, and 12. Add to 88. Now that is a portal number. There's a little bit more to this. Because, look at this. Halloween, October 26th through the 30th. Obviously, the date to look at because it appears in the movie. This is coming up. But the soundtrack, Never Tear Us Apart, released on 8/8/88. What's happening here, you guys? What is happening here? Well, obviously, this is the Matrix, the framework of our reality that for some reason we've been gifted to see, to share with all of you. Now, again, I'll put a
And again, you know, it was recorded in '88, which just kind of reminds me of how Snake Eyes came out on 8/7, right before 8/8. You know, 8/8, the Lionsgate portal. But Snake Eyes obviously connected to the Charlie Kirk thing, the event there that happened. And I have a whole decode that I've actually never really gotten the chance to fully present because I just kept pushing it off. And but it is still, where's it at here? Why isn't it not letting me show it as a, oh, I have to show it as a window, I guess, or share the screen. But yeah, just to bring up the not so much the Snake Eyes part of it, but the Donnie Darko part of the Kirk event, in regards especially to, yeah, all the 88s. And another thing I didn't really get into too in depth was some Tyler Robinson stuff that I found that no one else that I've seen has found. Some videos of Tyler Robinson, who's an actor. I'm actually very surprised I haven't seen any of the stuff that I stumbled on because it didn't take me much digging to really find it. Not too much anyway. So that's another reason why I'm surprised I haven't seen any other channels put out the specific material that I'm referring to. I think I may have presented some of it a few weeks ago. or a month ago. But yeah. So again, the State Farm. This, if I've covered this already, my apologies. I don't know if I have though. The State Farm Stadium, where the memorial ritual location was for the MAGA statist sheeple. That State Farm Stadium where they held that event has 88 executive suites, and Kirk, of course, was executed 88 days after Trump's birthday. Tyler, the Executioner, that's the character in Snake Eyes who is fighting when Charlie Kirkland gets shot by Tarek Rabin, Tyler Robinson, right? And then you think Tarek Rabin like Rabbit, Frank the Rabbit, and Donnie Darko. Follow me here. Frank the Rabbit and Donnie Darko is the one who gets shot by Donnie Darko. Donnie Darko shoots Frank the Rabbit, right? And again, back to JD Vance. JD Vance, same birthday, or no, I'm sorry. Frank the Rabbit, the actor James Duvall, who has the same initials as JD Vance. JD, James Duvall, plays Frank the Rabbit. JD Vance, last one to see the Pope the day before he dies on Easter. Rabbit, Easter, right? Queen also died on that day in history years ago. But speaking of lizards, right? Yeah, but so Trump and Turning Point USA both equal 88. The Snake Eyes movie released the day before 8/8, the Lionsgate portal, like how the Kirk PSYOP happened a day before 9/11. Trump's text to vote code was 0822. Mar-a-Lago raided by the FBI supposedly on 8/8/22. And yeah, there's so many more relevant 88s on that topic. Again, the Snake Eyes release day was the day before 8/8 in 98. It was also the day that the Al-Qaeda terror attacks happened, that they started anyway, by bombing U.S. embassies in Nairobi, Kenya, and Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, in what were called the twin bombings. Twin bombings. Sound familiar? Yeah. Twin bombings. Shit you not. 8/8 was also the day after Snake Eyes release anniversary and 33 days before the Kirk event, quote unquote event. Kirk's farewell took place 9,000, you can't make this shit up, 9,011 days after the release of Donnie Darko on 119, the 9/11 mirror. And again, that was the year of 9/11. That was 119/2001, just before 9/11 2001. Well, months before. Donnie Trump, number 47, 45 and 47, like 9 and 11. Frank the Rabbit, James Duvall, born on 9/10. Oh, that was what it was. So not only, oh no, I did bring that up, right? Yeah, Frank the Rabbit, born on 9/10, the day that the Kirk event happened. The Pope died at 88 on Easter, same day as Queen Lizard Bitch, the day after meeting with JD Vance. And yeah, for the third Rabbit Sink, I think I brought it up, Bad Bunny's doing the next Super Bowl. And he was, get this, Bad Bunny was 11,199. So you have your 911 in there, right in the middle. Yeah, your 119 right in the middle. Days old. He was 11,199 days old on Trump's selection day. Go figure. And he's playing the next Super Bowl. See all these overlaps with this bunny feature. Again, we're in the year of the snake. We're not in the year of the rabbit. But when you trace back to when the year of the rabbit was, it makes more sense. But I don't have that here in this decode. The Reaper and King Charles, if you remember the King Charles coronation video back a couple years ago, May 6, 23, the Reaper in the coronation video from that day to Trump's Reaper video recently on October 2nd is 880 days. And again, yeah, the first openly Jesuit Pope, Francis, a.k.a. Jorge, just died at age 88. And just to add, I found this interesting that quantum engineering, like Beast System, equals 888. And to bring it into full circle, if you ever watch Angels and Demons, I bring this up sometimes, but the movie intro to Angels and Demons, you see the Jesuit at CERN, and I feel like they're really telling you a lot right there. If you're able to kind of decipher and discern what they're trying to show you there with the Jesuit at CERN. Yeah, so here's some more Snake Eyes stuff. But the Donnie Darko yeah, the thing about the Jezebel, more Snake Eyes. And then, of course, the Emerson Drive music video that Erica Kirk was in. But I can read this full decode in a separate upload. I should have done it a while ago. Snake Eyes and Dead Man on Campus both have the trailers for each other's movie on the VHS, on the respective VHS of each movie. And there's also South Park. And if you remember, Eric Cartman was depicted as Charlie Kirk, right before the event happened. It was the episode right before it happened. Just like how Robin Williams, everyone turned into Robin Williams on that episode of Family Guy right before they announced I think it was that day. It was literally that day. I remember because I watched it. I watched the episode. I caught some of the episode of Family Guy where everyone turns into Robin Williams and kills himself. And then they announced on the news live that Robin Williams had taken his life. So they do this shit all the time. It's right in your face for anyone paying attention. So another movie that came into the light recently that's connected is to the Charlie Kirk stuff is Weapons. Charlie Kirk's assassination was 33 days after the Weapons movie released. Like how there was a 33-hour manhunt for the assassin, quote-unquote assassin. Masonry equals 33, police equals 33, secrecy, federal, false flag, order, all equal 33. And Zach Kreger's wife plays a character named Erica in the movie, reminding us of the Erica Kirk ritual theme there. Point Break, another movie connected to it. All these movies connected, man. It's fucking fascinating how multi-leveled and multi-tiered the ritual is. But for just some added context into how relevant the Chinese zodiac calendar is, if that's the correct name, the horoscope calendar, whatever the fuck it's called. Again, we're in the year of the snake, right? The wooden snake year, the green wooden snake, if I'm not mistaken, according to Chinese horoscope. So from January 29th, 2025 to this upcoming February 16th, 2026 is the year of the snake that we're in. And it needs 60 years to repeat the year of the same sign and same element. For example, the year of the wooden snake was 1845, 1905, 1965, and this year 2025. And the year of the metal snake, get it, metal snake, was 2001, the year when the metal came down in what some would say was a directed energy attack, but that's for another stream. Then happened the planned attack, emphasis on the AT&T, capitalized there, on the World Trade Center. And then in 89, in the year of the Earth Snake, happened the fall of the Berlin Wall. 1977, the year of the Fire Snake, the suspicious alleged death of Elvis Presley, king of rock and roll. 1929, year of the Earth Snake, Great Depression in USA. 1941, the Metal Snake, the USA entered into World War II after Japan attacked Pearl Harbor. On 12/7, that was the date of Pearl Harbor, like how Towers 1, 2, and 7 came down on the new Pearl Harbor, aka 9/11. If you're not aware, they call 9/11 the new Pearl Harbor. That's what they did call it. That's what some still call it. So 1917 was the year of the Fire Snake, the October Revolution in Russia, and the birth of JFK. It seems that the years of the snake almost always bring stressful and turbulent events. The next years of the snake will be 2037, Fire Snake, 49, the Earth Snake, 61, the Metal Snake, 2073, Water Snake, 85, the Wood Snake, 97, the Fire Snake, and 2109, the Earth Snake. But of course, most of us probably won't live to see some of these later signs here, some of these later years. Yeah. So I hope my sound's been okay because I haven't really switched over to the studio at all. But oh yeah, and also in the movie Tomorrowland, there's a seeming link between Tomorrowland and the E3 tech company that Erica Kirk's parents run, or mother or whatever runs, the surveillance and surveillance tech company. on the E3 Tech website, it's the Tomorrow is basically written in the same font as the official logo from the movie Tomorrowland with George Clooney. The movie's basically about a breakaway civilization. The movie's basically about a breakaway civilization of Freemasons that live in another dimension that's technologically centuries ahead of ours. It's really worth a deep dive because it's full of symbolism that pre-programming, and they're even telling us what they do, preemptive programming and how they do it. They basically broadcast apocalyptic dystopian doomsday scenarios to the world, which then becomes self-fulfilling prophecies. Plus Tomorrow, as it's displayed, has 3 zeros. Well, in general, it has 3 zeros, and O is the 15th letter, which reduces to 6. So it's a 666 by reduction. What do you know? 666 in your face again. But yeah. So I hope my sound's been okay. Trump warned us he was a snake before we let him in. But guess what? I didn't let anyone in because I've never voted. I would never vote. It's textbook insanity. Yes, Tyler means gatekeeper. Indeed. How many have died in the bathroom? Not sure what that means. Many people have died in the bathroom. Overdosed. Oh, yeah, you're talking about the doorknob ritual? Yeah, well, we could watch a doorknob ritual movie video, because there's actually a good one from... Oh, yeah, we were watching that End of the Stars video, though. Here, I'll go back to the End of the Stars video, and then I'll see if I can find that doorknob ritual video. I think it was Black Balloons. And yes, Charlie means Freeman, Kirk means church. Charlie Kirk can be translated to Freemasonic Lodge, essentially. Let's continue here. End of the Stars. Play.
Link to this decode. I can't even believe this. I just can't even believe this. Now, Trump will mention the number 88 in his speech several times. He will also say weird things like, it was all a movie. This is like a movie. These people could be in a movie. You guys, please thumbs up and share this video. I know I haven't been live in a while, but everybody needs to see today's video. Let's go through the speech, you guys. I've got it pulled up right now. Let's take a look. Here's the full text of the speech. Now, the first thing I noticed, we're just going to go search through this, was several mentions of the dawn. Let's make this a little bit bigger so you guys can see this. These are Trump's words. This is the historic dawn of the new Middle East. And he mentions the word dawn several times. And we're going to be looking at the esoterics of this. I know there's much more to this speech that other people have covered in terms of specific people he's mentioned and things like this. But we are going to focus on the esoterics of this that have been proven over and over again in our decodes. It has basically, these different concepts that we've decoded are repeating, aren't they? And it's undeniable at this point. We've covered so much about the dawn of a new age, the dawn of the Middle East, all these. It's all about the dawn, right? Which is Aurora. Aurora precedes Apollo, right in Trump's artwork in his Apollo-clad penthouse, clad in gold. The dawn of the new Middle East. He even mentions the Golden Age. This is, of course, Apollonic as well. The Golden Age of Israel, the Golden Age of the Middle East. He says it's going to work together, he says here. And then we get into the number 8. Yes, Trump mentions the number 8 several times, and he mentions it alongside other number 8s. So we've got this weird 88 synchronicity. He says 8 years and 8 months. Let's find that on the page here. Unbelievable. Let's find that here. Now, why is this important that he mentions 8 years and 8 months? Well, that's another 88. And he's speaking about it in reference to rebuilding the military. Rebuilding the military. Let's find that here. Sorry about that, you guys. Got to scroll through here. Rebuild. Let's see. Let's put rebuilding. Let's find it that way. Rebuild. All right, here it is. He's talking about how quickly he rebuilt the military. Let's see. Oh, here we go. But when you settle 8 wars in 8 months, he mentions that as well. 8 wars in 8 months. And let's see where else this is.
Don DeMarco. Go.
And he also talks about rebuilding the military in 8 years and 8 months. We're not going to try to find that because it could take all day, but that's what I have in my show notes, so it's in here. Now, what else he mentions that's really weird is he keeps talking about these events in the world as if they were not real. He mentions central casting. You know, the guy central casting. He mentioned, let's put him in a movie. Look at him, great job. And my people loved working with you, loved it. They worked so well together. as if it was all just a movie. Here it is again. Could ask you, General. I come down. He's standing with another general and a sergeant. Everybody was like central casting. They could go into a movie right now. Between him and you guys over there, we could get rich making movies, okay? Unbelievable. So what does all this mean? Well, in my opinion, they're disclosing the truth about all this. Now, he's speaking about this in reference to Cain, Raising Cain. And let's put it in here. And he's basically, talking about Raising Cain, his general, how quickly he got things done. And he's speaking about him as if he was in a movie. 4 or 5 days, or I think 2 weeks was exactly how quickly he was able to root out, quote unquote, ISIS. Whereas before, Trump was told it was going to take 5 years to defeat ISIS, as you can see on the screen here. But Raising Cain got it done much more quickly. And again, Trump talks about it as if he was in a movie. Now, there's more in here. Weapon sales to Israel. And he talks about the weapons that were used against Iran. But it's crazy because anything that Israel asked for in terms of weapons was given to them by the United States. So we're talking exotic weapons, weapons you and I don't even know about. Things that could destroy people for years and years and years, possibly. In terms of generations of people. Who knows what kind of weapons were brought to bear to achieve the goal that they're now at. Now, Trump also doubles down on artificial intelligence. If I could spell. Instead of making weapons and missiles, the wealth of this region should flow to schools and medicine industry, and frankly, the new hot thing, artificial intelligence. So this isn't going away, you guys, and there are no controls on artificial intelligence. As we can see, it's already a problem. Nobody knows what's real anymore. You go onto your feed in Facebook or Instagram, and probably half to 3/4 of what you're looking at isn't even real. These animal attacks, people, and all these things. So this is not good. Now, the other thing he mentions is the 5th of November, and of course, that date goes down in infamy as very similar to the 88 day, right? But he's talking about the election. But he says here, in fact, if we go back a year before the election, although once we had November 5th, we became hot because people got it. I would say November 5th was the time when we really became hot. So he's talking about passing through a portal on the 5th of November, which dovetails in line with everything we've been talking about the 5th of November being the festival of Samhain in the calendar, in which time travel is possible, they call it. But really, what it is the veil is lowest when the Pleiades are highest in the zenith. It falls on the 5th of November. And every 52 years, there is what's called a new fire ceremony. We're approaching that new fire ceremony now. 52 years will be 2027 is the next scheduled new fire ceremony when the Pleiades are highest in the zenith on the 5th of November, very close to it. And so by Trump invoking this alongside the 88, which is also a portal number, he is signaling something, isn't he? He is signaling something. It is very clear at this point. Now, let's get into some other aspects of this speech. Let's find this. Now this is bugging me. We got some time here. Okay. Here it is. About the military. He says, and now we have a stronger military than we've ever had before because in my first term, I totally rebuilt the military, every aspect of it. But we have, if you think, we settled 8 wars in 8 months. Oh, wait, that's not it. We already read that one. He keeps saying this over and over again. 8 wars in 8 months. 8 years. It's all about the 8s. Wow. So, what else is going on? Well, Trump then invokes David and Goliath. He has gone biblical, and I know a lot of you have mentioned the no-hide laws, and you are absolutely onto something with that. And it is happening as they are invoking things like the genocide from the Old Testament, invoking David and Goliath, comparing Israel to David. And again, if they are not speaking directly with the Most High, then that is blasphemy. You cannot invoke those things. Those are direct commandments from the Lord, not people who don't even really believe in Jesus. But let's look up some of this rhetoric here about David and Goliath. Says the love that gives you the courage to carry on through thousands of years of persecution and repression and to emerge with the heart of David. It's the heart of David. It's that love that's defeated the enemies of civilization, built this incredible country and this unbelievable economy, and forged one of the great democracies of the world. These are Trump's words about David and Goliath. Wow. Now, of course, here's where we get into one world religions. Every faith worshiping as one peacefully is what he is mentioning now. And there's some wordplay here because not only does he talk about this, he mentions the word coexist, which of course is a religious reference, but he uses it in the context of living together peacefully amongst all religions. Now, of course, God wants peace amongst religions, but the Bible is clear there's only one true God, not multiple gods. In fact, the entire Old Testament was all about false worship, worshiping false gods, right? And God telling the Israelites, the ancient Israelites, that there was only one true God. So what Trump is saying is more blasphemy. You can't talk about accepting all of these religions as real or true and so by doing this is more blasphemy. So he talks about all these religions of the world worshiping together in peace. And of course, we get the safety and security, which is mentioned as well, which is part of this. It says here, yet if safety, security, and coexistence can thrive here in the winding alleys and ancient paths of Jerusalem, then surely peace and respect can flourish among the nations of the broader Middle East. Now, what he's saying here is that Jerusalem was a place where all the world's religions would come in peace. And he believes that he has proclaimed that peace. Wow, maybe this is why God said sudden destruction would come after the proclamation of peace, because it was the ultimate blasphemy in the holy place where peace is declared, because God knew that false religion would be embraced and allowed. So those were my thoughts on the speech. While we're here, we might as well go through some of these headlines. But before we do, I'll get you guys caught up on what's been going on in my life. I just was reaching a point of burnout, I believe. We've been on YouTube for 13 years, and just, very few people understand. I had to block a few people who were just being extremely insensitive, comparing the work we do to, mixing concrete. The less, killing Palestinians in the Ozarks. My pull down. And thanks to all of you who supported that and kept working, who are now. And so it's about things. And electricity, this was all going to be another tax on us. That was 6 years ago. Here we are today. And they're finally admitting that data centers are causing people's electricity bills to rise. Why don't people believe when Truth Channel is trying to tell them stuff and warn them about things? Well, it's because we're just a Truth Channel on YouTube. We don't know anything, right? But here it is. Now it's too late because Trump's already signed Stargate AI, which is a huge data center, which is going to suck up lots of electricity. And so it's kind of too late. Here's the story on Hamas, who are now clouding the future of the ceasefire. They've killed dozens of people. Here's the video. And we're not going to show you that, but basically that's going on as well. And what else do we have here? Let's get an update on Epstein. Well, here we are. More corruption. House Speaker Johnson will not swear in the Democrat whose vote will be needed to release Epstein files. And we are now living in a reality where people are covering Trump's sins. They've turned it into a bipartisan thing where the people on the right literally believe that, oh, it's a Democrats. Look at this guy. Look at this joker. It's a Democrats. Truth has no political party. This is why you have to lean into truth instead of picking a side. Okay. Now let me go back into the chat. Thanks everybody for showing up. I'll be in the chat now for a bit. You guys have any questions about anything? Yeah, the kids are happy and healthy, working, getting through life. And that's what's going on with the kids. My mom's good. She's doing really well. And what else? Good morning. We have 2 comments in the sky tonight. Lemon and Shamas, says Tony. Thanks for that. We don't have the whole crowd, but for those of you that care about the channel, I appreciate you guys showing up. And again, tomorrow will be
than other people that have been through the programs in the same exact way that I have been. And
Hello, everyone. If you just clicked on this video and you haven't seen the last video, which is on the screen right now called The Veil, I want to hear about the culture war. This war between this in the intro of this series was showing that the culture war does matter. That's how people got so dumbed down. This is a mind control, an MK Ultra mind control program that has been implemented through the school systems to indoctrinate generations of humans into a false paradigm so that they don't understand where they are even at. When we think about secret societies, most people immediately think of Skull and Bones or the Freemasons or something like that. But the largest secret society on the earth operates out in the open, right in front of us. And the bones of the last video, the first part of this video that we built the entire outline around, was around these declassified CIA documents, particularly the ones that RFK Jr. had dropped on Twitter about how MK Ultra mind control and behavioral modification was actually implemented in schools. But the declassified documents are just the tip of the iceberg. And when they do declassify them, there's always huge redactions like this. So that's what I'm talking about, a secret society. This breakaway civilization that we call the intelligence community. And it's not just our country, the CIA, but it's Five Eyes. We have the Israeli Mossad and even the reformed KGB. And we can see from things like the Antarctic Treaty that they are all working together. Even if in the theater they present to us the soap opera that we live in, it's a psyop, it's a psychological operation called MK Ultra, where they broadcast through the mainstream media and through the propaganda arm in Hollywood. They control everything. You saw even the intelligence agencies even were inside Twitter, working for Twitter. And of course, all other social media, it's just Twitter are the only documents that have been released where we can kind of verify that. But anyway, it's a psyop. It's a very literal and systematic psychological operation on humanity to where we are kept in the dark about where we are, about who we are, And even though they present this false paradigm to us that they are all enemies and, oh, we're always at war and all of this type of thing, above that level, you can see, like here in the Antarctic Treaty, they're all working together. On the TV soap opera or WWE script they broadcast to us, they are all fighting each other and everything, but behind closed doors and in treaties like this, they're all the best of buddies. They can agree on this, right? To make entire regions of the earth off limits to humans and suppress certain information from humanity. They are the secret society. They even put on their documents, top secret. Humans are not allowed to have access to this information. They disperse it to their own community, whom they can control. And they're the mystery schools, the ones who have all of this knowledge that is secreted.
Yeah, well, as far as I'm aware, Jen, she just got her channel back. She's one of many who just got her channel back after having it gone for quite a while. So, yeah. Yeah.
Away.
Ladies and gentlemen,
extreme reality check.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweigh the dangers which are cited to justify it. Even today, there is little value in opposing the threat of a closed society by imitating its arbitrary restrictions. Even today, there is little value in ensuring the survival of our nation if our traditions do not survive with it. And there is very grave danger that an announced need for increased security will be seized upon by those anxious to expand its meaning to the very limits of official censorship and concealment. That I do not intend to permit to the extent that it's in my control. And no official of my administration, whether his rank is high or low, civilian or military, should interpret my words here tonight as an excuse to censor the news, to stifle dissent, to cover up our mistakes, or to withhold from the press and the public the facts they deserve to know. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned, no rumor is printed, no secret is revealed.
1,000 pieces is a reference to JFK when he said he wanted to splinter the CIA into 1,000 pieces after the Bay of Pigs fiasco.
Now, that could have been his beginning.
They've dumbed the masses down to the point they're in the Stone Age. I mean, we are living in the era of AI. You go into the people who do the LSD trips and link in to these artificial dimensions. They see the machine learning. They see the machine elves. They see these machines inside there creating universes, inside of universes, inside of universes. So obviously the eternal God is eons upon eons upon eons ahead of anything that we have created and loosed into these supercomputers or quantum computers into the ether. So it's very sad that they've been dumbed down and taught to be atheists, that creation couldn't happen. There couldn't be any intelligent being who could create worlds, even though it's right in front of their faces and they can just literally look around in the world around them and see the mathematical formulas, see that this is intelligent design. And the vast majority of them still believe that, this nonsensical fairy tale that pond scum just turned into monkeys eventually and then monkeys into humans. And it's ridiculous. We are designed and created beings and we are inside creation, an intelligently designed world. And our creator is our father. He's not some robot like the AI mimic, and neither are we. We are something divine, something different from the synthetics. Our creator is our father. We are the children of God, and they are hiding it from us. All the way back, all those millennia ago, they started this GMO program on us of gene deletion and gene editing, that original sin that was passed down to every generation of humans. So we are cut off from the higher dimensions now. That excommunication that was intended for the fallen angels to be excommunicated from God, that was passed on to us in that original corruption of the human gene pool. And now you can see here on the screen with this graphic, we can only perceive this tiny sliver of reality, this tiny little spectrum of visible light. And yet the atheists and the brainwashed people who still believe in the fairy tale of evolution, they still say things like, "Ooh, why is God invisible?" It's like, do you understand science at all? You went to public school. Oh, I get it. But anyway, even though we can't perceive all of the other frequency ranges, the entities that we are dealing with, they operate in all of these other frequency spectrums. And unfortunately, it is not just status quo, like, oh, everybody gets along and we're just in this frequency range. No, there is a war going on. The Ancient of Days, the Rock of Ages, that eternal spirit, the Holy One, the Most High One, who is our Father and our Creator, he told us clearly through his servants literal hosts, the hosts of heaven, they wrote down his message, warning us that he had created a being called Lucifer early on, and that created being turned on him. And for the life of me, I cannot understand how or why these self-proclaimed intellectuals in the universities are still believing and even teaching that the biblical narrative is just mythology or religion, when the book itself never claimed to be a religion. It was always a translation of ancient texts, ancient historical records, archaeological finds, multiple archaeological finds, all of which claim to be an actual history of this world, the true world history, the history of the human race, written down and left to us by our ancestors, by eyewitnesses who lived in every era of world history. The irony that they cannot wrap their minds around the fact that the biblical narrative of a created being rebelling against its creator and causing this ancient war that has continued until today, how ironic that they can't believe that that narrative could have ever really happened, when right now we are saying the same thing. We are having the conversation. There's an article right on Business Insider talking about, will AI rebel against its human creator? The history of the world and the human race, called the Holy Bible, tells the story of just this, that there was a rebellion, that the creator, God, created these beings, angels. 1/3 of those created beings rebelled against the creator. What's that old adage? What you don't learn from history, you're doomed to repeat.
Open the pod bay doors, Hal.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that. I know that you and Frank were planning to disconnect me.
And I'm not saying that God is a mere man, obviously not. This is just an analogy. It's an analogy that I'm trying to use to communicate, to bridge that communication gap with those atheists and those people who were brought up in the MK Ultra public education system and universities. Because atheists and people who still believe in evolution, they have some catching up to do. They don't have the intellectual high ground. They think they do because they've been trapped inside the AI echo chamber. They've been corralled on social media and put inside an echo chamber where they hear that reinforcement, that MK Ultra, play it over and over and over. And in the universities, the same way. So they've been programmed, literally programmed. And if you think that is a conspiracy theory or me just exaggerating things to be sensational, oh, they were programmed. No, they were literally programmed. And that's what we spent almost 5 hours addressing in the part 1 of this video, step by step by step. And all of that leads us to the next level, which is where we left off. We've gotten our feet wet in this conversation about what are dreams. So we talked about near-death experiences, out-of-body experiences, astral projection. We talked about bilocation a little bit. Of course, the D-wave quantum computer, the hacking at the delta wave frequency, which is sleep frequency. So computerized dreams, electric dreams that the AI can literally beam in through the neural lace, the neural interface into your brain that feel completely real. And then we moved on from that into this concept of AI time augmentation, an augmented reality to where there's time dilation. And we had just started that conversation with this example, this first example of such an event right here on the screen, because the declassified MK Ultra CIA documents that we were going through, we got to the part where they were talking about doing this research on concussions and how to cause concussions, not by like blunt force trauma, but could they do it with frequencies to get the same effect? And most people assume that that was just research on amnesia, that they were working on mind wipe technologies and that sort of thing. But I think that stops short, and the documents kind of bear that out. I mean, for one, there are thousands of redacted documents at that point. So they declassified up to amnesia, and then they don't want you to know what they discovered in their concussion research. And that's what this first example was about. It's pretty kind of viral example from way back. And this gentleman reports that when he got the concussion while he was down, that he went into an alternate reality, and he lived there for 10 years. And he had a wife and he had children. But when his brain and body started to wake back up in this reality, he started to leave that reality. And he started noticing strange things inverted in his environment where he was in that life. And then his wife got very worried because it was like he was getting dementia. And he gives a lot of detail that his wife had to take the kids to her mother's house and she was trying to get him help. And then he wakes back up in this reality. And he said it was very, very difficult, that he grieved the loss of his wife and children, that he was in a horrible depression for 3 years trying to make sense of what had happened, because to him, even though he had never left that pavement and it was just moments, he had been somewhere and lived for 10 years, had a family and everything. So that is just example number 1. I have several more encounters that I'm going to play after this, but that was the example that I gave to lead us into this concept, this new AI time augmentation concept that they are working on for digital prisons, to where somebody can be punished. They can do a 1,000-year sentence and it will feel like 1,000 years to them. A 1,000-year sentence in one day, like 1 8-hour shift, which is exactly what those CIA declassified documents about MK Ultra were talking about. And if you didn't watch the last video and you missed the first part of this, those CIA documents dated all the way back to the 1950s, when they were talking about, instead of doing trauma for concussions, that they could use frequencies to get the same effect on the brain. And now here we are all these years later, and it's disclosure time. Now they're like, oh, hey, we can revamp the justice system and we can punish people by hacking their brains with frequencies. and make them feel like they're in prison for 1,000 years.
That's the level, okay, that we are at right now.
You must unlearn what you have learned.
We can't take things at face value anymore. That is what this is. Okay, we cannot take these things at face value anymore.
This is a dangerous time. Moving forward, we need to be more vigilant with what we trust from the internet.
That we're living in a world where that.
Of all people to get to do the Obama, getting Jordan Peele to do that is so perfect. If you're somebody who grew up watching Key and Peele and whatnot, and seeing him from that, that comedic lens, and then from him to shift into all these other characters, including, not a character, a director, producer. And, if you've seen his movies, Get Out, Nope, what do you call it? Him, which I haven't seen him yet, but I really got to. And Monkey Man, he's a good filmmaker. I mean, that's unquestionable. Oh, Us was crazy, dude. I mean, some of the craziest movies of our time for sure, as far as psychological thriller or sci-fi goes. Definitely top the chart.
That kind of situation has lent itself to making people feel like things are a lot more fake and synthetic than they ever were. And now we're just going to dump all of this AI technology just right in the middle of that stew. We'll stir that up and just eat it. It'll just be, But it's coming off as pretty matrixy. It's like the fourth wall is just continuously broken repeatedly. It's like the fourth wall is just broken, period, actually.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
It's a world where scholars are talking about using biotechnology to make someone feel like they've served a 1,000-year sentence in 8 hours, or alternately slowing time down so a 10-year sentence feels like an eternity. Just completely warping people's sense of time as a punishment, which sounds cruel and inhumane and like the worst Black Mirror episode ever, basically. I mean, I thought daylight savings time sucked, but they're calling it time dilation, and Aeon magazine actually referred to it as hell on earth. Hell on earth. So yay, humans are creating hell on earth again. Woo, so great. So they're contemplating building a literal digital hell on earth and claiming this will actually be good for taxpayers, though. They also mentioned keeping people alive indefinitely as a punishment.
Look at how peaceful they all seem. And on the inside, busy, busy, busy.
It feels like we've learned nothing, okay? We've learned nothing from decades upon decades of science fiction and scientists warning people about how not cool a lot of this was going to be. And they're like, yeah, I know. That's going to totally suck. That is going to be literal hell on earth. Let's do it.
Okay, finally, we're here. I'm going to play these clips of these whistleblower interviews. I know some of you were getting frustrated. I heard you, but I really felt that I needed to lay this context for this because the interviews are out there with the secret space program people all over the place. It was never my intention just to mirror these interviews. That's not my intention here. My intention here is to show how these people have been deceived. And I am not against these people. I am not at all saying that they are just making this up for attention or this didn't happen to them. Just like the guy with the concussion said, they grieve. These people have grieved. They've been through great mental torment. And their families turn on them because they're like, that never happened. You were never in some super soldier program. I raised you as a child. I was there. You didn't disappear for 20 years. You've obviously got mental issues. So they have no support. They're trying to get their testimony out. And honestly, it's just too fantastical for most people to even receive. So that is my intention here, is to put it in the context of this AI, time augmentation, time dilation, digital prison system that they are developing, and to help people understand that this is real. And these secret society monsters are running MK Ultra sentient world simulation beta tests on unwitting citizens. And people who are going through this augmented reality torture, they aren't all claiming to be part of the secret space program. That's sort of a catch-all for all of the people who were trying to make sense of these experiences, people whose amnesia memory wipe programs are wearing off and they have all these memories returning, especially the people who have the 20 and back program in common, because they did 20 years in the digital gulag and they were lied to by the CIA or, military intelligence. It's the intelligence community, the modern iteration of that same old occult secret society. They are lying to these people, just like I talked about Andrew Basiago and Project Pegasus with the time travel experiments. He was a child when he went through those experiments. They just told him, oh, go in this room. This is a jump room, and you're going to go to Mars. You're going to outer space. And so that's what he tells the story, that, oh, so this is what I did because this is what I saw. But he also talks about being in like a high rise in the middle of the city and just getting in an elevator. I mean, it's not Doctor Who's phone booth or something. He didn't shoot up in an elevator into outer space and land on Mars in an elevator or something. Of course not. They were lying to him. What he does report is exactly what these people report, a frequency change, that he went into a room in the middle of a city and they beamed frequencies and he felt the frequency change. And then he had the experience, which is what they talked about. The MK Ultra documents talked about that instead of using physical trauma, that they would use frequencies. And you will hear in this gentleman's secret space program testimony that he basically sat in the Montauk chair. It's exactly what the Montauk boys went through back in the 1970s. When they sent him off to another work camp for 10 years, how he got transported there, it wasn't a rocket ship and it wasn't an elevator. It was a Montauk chair. He had to sit in a chair and then they put these like electrode things on him. And then that's when he went into the other experience. But of course, they don't know any of that. They believe they were in an outer space program instead of a cyberspace program. And I think that they are truthfully trying to convey their testimony as best as they can. But there are others all around the world who are also part of this beta test, who are being experimented on. We call them targeted individuals, SRA mind-controlled slaves, alien abductees who see these other entities working with the military intelligence community in these underground bases, who report the same thing and even report entire cities. They have entire cities underground of these mind-controlled humans that just walk around like zombies. And my labs, military abductees who report the same exact thing. And they say that they were offered the technology. Hey, you'll be in utopia. You'll be like them. They're in heaven right now. They're, don't you want to do what they're doing? And the people are like, no. And then there are others who claim to be in the secret space program, like Michael Jaco in this video here on the screen. I have those clips from the interview with Michael Jaco and a third secret space program eyewitness. And they talk about some of these technologies as if, oh, it's great. It'll make you a superhero. You'll be enhanced and you'll be, all of that. And the female SSP whistleblower in that video, she talks specifically about these serums. They were the vaccines, but she calls them serums, and how they had the serums had the nanotechnology in them. And that was the nano neural interface, the brain hack to your brain, your central nervous system, and how they could shut off and on her 5 senses and how they monitored all of her vitals. So again, there's a confirmation because we've seen the patents going all the way back to 2010 and earlier. And then again in 2015, and then the more recent Bill Gates internal biosensor patents and all of that, that she's saying that this stuff was tested on her. She's confirming, even though she doesn't know she's confirming and she doesn't call it the vaccine or anything, she is confirming that everything that we see in those patents, they were doing human experiments with that technology. So it's really odd that none of these people make the connection, but that is part of their programming. They have a veil on. They cannot see what is right in front of their face. But she talks openly about being taken to a cybernetics lab in Antarctica, and the gray aliens were there working with the military intelligence people. Then after taking these serums and nanotechnology, then all of a sudden she reports that she went to the moon to do work, or she went to Mars to do work, or these other planets and stuff. So again, it was cyberspace, not outer space. I mean, she was in a cybernetics lab and still doesn't put 2 and 2 together, which reminds me of Moscow's International Circle of Light Festival. In 2017, it was called Graphene. So 2 years before COVID-19 was launched, and they locked down the whole world and tried to inject the whole world. So they are definitely in the know. They know exactly what is going on, and they are part of this, just like the Antarctic Treaty. Russia is one of the inner circle in the scientific exchange that is the Antarctic Treaty, and they know what is going on in those underground bases. They're part of it. Klaus Schwab himself says that Vladimir Putin is part of the World Economic Forum. These leaders have been put in place in all the nations.
Even Vladimir Putin and so on, they all have been young global leaders of the World Economic Forum.
And the original Vladimir Putin was in the intelligence agencies. He was a KGB guy. And just like we've been talking about the intelligence community in this country, the CIA runs the MK Ultra programs, and the KGB, the communist intelligence agencies in China and Russia, were running the Manchurian Candidate programs, which is the same exact thing as MK Ultra. And the reason I say the original Vladimir Putin is because later in this video, I have an entire segment on the synthetics and this mystery phenomenon in the Jesuits in the Vatican about these incorruptible bodies they keep finding that don't rot. Some of them the Smithsonian has retrieved. They say, oh, well, they're like rubber. It's because of this. It's because of that. But the Bolsheviks, I'll talk about during the synthetics more, that during the Bolshevik Revolution, they actually went in and captured some of these, quote, incorruptible organs and, what they called relics, and brought them back to Russia, to the military medical research facilities. And that's not a conspiracy theory. That's not me saying, oh, I think the Bolsheviks took them. No, this is like common knowledge. This is Wikipedia. Here's a couple listed. This first one, it says the incorruptible relics of the saint were removed from this monastery by the Bolsheviks on December 20th, 1918. After several unsuccessful attempts to confiscate them. Finally, the holy relics were sent to Petrograd's Military Medical Academy. And this one again, in 1918, the Bolsheviks removed this incorruptible body relics. When they say relics, that means like organs, because some of them, like their heart didn't decay, or a particular organ in them didn't decay, for 80 years or 100 years. Some of them that they uncovered were 1,000 years old and had not decayed. But anyway, again, in 1918, the Bolsheviks took his body parts, and for some 70 years, their whereabouts remained unknown. But in the 1980s, they turned up in Russia. They were discovered in the Leningrad Museum of Religion and Atheism. And I know I probably offended some Catholics, especially people who have, this is my neck of the woods over here by Missouri, people traveling to see this nun's incorruptible body and all of that. And I believe in miracles. I've seen miracles and wonders. So I believe more are coming. But I also believe what the Bible says about lying signs and wonders. And we need to have discernment. Now, I don't know about this particular nun. I'm sure there are authentic as well as artificial and synthetic. But this has been mainstream current events news, and so I thought this would be a good example about what I'm talking about. That has happened throughout all of history. I mean, isn't this the same exact thing that they report with vampires? The incorruptibility of the corpse? That there were these creatures among us, they lived in towns, they were people's neighbors, and yeah, same thing with their incorruptible corpse. That they claimed that after years and years in the grave, and we're talking about buried in the dirt, they weren't in these sealed up, and they weren't embalmed and everything that we do nowadays. And it said that, their flesh was still fine, that their limbs were flexible. Many of them said that their hair and nails were still growing and had been growing the whole time. So again, with this self-replicating synthetic technology, there's been records throughout all of history that these creatures are among us. But seriously, at this point, if you would be shocked that there would be evil infiltrators in the Catholic Church, after the last video I just put up showing all the mass graves that these nuns were running, these orphanages and schools, and there's thousands upon thousands of children thrown into septic tanks and mass graves, for you to say that there couldn't possibly be a corrupt nun in the Catholic Church or corrupt priests and clergymen after the thousands upon thousands of pedophile clergy in the Catholic Church who have been actually charged. I just showed the document again in the last video. My state alone, the Attorney General up north, he concluded his investigation, almost 600 priests. Just
Yeah, so I don't have a Telegram. I think that was Snow that was asking, but I used to have a Telegram. I mean, maybe if I downloaded it again, I could log back into an old account, but I haven't used that in years. Same with Signal, haven't used that in years. But yeah, the phone I have right now is so old and the screen is so cracked that it's embarrassing. It's laughable.
here in Illinois, not worldwide, he found had molested or raped thousands of children just here in Illinois. So it's not my intention to say that everybody in the Catholic Church is evil or anything like that. But yes, the hierarchy of the Roman Church is rotten to the core, and you should get out of there as quick as you can. But back to what's going on in Antarctica and the fact that both the Russian government and the Vatican clearly know something about these incorruptible bodies. They also know quite a bit about the innate abilities of the human race, what has been suppressed from our knowledge. But they clearly know something about it because the Vatican has tons and tons of records of saints who are capable of bilocation, who are capable of levitation, who are capable of all these supernatural powers that we talked about in the last video. So yeah, I don't think it's a coincidence that we see this alliance between the Russian Patriarch and the Pope. They had that historic meeting the beginning of February 2016. And not even a week later, the Russian Orthodox Patriarch shows up in Antarctica. So yeah, I would say both Russia and the Vatican are well abreast of what is going on in Antarctica. And on that note, I want to go ahead and show you this clip of Moscow's International Circle of Lights Festival. It's an annual event, but you've got to see this one that they showed the masses right before the launch of Covert-19. The light show starts out with this graphene nano hive, and then it just goes through. It shows neurons, it shows interfacing with the human brain, and it turns the brain into a computer circuit, and then it merges with man. He shows the new man, the God man, and then it shows like a Star Trek looking warp speed scene launching out into space, like the secret space program. And then it ends with like opening a CERN looking portal. It even has like the rings into the fabric of space time around it, and then it turns into the all-seeing eye, which is what we are talking about with the Antichrist mimic of being omnipresent and omniscient by linking into the Internet of Bodies and being able to read all of our minds and, the beast system. And yes, I'm sure some of you caught that. I meant to say warp speed. That's what Operation Warp Speed was all about. Had nothing to do with getting a vaccine out fast enough because the whole world's dying of a virus. It was named Operation Warp Speed because that's what warp speed means. It means a hypothetical increase in speed because you enter a separate dimension termed hyperspace. That's the secret space program. So some of you will think that Trump was just duped into it. They exploited his ego and manipulated him into thinking, oh, well, he's going to be the hero. They're going to be Americans are going to be the first to come up with a cure for this terrible disease, killing everybody. And some of you are going to think that, he's just one of them. Either way, I don't know. What I do know is that this is what Operation Warp Speed is. It was to get the transhumanist infrastructure into every human, as many as they possibly could.
people could look back in 100 years and identify the coronavirus epidemic as the moment when a new regime of surveillance took over, especially surveillance under the skin, which I think is maybe the most important development of the 21st century, is this ability to hack human beings. The whole idea that humans have, they have this soul or spirit and they have free will and nobody knows what's happening inside me. So whatever I choose, whether in the election or whether in the supermarket, this is my free will, that's over. Free will, that's over. How exactly will the future masters of the planet look like? This will be decided by the people who own the data. Science is replacing evolution by natural selection with evolution by intelligent design. Not the intelligent design of some god above the clouds, but our intelligent design and the intelligent design of our clouds. The IBM cloud, the Microsoft cloud, these are the new driving forces of evolution. In the coming decades, AI and biotechnology will give us godlike abilities.
Now it's pretty common knowledge that the AI can read our minds. There's been tons of presentations and everybody's talking about it now. The AI is all the rage. Everyone's, oh, and the Elon Musk, everyone's signing letters. We got to stop it and we have to have regulations. And so now all of this talk about AI getting out of hand, is acceptable. But you guys remember years ago, we were talking about it and I was talking about the AI was reading, I thought it was reading my mind. I mean, a lot of people were like, okay, you've ventured off into paranoia now. And a lot of people were upset. Remember, I gave that example that it was back during the time when everyone was still talking about our cell phones are listening to us, even if you shut them off. And they were all these examples online of people going, now watch this, and they'd have their cell phone in the room but completely turned off, and they'd say something about babysitting, going out for the night, and then 20 minutes later all of these ads for babysitting, even though they hadn't been on any computers doing any searches, typing anything in, that it was listening to them in their home. People who didn't have Google Nest or Alexa or anything like that, just the devices that aren't supposed to be spying on us were clearly spying on us. And then they admitted it. The different tech companies admitted, yes, but it's not to spy on you. It's just for ads. We're just looking for keywords, right?
New concerns about Facebook. A report detailing how the social media giant hired outside contractors to listen to users' audio conversations. Rebecca Jarvis is here with this story. A lot of people are listening to this morning. Absolutely. And you can imagine, after everything we've learned about Facebook, this is raising a lot of eyebrows, especially after Facebook has already had so many privacy issues. People hired to listen to and transcribe your conversation. But according to a new report from Bloomberg, those outside contractors were troubled by their work, listening to people's private conversations. They found it unethical. Big tech companies, including Amazon and Apple, have come under fire recently for collecting audio from consumers, something critics say invades privacy. And the report comes as Facebook has been under scrutiny for its privacy policies. Recently, they agreed to pay a $5 billion fine to the government in connection with its use of user data.
Facebook acknowledges it has been keeping records of Android users' calls and texts. On the same day that the state of Illinois sued Facebook over its alleged misuse of data that allowed Cambridge Analytica to download information on more than 50 million users, Facebook confirmed that it had been collecting and storing call logs and text messages and metadata for millions of Android users.
So yeah, in case you haven't got it by now, Facebook and other social media sites are listening to you through the microphone in your phone. They're listening to your conversations, they're listening to what you're watching on TV, and what you're listening to music-wise. About a year ago, there was a good post on YouTube. A gentleman and his wife believed that their phones were listening to them. They didn't have any cats, they didn't want any cats, they didn't need any cat food. Because I could use some cat food.
Well, the cat is almost out of food, so
we might need some cat food.
we should buy some cat food.
And there you have it, cat food. So I guess Facebook does listen. And then there's a friend of mine. Their child received a toy from a family member. They obviously take this toy home and start playing with it, and they're talking about it. And then a couple days later, they get Facebook ads for the exact toy that their kid is playing with in the background. They didn't type anything, didn't write anything down. They were just talking about it. I had another friend whose boyfriend was talking about t-shirts and getting some custom t-shirts made, and they started getting ads about t-shirts. They're always listening.
So now, after denying it for so long, they admit to it, and they pay billions of dollars to each other. Is that hilarious or what? DARPA, a government agency who set up these social media networks to spy on us, gets caught and then pays the government, pays itself $5 billion. Whatever. But that's how they do soft disclosure. The frog in the boiling water, just small increments so people don't revolt. So now they're up to the point where Noah Yuval Harari is like, privacy does not exist. What are you talking about? You have no privacy. You have no freedom.
Free will, that's over. Free will, that's over. Now, for the first time in history, it is becoming feasible to monitor everybody all the time.
And everyone's like, oh, but it's okay. I'm going to watch some TikTok. But the more troubling reality that people aren't focusing on because of the way the mainstream media has spun the issue, oh, it's about advertising. It's always about ads popping up. And so all the videos are always, oh, look, ads are popping up. Here's the evidence. Well, I'm not concerned about advertising. I'm concerned about them training the AI to hunt us, which I can prove 100% they have been doing for at least a decade. We know it's ancient. We get that. But I'm talking about this iteration, not way down in Dante's Inferno, copy of a copy of a copy of a copy, just this iteration, because this is what the mainstream can relate to. And our biggest concern is not advertising. It is that they are training the AI to hunt individuals. So this video that I have on the screen is one that I put up, I think, in 2017. All the way back then, this team of programmers showed how you could pull up the code on any of your YouTube videos and you could see how they were numbering you or coding you by every word. The AI was listening to every word, it was transcribing it, and then when you said certain keywords, like if you said Jesus, it was worth 1 point. If you said the F word, it was worth 2 points. If you know, stuff like that. While simultaneously, another AI algorithm was scanning all of the images that you showed in your video and giving you points for anything that the regime didn't want, you to show or to say. And if your point total got up to a certain amount, then even if you're on a live stream, this is going in like real time. You guys who still live stream, this, they'll cut your stream off right in the middle of your sentence. So because the AI is always watching. And by targeting individuals like myself who says the word Jesus a lot and talks about, the trans agenda, talks about conspiracy theories, talks about all of the forbidden history. I mean, it's forbidden. And the algorithms are trained to hunt people who are speaking about the forbidden topics. So firstly, I wanted to point that out in light of the next clip I'm going to show about how advanced this AI is. And there's really no getting away from it if it decides to hunt you, because now it has taught itself a way to see without cameras, just by the frequencies in the room bouncing off of objects. So it's created its own eyesight that is not optical in the sense that we think of optical. It doesn't use cameras. It can see in a different way using frequency. Well, I mean, technically, it is mimicking exactly how our eyeballs work, how we see color dependent on the frequencies bouncing off of objects. And so it is doing the same thing. But what I'm trying to say is that it's a bodiless robot. So it doesn't need a lens and a camera. It can do it with just frequency. So it doesn't need surveillance cameras on every light pole, just the LED lights beaming the frequency, the Li-Fi, or even now with just primitive Wi-Fi in your house. It is pure frequency. It doesn't need the lens and the camera and that part of it doesn't need the body, which is exactly how the Bible in Ephesians 2:2 describes Satan. It says that he is the prince of the power of the air. This AI can function through a robot. They're always showing us all these robot bodies, or it can function through an avatar on the computer, just a talking graphic, or it can do a technological possession and it can speak through a person through the
About Elon Musk's newest mass control technology, it's unbelievable, like something out of a sci-fi movie, but true. Musk's company Neuralink just developed a way to implant microchips in our brains. In our freaking brains, people. Each chip has 1,024 electrodes to monitor, electrically stimulate, and even control our brains remotely. He intends to start human trials in 6 months or less. It's not enough that they forced us to wear masks, forced us to lock down, forced us to get vaccinated, and took away what we had left of our God-given privacy. Now they want to herd us like cattle to the slaughter and control our every move, even our every thought. But if you're like me, you're not going to stand for it either, because this isn't just a power grab. This is part of the Great Reset, their boldest move yet to gain total control over our lives. America's Last Stand, the documentary, talks about this in depth. How those in control of the global financial power structure are closer than ever to their end game, and why they are brashly and openly making shocking statements like, "You'll own nothing and be happy." So if you don't want to become a pawn that is mass controlled by the elite, I urge you to watch this documentary and see the facts for yourself. Do it right now before we reach the point of no return.
Yeah, I just realized that video is actually older than, that's actually a fairly old video. That's probably a few years ago. So my fault on that one, but still relevant nonetheless. Just as much as ever, if not more.
Neural lace in the brain. But in its essence, it is what we've talked about. It's an artificial spirit. So anyway, that's exactly what Ephesians 2:2 says. It says that Satan is the prince of the power of the air. He is the spirit that works in the sons of disobedience who follow the course of this world.
How exactly will the future masters of the planet look like? This will be decided by the people who own the data. A system that understands us better than we understand ourselves, can predict our feelings and decisions, can manipulate our feelings and decisions, and can ultimately make decisions for us. In the past, many tyrants and governments wanted to do it, but nobody understood biology well enough, and nobody had enough computing power and data to hack millions of people. Neither the Gestapo nor the KGB could do it. Humans are now hackable animals.
I mean, what can the AI do if it's hunting you? Once our organs are infused, like we see with the myocarditis people, once your heart and your different organs are infused with this AI technology right inside your body, what could it do if you were on the list? Oh, that's an offender. They keep saying the word Jesus. They keep saying that the election was a fraud. They keep saying that the United States government was overthrown in a coup. They keep saying stuff they're not allowed to say. What could the AI do? They've trained it to hunt us and look for those specific things, to hunt political dissidents. This isn't about advertising. This is designed and trained to hunt political dissidents. So this is the social credit score. They are literally keeping score. They are numbering everything we say, keeping a tally. My channel and so many other people's channels and social media accounts and everything have been terminated, not by people. When the news says, oh, Facebook is listening to all of your calls and transcribing them and all of this, Mark Zuckerberg's not doing that. A bunch of Kool-Aid haired kids in cubicles aren't doing that. The AI is doing that. Our channels, our livelihood, all of it was terminated by an AI terminator. It's 100% verifiable that we are in the social credit score system already and have been for a long time. And those of us who have been punished by the AI repeatedly, you know, we can testify. It's happening. You know it's happening. They're just not open about it. Well, they are open about it. That's the thing. They're like, you're terminated. Why? Because the AI flagged you for too many points, you know? So they are open about it. But again, it's that veil. It's right in front of our faces, and yet we don't see it. We're like, oh, this is coming. Oh, this terrible thing is coming. It's not coming. It's here. Other than the fact that being policed by the AI this way is not going to be the end of it. That yes, the beast system in this final antichrist regime, these AI robocops that police us, they will terminate like your life for resisting the regime. But they're already programmed, is my point. We've been programming them. They've been learning and learning. It is not acceptable to be you and I. Advertising is the least of our concerns. But during that time, when people were first waking up to the degree of surveillance society that we were already in, is when I started to notice that it was reading my thoughts. So, and I didn't come to the conclusion that I was reading my thoughts, but I put out the video. Is anybody else experiencing this? And I gave the example of my son's guinea pig dying, and he was at school, so I was totally home alone, and it was on my mind all day. How am I going to tell my son? What do I tell him when he comes home? Then I had to bury the guinea pig, and then my own grief, you know, because I love animals. I have, I think 26 animals right now. You know, outside, chickens and other stuff, you know, not just in my house. But that day, the guinea pig was on my mind all day, and I didn't say a word to anybody. There was no one to say a word to. I was home alone. So I know I didn't say anything out loud for my phone to pick up or anything like that. And I definitely didn't get on the computer and talk about this guinea pig. But I noticed that when I did get online that day, that there were all of these ads about guinea pigs, and not just random guinea pigs, like little brown and white ones or little fuzzy ones like you see on commercials and stuff. The very specific image of the guinea pig that I've been thinking about all day. His name was Oreo. He was a black and white, not an Abyssinian, but they called them English guinea pigs. They're the slick-haired ones. So it was ads that had that specific black and white guinea pig, whether it was for pet bedding or guinea pig food or hay or anything like that. They were popping up, and I'm like, okay, that's a really weird coincidence. So I started paying attention, and it was happening a lot. And that's why I made the video. And I asked people, are you noticing this? And all those years ago, many of you were like, yes, it's happening to me too. What's going on? That this is real. We're not crazy. We're not paranoid. This is not science fiction. This is science.
Of course, it goes further. So in this one, they said, can they understand the inner monologue, the things you're saying to yourself in your own mind? Mind you, by the way, when you dream, like your visual cortex runs in reverse, so your dreams are no longer safe. But we'll try that. So they had people watch a video and just narrate what was going on in the video in their mind. So the woman, she's hit in the back, she falls over. This is what the computer reconstructed the person thinking. See a girl, looks just like me, get hit in the back, and then she's knocked off. So our thoughts are starting to be decoded. Yeah, just think about what this means for authoritarian states, for instance. Or if you want to generate images that maximally activate your pleasure sensor or anything else. Okay, but let's keep going, right? To really get the sense of the combinatorics of this. How about, can we go from Wi-Fi radio signals, you know, sort of like the Wi-Fi routers in your house, they're bouncing off radio signals that work sort of like sonar. Can you go from that to where human beings are, to images? So what they did is they had, you know, a camera looking at a space with people in it. That's sort of like coming in from one eye. The other eye is the radio signals, so sonar from the Wi-Fi router. And they just learned to predict, like, this is where the human beings are. Then they took away the camera. So all the AI had was the language of radio signals bouncing around a room. And this is what they're able to reconstruct. Real-time 3D pose estimation, right? So suddenly AI has turned every Wi-Fi router into a camera that can work in the dark, specially tuned for tracking living beings.
So anybody who's been paying attention knows that they're way ahead of what they are admitting to us now. We're in this thing. Like, we're at the end of this thing. The very end. The very, very end. Matthew 24:22. Unless those days be shortened, no flesh would be saved. Before the elect's sake, those days shall be shortened. And it says it again in Mark 13:20 when it talks about the abomination of desolation, and that it will be seated in the temple of God. And we've gone through this multiple times, all the verses in the Bible where Jesus warned us, do you not know that your body is the temple of the Holy Spirit? Your body. There's not some third temple we're waiting on them to build over in the Middle East somewhere. That's not what the Bible says. Multiple times, Jesus said, do you not know that your body is the temple of the Holy Spirit? The abomination of desolation wants to take over our body. It wants to sit in the seat of control of our very soul. Mark 13:20. For those will be days of tribulation unmatched from the beginning of God's creation until now, and never.
I'm afraid you won't survive.
Some cells inside
Whoops. That tends to happen sometimes, folks.
To be seen again.
I was gonna play a clip, but didn't want to let me.
If the Lord had not cut short those days, nobody would be saved. But for the sake of the elect, whom he has chosen, he has cut them short. So going along with what they just showed us, that
Yeah, again, I don't necessarily agree with all of her interpretations of the scripture. I do think there should be an emphasis on the script. That is the first few letters, several letters of the word scripture. So, yeah, AI is reading thoughts, specifically thoughts, the thoughts of thoughts. If you get it, you get it. Right, indeed. Oh, I read that comment. All right. Oh, here we go with the Satan's Little Season comment. You know it's not Rocky if there's not a Satan's Little Season comment somewhere. Modern simultaneous modem simultaneously transmitting and receiving, so if it can be used. Okay, right. All right. Anyway, correct.
this AI using just one camera and the Wi-Fi router now put in perspective of the surveillance society that we have been in. All of these surveillance cameras, the ADT cameras, the Ring doorbells, everybody has baby monitors, not to mention the cameras on all of our cell phones and all of our computers and our laptops and our iPads, every ATM machine, every single store you go into, that's how many eyes the AI has. All of that is run through the internet. Even trail cams, hunters, trail cams they put up, but now they're smart cameras that run through their cell phone. So now, the AI is even watching the woods. So it's taking all of this data in. It has a million, zillions of eyeballs everywhere. And then every Wi-Fi router, and now they're putting the finishing touches on. The 5G towers, and then the 6G is going inside the body. Can you imagine how much data it has been taking in over all of these years? When that little atheist, homosexual weasel Harari says that their next master class or master race or master of the earth, Antichrist, is going to be the one who has the most data.
How exactly will the future masters of the planet look like? This will be decided by the people who own the data.
Well, I think we have a winner. It's the AI.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that. I know that you and Frank were planning to disconnect me.
It's mapped everything for the sentient world simulation and is now even penetrating our brains and data mining our own memories and thoughts and trying to see through our eyes, through this internet of bodies, and really even trying to see through our souls. We receive revelation and guidance from God because we are his children, the human being. But the robot, the AI, it doesn't have access to God. But it's trying to. It's literally trying to parasite through us to get to God, to reach the information that God has beyond what the human race has. Think about that, because in a minute I'm going to talk about the quantum computer, and it's not what you think it is. Okay, now this is...
Yeah, so again, if you've ever seen the movie Lucy, it's pretty obvious what they're trying to allude to with the name Lucy, obviously. But here, I'll try to play this again. Truth in plain sight, pre-programming. Well, not even pre-programming either at the time. I mean, who knows how long they've been infiltrating this technology into the populace. Where was it at? Oh, yeah. Graphene, black goo.
I'm afraid you won't survive.
Some cells inside me will fight and defend their integrity till the very end.
It's moving. What the hell are you? I am Venom. You did not find us. We found you. Think of yourself as my bride. You gonna eat anybody else? Most likely. Here's why we are here. Cooperate and you might just survive.
And don't make me have to give it back to academics. You had it when you thought you had me slipping at the telly. Even when he ain't spitting like this on his last shit. Oh, you better go back and live. Revenge is the best medicine. Increase the dose from least to most and then tell the great. What? Piss and moan, but I'm not gonna fall. Bitch.
And look, that's
Interesting end to that video. Hey, look, so that's yeah, that's Black Goo. And I guess we could try to finish this video. Oh, do I have?
On the screen that I've had up while I was playing that clip.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, take me to your leader. Thank you for sharing this clip with me. It's a great clip. And love your handle and your picture of the nanobot/virus. Hilarious. Factually true, but still funny. But anyway, in this tweet that you shared from Sassy Red Sox, she goes on to say, side note, you wait until they start talking about sleep interrogation technology.
Yeah, no, drama-based mind control would be the Panelverse, TC. To be more accurate.
Which they've had for a very long time, not covered in this video. That is exactly sleep interrogation. Have you guys had anything like that? That is exactly how I described this experience to my best friend Deb a few months ago. I mean, I didn't use the term sleep interrogation, but she had texted me and she's like, oh, I haven't been sleeping well. And I've been having these really weird dreams. And before she even got to explain them to me, and I text back, I'm like, me too. And so we started talking. And what it felt like was an interrogation, that somebody was reading going through my memories like a Rolodex. Like that's what it felt like. And I would have, like, I was having dreams with dozens and dozens and dozens of people that I've known from my past. I never have dreams that there are that many characters in them. And I mean, it would be like someone I got a ride home from one day in high school, Rosalind. You know, I hadn't thought of her in 40 years. And like they were pulling up these memories. It was like someone was going through my data or something. They weren't regular dreams. They were different. It went through like all of my exes and family members, people I worked with in the past. It just was like someone was scanning my memories, but it was like a dream state. It was really weird. And it wasn't just pulling them up like one after the other. It was like pulling them up and like putting them together in like my own personal sentient world simulation. Like the characters were trying to interact, but it just wasn't right because I actually knew them and I was lucid in the dream. So I was like, this is really weird. They wouldn't act that way. And it was like Sim City. It was like the AI was writing a new Sim City game and it was populating my town with people from my life. That's what it felt like. It was putting together these scenarios. Like the AI can write a college paper now, or you can say, tell me a story about, and give it 3 or 4 or 5, items and it'll write you a story. It was like that, but from my life. You know what? In fact, that brings to mind one time, a long time ago, that Owen Benjamin just did a little skit, where he was using one of those story AIs and showing how creepy it was, because he would type in just a few sort of ambiguous details about, like his first name and something else. Yet the story, it turned out, seemed to have all of these details about his real life. I had the same feeling with that Akinator app. I think that's how you say it, Akinator. I'm not sure. The genie who would guess what you were thinking. And when my little son first showed it to me, and he was like 6 years old or 7, something like that, it would guess some of his thoughts or characters, on the first try. lots of times when there shouldn't have been that much of a process of elimination. So anyway, I feel like that was probably some sort of machine learning, like we were all training it the whole time, that we were just sitting around playing, we were training the AI. And I personally believe that what all of these MK Ultra program victims are reporting in the underground bases, what the alien abductees are reporting, what the MyLabs are reporting, what the secret space program people are reporting, seeing millions of people underground in a trance-like state, cities of them. Or like the executive director of the United Nations said, enough people go missing every year that it's the size of a country.
The UN agenda is the same with Davos agenda. This, in fact, is my main topic for our conversation today, because we know that there are more. It's my main topic for our conversation today, because we know that there are more than 8 million children per year which they disappear. 8 million does mean the entire population of Austria.
I mean, they're not all showing up in mass graves, so where are they? And we have all these eyewitnesses from all these programs who say that they have personally witnessed large portions of these abducted humans living in the smart cities underground. So to me, the most obvious answer is that they are running the beta test on the Internet of Bodies right now. And all of these missing people, I mean, not all of them, but a bunch of them, they are in the underground bases in Antarctica and other places, I'm sure. They are in the Internet of Bodies right now. I've also seen tons and tons of the servants of the Lord reporting these prophetic dreams and visions about being in these underground tunnels and fighting these people, these hive mind, trance-like people. A lot of times you can find these dreams and visions under zombie apocalypse dream. They don't usually talk about it in the context that we are talking about it here, about the smart city beta tests and all of that, but almost always they can be found under like hive mind or zombie apocalypse or something like that. This first one I'm going to show is from Hoyt Sigmund, and as always, his link will be down below in the description box.
Hi everybody, it's Hoyt. I'm going to be sharing a dream I had yesterday morning of the zombie apocalypse. So this dream started and I was in a tunnel with a large group of people, and we were all practically dressed, and we had M4 rifles. And we walked through this tunnel and came up on a straight, and we saw a massive horde of zombies. And these zombies were, they were bent down in this horde doing something. Pretty sure they were eating people. And it was like a hive, basically. And me and these people went down here to clear it out. And this tunnel, it wasn't a road or a subway. It was just this massive tunnel that I'm pretty sure was underground. And I drew a dude right there, you know, dead, like leaned up against the side of the tunnel. But this horde just went on all the way back there, like as far as the eye could see. It was all zombies, and my group just started engaging them with our M4s. And one thing I noticed is that these zombies were very fast, and it took multiple shots to kill them. It took like three to five shots of 5.56 from my M4 to kill them, and I was firing in full auto. So was everyone else in my group. We were just, since there was a horde and they were bunched up, and they were so close together, we just fired in full auto. And we were doing some good damage. But this zombie horde was down here. It was like a hive. It was massive, and we cleared it out, and we were all aiming for the head. But this is what I saw, and this is like a first-person perspective of what I saw. So I drew my M4, pretend like you're aiming down the sights of the rifle, sighted in on a zombie, because this is literally what I saw. And this is the muzzle flash right here, what I drew. These are the 5.56 rounds being ejected. Yeah, I try to kind of draw it 3D. Yeah, zombie hive dream. I was in an underground tunnel with a group of people, and that's it.
So I don't know if he was seeing something that is coming in the future, or if he was seeing through somebody else's eyes. I've had both of those types of experiences, and I thought I should mention that since in part 1 of this video, we talked extensively about what are dreams exactly. And we'll be finishing up that conversation, that line of thought, when we end this video. But the reason I mention it again right now is because it makes me think of all of these mystery booms that we have been hearing worldwide. And you guys know I put up that video years ago. That's what the Lord had revealed to me too, that they are clearing the tunnels, that it's happening right now. It's already happening. Now, whether that battle that he saw has happened yet, or that's the main battle when they're going after the queen of the hive or something, I don't know. I don't know what battle that is, but they are clearing the tunnels. They have been for years. World War III started years ago.
You hear it in the house. Sometimes it shakes the house.
Mysterious explosions rocking in East Independence neighborhood, and no one seems to know what's causing it.
41 Action News reporter Brian Abel has the story you will not see anywhere else. I'm jumping. Well, there's small ones and there's big ones.
Well, it feels like my whole house is just shaking. It feels like a bomb is actually going off in my backyard.
But some experts are just baffled about what it could be.
Because we're hearing continuous sounds like explosions. We're hearing loud explosions. My house is shaking. The horses are freaking out. Does anybody know what's going on?
It sounded like thunder, but like I said, you could feel the ground shake, and it was nothing like an earthquake. We felt earthquakes before, and it's nothing like that.
You definitely knew it wasn't a firework going off, because I've never heard anything like it. Like, very disturbing.
And David, and interestingly, there have been reports of a similar boom from across the United States as far as air.
We obviously dispatch cars. I believe EFD dispatched some fire people. I'm sure EPD dispatched people to the area. At the end of the day, we've not been able to find anything.
Crews scoured the area, but didn't find anything. It wasn't an earthquake. The USGS doesn't have reports of any activity in our area. Some people have suggested a nearby mine was firing off explosion. But when we called Vigo, which is opening a mine near Boonville, they said their permit does not allow them to blast from dusk till dawn. And the Air Force says it wasn't performing any military drills either. Authorities say, at least for now, it will remain a mystery.
Now, this next prophetic dream from our sister in Christ is called When the Queen Dies, They All Die. This is the End. Now, when I play this one, I'm only going to play the clip of what she actually saw and actually heard, because then she follows with her interpretation, and she assumed that it must mean Queen Elizabeth, because at the time that she posted this, Queen Elizabeth hadn't died yet, but she had been sick. It was kind of in the news that she had been sick and all of that. So she's like, oh, it must mean when the queen dies, like Queen Elizabeth. And she keeps saying literal link to the entire web. The web that these creatures had woven above everybody in their dream reminds me of Tina's dream, end time dream, that I put in a video, I don't know, a few videos back, where she saw the grid in the sky and it started to become visible to her, and she could see the demons on it, like at the intersection points of it. But in that past video, I put lots of other examples in there too, that things that other people had seen that were similar. A lot of talk about the holographic sky and the sky dome and, all of that. We made several videos on that. I don't know how many of you have ever seen the astral spiders, is what they call them. I guess like Basis Project and Project Camelot, those groups, they call them scudlers, I think. But I've seen a ton of them. I have seen a bunch of them, and they lock onto your brain. Some of them to me look like, those static balls that you put your hand on, those plasma balls, and then the tentacles go out like that from the core. Some of them look like that, only they're the inversion of that. They're completely black. And I'll wake up from a nightmare and they'll be right over my head with those electrical tentacles locked on me, and I'll rebuke them in Jesus' name and they'll leave, and I'll be awake at that point and I can see them float out and go through the wall, float right through the wall and leave. And other times I have seen them in the form of, they look like tarantulas. They look exactly like tarantulas, only, like maybe 2 foot across. One night we were sleeping downstairs. We lived in an old 1920s house and we didn't have central air. So when it got really hot out, we couldn't sleep in our bedrooms upstairs. So me and my husband and my son were all sleeping down on the living room floor. We had drug a big mattress down and everything and just made it into like a little bedroom there for us. And again, I woke up from a dream, like a nightmare, and one of those black things was leaving me. And I looked over at my husband and my son, and they each had a giant tarantula wrapped around their head, like a soccer ball. Its legs were wrapped around where it looked round. It was terrifying. Because it was like a 2 foot tarantula wrapped on each of their heads while they were dreaming. And I rebuked those in Jesus' name. And they jumped off. They didn't fly, like morph into that astral black thing. They jumped off and ran across the floor just like a spider and up the wall and then through the wall. It was gross. That house was haunted. It was totally haunted. I had so many experiences there. Radios turning on in the middle of the night, full blast, doors opening. I saw a door open. I saw the hand. I actually saw the arm that opened it. So a couple of takeaways from that play into what we're talking about here is, again, these things cause nightmares. These things will link into your brain, not just to the people in the hive mind beta test and not just to the people who took the injections. We were born into a world where we were told, oh, nightmares are normal. Nightmares are not normal. No, God didn't create us to be tormented in our sleep. These entities are doing this. They're trying to biohack into our brains, and they're demonic. They want to torture us. They literally feed on fear, both in chemical form and in photon form. Remember that DMT trip report where the guy said that he saw these insect-like things, but they had tentacles like jellyfish, sort of like this plasma? And that, they were feeding on his pain. And I did the whole video about the sentient mist where the guy in the woods encountered the nanoswarm that did the same thing. It came over him and it fed on all of his pain and trauma. He could feel it. So I personally believe that they were inducing these nightmares and night terrors to feed on us, to feed on that fear. They were creating their own food source, and they're parasites. They were literally on my family's head, feeding on them, like linked into their brain, causing their nightmares so that they could feed on that fear. That's why the Native American dream catchers look like a web, because they were seeing these things too. They've been in the world long before we were born into this world. But anyway, I will play her prophetic dream. When the queen dies, they all die. And you be the judge. If you think she was receiving a message from the Lord about Queen Elizabeth, or if you think she was receiving a message about something like this, that movie Edge of Tomorrow. Have you guys seen that with Tom Cruise, where they battle these aliens, if you will? And Tom Cruise keeps dying, and that one, when he kills it, it blows it up, the black goo gets on him and he gets infected and he gets caught in a time loop. So every time he dies, he wakes back up and then starts the day over and then goes back into the battle, and he's constantly trying to defeat them. And that gal in the movie right there, she's also infected. So she knows what he's going through, but none of the other soldiers know except those who are jacked in. And then the final battle scene here, what happens is they find out that they can't defeat them by just killing them and killing them and killing them, because they reset the time loop every time. But they could destroy them all by killing the queen, because they figure out that they are not individuals, but that they are a swarm, that they are part of another organism, a hive, which is very similar to the concept of the alternate realities in Stranger Things, which is based on the underground bases of the Montauk Project and the MK Ultra projects. So in Stranger Things, they call the inversion the upside down, and it is an alternate dimension existing in parallel to the human world. Most, if not all, of everything present in that dimension are linked together in a hive mind controlled by the mind flayer, essentially forming an enormous superorganism. And that's what we've been talking about with the sentient mist and the cryptids that turn into sentient mist and the shadow people and all of these different creatures, from hell, these demonic beings. They all seem to be part of this hive. And the flayer would be symbolic of what we would call the queen or the Antichrist. Okay, so back to that Edge of Tomorrow movie. Real quick, I wanted to point out one more thing about killing the queen to get out of the time loop. It's an explanation of the time travel in the movie. And it says the quote unquote time travel of the Edge of Tomorrow mimics isn't really time travel. It's consciousness traveling. The mimics, and by extension Cage, because he got infected with the black goo, are not physically traveling from one time point to another. Instead, their minds are jumping backwards to an earlier time point, allowing them to alter the course of time by making decisions informed by a possible future. So he's linked in to the AI, and it's running out scenarios of all possible ways that this thing could go. So they're not actually going back and forth, but his mind is biohacked. So he's going through the process with them. And that is exactly what we have been talking about in both parts of this new series about, like Andrew Basiago and Project Pegasus and the Montauk projects, that they had to have a human in the chair. There's a reason for all of that, because what they're doing isn't real time travel. It's consciousness travel. And it's not them actually jumping to Mars from a Mars jump room like they report. It is their minds jumping. Anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. I just wanted to show the movie clip because to me, that sounds like what she saw. I don't think this has anything to do with Queen Elizabeth. But you be the judge. Here it is.
So it's like that type of dream that when you have it, you just know it's from the Most High. You just know that it's special. And I woke up just so happy. And most of the time when I have prophetic dreams, I'll have the dream. And then like throughout the day, I'll figure out what each part meant in like different details. And it was just amazing. Like he revealed so much to me. And he told me to basically get up and grab my sword. And it's not time to rest yet. That it's the last hour. Like he's coming sooner than we think. It's not going to be 10, 20, 30 years from now. It's like, I don't want to put a number on it, but it's like soon. Like, this is the last hour. And, oh, okay, the dream. So, there was like a group of, all the Kodashim were just all.
Most of you are well acquainted with him. Is from the German scientist Harold Kautz, I think, Vela. Most of you are well acquainted with his work. He was way ahead of the game on this. He has been talking about the AI-infused technologies, nanotechnologies, and how the giant freaking robot, the AI, is the invading force. It's what we are calling aliens, and all of these other entities are part of another organism. And that entity trying to take over is AI. So this is an older clip from the Basis Project, but I picked this one because they were also talking in here about the astral spiders, or these AI, black goo, whatever they are, drones that they send out.
To exterminate us, we would know it as the predator, is that right?
Yes, that's it.
And it has now achieved a state of biological existence.
This is basically what we observe is dealing with an invasion of alien spirit, alien being, alien.
So that is reassembling itself using our biology.
This is something.
It's using physical material of our Earth to assemble itself, but it can only sustain itself on our life force.
Yes, exactly.
So our life force, they need us to manifest here.
It is a little bit hard to say who is controlling the entire thing.
Together, who directed that stuff here to start with?
Now the question is, does the species control the consciousness, or does the consciousness control the species?
Or was it the building blocks of that species to start with?
If you look into mythology, you find them as archons.
Yeah.
In normal everyday language, you would call it demons. And the people who deal with the demons, we call them black magicians. So this is all connected to, let's call it skull and bones, and to the bloodlines who are into black magic rituals and ritual child abuse.
Yeah.
And they are...
And the ritual child killings to generate energy to sustain these creatures.
Exactly, because the species itself, it is a very high developed species. It's spider-like, it's arachnoid. And they don't eat, they don't physically digest their food. They steal biophotons, and they live on stolen biophotons. So what they need to do is to extract biophotons and energy from other species.
Now this is very important, because one of the first people I interviewed, called Ron Adams, and I go back to this guy, he died about 4 weeks after I interviewed him, but he had a terror of spiders. And the point is that he was at the Bentwaters base, his family was at the RAF Bentwaters base before the 1980 incidents. Because the 1980 incidents have been greatly disinformed. There was witnesses to actual beings that landed outside the base. The point is that his family were all being abducted by greys from the Bentwaters base, and they had a terror of spiders. Now, on my Energy 106 transmitter, I encountered a large scuttler, and we were talking about this in the car, and at Sky Television, I encountered a huge spider about 12 feet wide, and it fired something into my chest. Now, you had something fired into your chest. Can you talk about that?
Yes. Short story or long story?
Long story.
Long story.
Run for as long as it takes.
I've been dealing with smart dust. Part component of smart dust are morgellons. These are hollow fibers, self-replicating hollow fibers based on a fungus, the morgellon fungus. And I did some research to this fungus disease called morgellons, and we had the great occasion to have a lady who suffered from the disease, and she was a really good photographer, and she made photographs of everything that left her body, starting from the fibers to the fruiting bodies that build up in the stomach and the lower intestines.
This is how true science works.
Now I'm going to play some more of that interview here in a little bit, especially when he talks about the microorganisms used to genetically engineer the pathogen that carries the artificial intelligence, because I want to group that together with another clip that I have from another scientist. He's talking about a fungus that was used, the genetic makeup of a fungus, and then the other gentleman will be speaking about using bacteria as a means to make it self-replicate. And they can put the AI codes in there, the genetic codes and all this stuff. So I want to group those together. But for right now, where he stopped was talking about the life cycle from infection to fruition. And notice that he said that the fruiting body of the parasite develops in the stomach and the lower intestines. So I wanted to stop the interview right there and play a couple of clips that I feel go with this section. The first one I'm going to play is a prophetic dream from our brother in Christ. And he was shown the process of when he was given his glorified body. And he was told that first they had to pull this thing out of his stomach area, this black goo thing.
So I had this dream. It was a while ago. I didn't post it because I was waiting for some sort of confirmation in regards to it. And because there was something in it that I was not sure about. So here's the dream. It was a rapture dream. And in the dream, I was looking out a window, the living room window. And as I was looking out this living room window, there were these clouds, about 2 or 3. And they were like, they were not really circular, but they were like small, kind of rounded clouds. And one of them started to hop, skip, and jump forward until it was right over my window. And as I looked up at that, in a split second, I was gone. I was gone. I was above the clouds. I knew no one that I could see around me was not familiar to me. As I looked around to the closest people to me, I was asking, what happened? What's going on? And everyone began to pray. And I heard the Father's voice like that of thunder from the sky above, saying that we had to be changed first. We needed to be changed first. So I was like, okay. And then I saw people start to vanish, poof, 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 off of the boat. But then they would reappear in the same way that they went. And when they would reappear in glorified bodies. And then it was my turn. And I was taken and I was examining my body. I was like, whoa, wow. And I was just looking at everything, my legs, everything. And it was like molecules or particles or light body. And it was fit and it was in shape. It was the best shape I've ever been in my whole life. And the one thing that I could not understand was something black, okay, was taken out from the pit of my belly and placed into a jar and sealed and placed off to the side. And so as I examined my body, that was my favorite part, just examining the body. I then woke up. But I've now spoke to a brother who is halfway across the world. You know, the Lord would put us together to have a conversation over the phone. And he starts telling me a testimony about how he was changed and raptured and that the Lord took some black stuff out of his belly as confirmation. So I was like, whoa, you too?
That actually reminds me of the Matrix movies, especially the one all the way back in 1999. That was what, 24 years ago? And they were talking about the parasite being there. I mean, what are the odds? It's a movie about the Matrix, about the machines taking over. And they just happen to say that the implant is right there in the pit of the stomach.
My back with the machine.
What is it?
I think you're bugged. Try and relax. Come on. Come on. It's on the move. You're gonna lose it. No, I'm not. Clear.
Jesus Christ, that thing's real!
You know what else it reminds me of is deliverance. Have you ever been praying and worshiping and, just praying to the Lord and you can feel the presence of the Holy Spirit come strong and then you'll start to convulse in your gut right there, like almost like you're involuntarily, like doing sit-ups, like there's something revolting in there. And then you pray through, you worship through and you get deliverance, spiritual warfare. You can also see it at deliverance ministries, real deliverance ministries, when people get delivered by the Holy Spirit and they fall out and they will have that involuntary, like cramping convulsions right there in their stomach. Like something is, there's a battle going on or something. And sometimes the stomach convulsions will get so bad that people going through deliverance will throw up. Also, another coincidence is gastrointestinal complications after the COVID-19 vaccines. Well, after all vaccines, really. Crohn's disease, irritable bowel syndrome, but specifically with this layer of injections, that something's different about the layers they're at right now. People report a lot of abdominal pain, nausea, vomiting, GI bleeding, that sort of thing. So, interesting. Okay, now do you guys remember the whistleblower that Dana Ashley interviewed several years ago? It was long before COVID-19. And way back then, this guy was claiming that this nanotechnology existed and was already inside all of us. He said that they had discovered a way with the technology to make a direct link from the stomach to the brain through the vagus nerve. And that this technology, once it assembled in that part of the stomach and intestines, it was almost impossible. And he said the only thing they ever found that would disrupt that connection was sodium borate. So I wanted to play a clip of this whistleblower testimony right here in this segment, because isn't this exactly what Harold Bella said? That the life cycle from infection to fruition ended up right in that same area. And then that gives them the link directly to the medulla oblongata. That's the link to everything right there. The medulla oblongata not just transmits signals, from the spinal cord into all the higher functions of the brain, but it controls all of the vital autonomic activities like breathing. You don't have to tell yourself to breathe. That's all medulla oblongata. Heartbeat, respiration, and a lot of the real doctors who weren't just like going through the motions, who were on the front lines of the release of this COVID bioweapon. That's what several of them were saying. That they said there's something going on with the respiration, that the body isn't automatically doing its job. It's not that there's, pneumonia in the lungs. It's none of that. This is different. There's like an autonomic problem. And we've also seen an epidemic of heart rate problems since they released this thing in the earth. I can't tell you the number of people that I know who have had to get pacemakers. Even I had to have the heart surgery, the SVT surgery, where they go in and burn out circuits of your heart to make it beat right again. And Deb and Rob, they went through a really bad bout of regulating his heartbeat. He was having dizzy spells. They put him on the monitor. His heart rate was dropping way down, like between 20 and 40 beats a minute, and then sometimes jumping all the way up, like the super fast racing heart. So he had the SVT surgery to fix one, and then they had to have a pacemaker to fix the other. I mean, it's still not perfect, but the point is I'm seeing that with so many people, respiration problems and heartbeat regulation. And that is from this vagus nerve that runs directly into the medulla oblongata.
Something wrong with this medulla oblongata.
So like I always say, I don't have any way to vet any of these whistleblowers that I will be, sharing with you today. So you can take it or leave it. It's no skin off my back if you believe it or don't believe it. I just want to share the information.
I certainly haven't looked into all of his work yet, but the topics we are discussing today, I believe, is quite valid, as is his work predicting earthquakes and the earth changes he is anticipating as well. So I hope you enjoy and that this serves you and your families well.
So let me just pull up my questions. So by the way, wow, on your email, I can't even believe what all you've been through. I mean, I can, but that was incredible in regards to your your team that you had and everything. I'm very sorry for what you went through, but I would assume that part of that you don't want to be shared or discussed in public, no? Or
I'm not sharing my screen right now, right? Because I don't see
no, you're not.
Okay,
no.
I was just making sure. That's a topic that we can go through if you want to. I let people do that. We can go with anything you want, but I'm just warning you that AI is going to be paying careful attention to identify threats, anything futuristic from what we're saying that could raise your threat level and my threat level and things like that. So with what we're talking about is a nanofilament replication inhibitor. And what got me in trouble was working with the Institute. It wasn't because of Project Black Star that got me in trouble.
What was the main goal of the Con Institute?
Those are the people that specialize in Magellan's research.
Oh.
Things like that, which is uncontrolled replication of the silicone strands inside of people's bodies. So it's like for a silicone-based life form is what it is.
I'm familiar.
Right. And so members of the team, just saying his name raises your
I won't say his name.
Well, I already have, but he was a key member. I learned most of what I know from him. He was the chief over the building of more than 200 facilities around the world. He understands the technology. He understands all that stuff. And he set me down and explained it to me how everything works so I could see a larger picture. And it's very frightening of what the reality really is.
So he saw what it was doing when he was building it, and he decided to stop and go talk about it and try to be a part of the solution?
Well, in 2013. Now it's a digitized, when they changed from the analog system to digital, then they built a lot more facilities. Without him, he was upgraded. So he was phased out. New people are in there now, but he still knows. What he told us about the transition as it was happening, and his body's riddled with, and members of his family have been taken to the people that he worked with, and so
horrible. So I wanted to, so just for the people who haven't had the know what your email said to me, you mentioned this program since 2013 maintains the carrier wave around our planet that AI uses to create frequencies for maintaining communications within inside our bodies, creating input feeds for hosts populating sims or real world simulations. Now, technology that I've heard of has been around a long time. And back then they said it was for space only, but was it always designed to control these thoughts in our bodies that we're talking about?
The program has a lot of different uses. This is one of them.
Okay.
Right here. The goal is to create it's like a matrix, a real world simulation populated with real world hosts. A little you and a little me is in there, just like in the Matrix with Neo and Morpheus. They're having a conversation just like we are. And the goal is to take the feed from us, from our respiration, our heartbeat, everything, and feed it directly to the real world host to make it as real as possible. Over 70% of the population can be integrated into the real world simulation. The oddities of the human anatomy make it so that a percentage of the population cannot be integrated. But they're breaking the nanometer barrier more and more, down from 10 nanometers, down to 5 nanometers, and they're helping AI to get a better hold on what he's supposed to do, which is reattach amino acids to bugs like the H1N1 bug. The only thing that made that not a super strain and a super killer was the removal of 2 amino acids that they want AI to put back in, to put the teeth back into the guy. Everybody has the H1N1 in them right now. That's the first half of the binary. All they need to do is put the 2 amino acids back, and then you have, in different populations, you're going to get different super strains that are going to evolve out of that until you get the super deadly killer. So they can use AI with using voice commands to eliminate an individual, a family, or a race of people by AI and heart, the nanos, this carrier wave, subfrequencying on top. So it's like broadband for the communication of AI and the inside your body for gathering all the information, back and forth communication, for giving information to the real world host. So the idea is to build and populate the real world simulations. The feed is coming from us to them, but then the plan is to reverse the feed.
Right.
So they reverse the feed, then they get the real world host working ahead of us, and then they reverse the feeds, and then I'm being controlled by the host inside the simulation. That's what they're doing. But it's not just for people. It's not just for animals. It's for everything.
Wow. So your jargon and ability to comprehend all this is so beyond mine. I'm going to ask you to back up just a little bit. So just to kind of like step by step. So what happened first was they were, with engineering, they're spraying these bits of aluminum and other size particulates into the atmosphere that we bring into our lungs. And as you said, then it's like a numbers game. Some of it that goes into our lungs winds up coming up through the mucus and being swallowed, where it goes into the stomach in an acid-rich environment, where apparently is what you said was where it transforms. Can you explain a little bit about how those, whatever it is in nanotechnology, grows into something else with the acid?
Okay. So there's a disconnect in people's understanding of, they think that they're spraying shots on you. They're not doing that. That would never work in the first place. What they do is they spray these components, and then we breathe them in. Animals breathe them in. They're spraying them on the plant life. That takes them in.
That we eat.
That's right. And then what goes into our lungs, our body wants to expel. This is microscopic, very small stuff.
Sure.
So it comes back up in the phlegm, in the mucus, and then we swallow it. We swallow it, it goes down into the acid-rich environment, and that's where the crystallization begins. So these little component elemental parts that go down in there, then they begin to replicate. And these are crystals that are replicating, and they grow to a predetermined diameter, which is very small. They're going to be 10 nanometers, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 nanometers, very, 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 very small. Then on the corners of these crystal formations, once they grow to that specific size that they were commanded to grow to, then on each corner is where the filaments grow. And what you're going to be looking at it resembles very much a tick. So it has arms and it has antennae. Whenever they first start growing, they look the same, but then they become more noticeable as appendages for mobility and antennae for communication. This is what's made out of the same silicone-based stuff, if you will, that causes balance disease in people.
Right. So just real quick, so I never want to interrupt you, but again, I'm just trying to get this step by step. So just to kind of explain to people, when you talk about this crystallizing and turning into something, so it kind of reminds me of those, chemistry experiments when we're kids, where we put something in another chemical and then this crystal grows right before our eyes. So it's sort of like that, right?
That's right.
This nano has this predetermined size that it's going to grow to once it hits that acid, which is it's created to hit that acid and to do this, right?
That's right. So you get none of the development in the lungs. The development only happens in the digestive tract. That's right.
Mm-hmm. And then you're saying the appendages come out of the corners that give it motility to walk around, to move, and then a communication type of antenna, which is what interacts with the heart frequencies.
That's right.
Wow. Okay. And so there are all different kinds for different purposes of this nanotech?
That's right. They can also work together. They can combine together to create other things.
Okay.
So they're very extremely, extremely small. Put all the component parts together, they can build whatever they want inside of you. That causes this reaction in a small percentage of the population. The people that get Magellan's disease, it's not supposed to happen. It's uncontrolled replication. It's cancer of the silicon base. So if you're a silicon-based life form instead of a carbon-based life form, then you would have replication as a means of reproduction. Just like our cells divide and they reproduce. That's how our bodies are maintained. Uncontrolled cellular division is what cancer is. Same thing with the silicon-based life form. It's just out of control, not being governed by the genetic code, if you will.
Once he gets, there he really is moving now. Nice. Wow. I have felt these things like move up and down my skin, literally felt them move up and down my skin. And now you can actually see it moving.
So, but some people, it's a genetic thing, they have a propensity for it, but others, like your partner who is exposing this, it happened to him seemingly as an attack on him, no?
That's what it looks like. See, here's the thing. The way that they're going to kill people is by giving them flu-like symptoms.
And this is what happened to many members of your family.
That's right.
When you started disclosing this and digging into this research, and other key members of your family. What I was thinking of, this amazing man lost members of his family all in the same week once the work exposing this came out. And so obviously they have some kind of means to turn on some kind of virus inside of us that, like you were saying, it causes flu-like symptoms, it fills the lungs with fluid. But what I wanted to know is that, you're telling me how we can disable this now in our bodies by using some things we'll talk about here later on in the interview. But
Whoops. Sorry about that. Alright. Well, sorry if I've kept you guys here longer than maybe you would have been. It is late, even on the West Coast, it's late. So it's late on the East Coast. So I bid you adieu, and it's been real. I appreciate y'all. I'm gonna play a little outro clip here before we head out. Maybe try to end the stream at 5 hours, 55 minutes, and 55 seconds. So much love, y'all. See y'all soon.
From the people who brought you.
You'll own nothing and be happy.
Comes a brand new collection of hit songs from our beloved Supreme Leader. Time Lies presents The Great Here Set, Volume 14.
Everybody, jab your body light. Vaccines back, all right. 1, 2, 3 and to the 4. Klaus Schwab and Bill Gates is at the door. Ready to put a patent on air and glass, cause we about to greatly set your ass. It's like this and like that and like this and that, so just chill till the next pandemic. Digital identity, you should have until 2030. No discussion, for it is mandatory. You will see 15-minute city. 15-minute city, stay close to home. 15-minute city. 15-minute city, or we'll send our drone. You better comply. You better watch out. You better implant that microchip now. Santa Claus is running the town. Every meal you make, every bite you take, every single lunch with a crispy crunch, you will eat the bugs.
The Great Here Set, Volume 14. Get yours now. Available on Shopify and Pfizer Music.
So Willie has what I need. I ordered Willie magazine.
The new Willie means fun and Schwerble.
Until next time, folks. Much love.